That's his favorite word.
Oh, this is the greatest show in the history of shows.
We brought.
Oh my god!
Bro, baby, shake that.
Drake knows the business. It's all about the singles. Damn, what happened?
Now you got me like in my Ja Rule kind of mode, Jungle. Like just talk about like rap music. One of my favorite songs of Ja Rule was "Put It On Me." I die if you ain't with me. So baby girl, put it on me. What would I do without you? I only think about you. I was tired and lonely. So baby girl, put it on me, on me.
10 more seconds in, Ja Rule get a stream for this. Keep going.
Who would I be without my baby? The style on my break, man. I don't wanna go crazy. So every thug needs a lady, lady.
I think Ja Rule just got paid for that one, Agent. Can't argue with the numbers. The numbers are the numbers.
Well, folks, welcome to the show.
I was going to join, but I saw that there was a half an hour left, so it wasn't worth coming on when it was about to end anyway.
Gotcha. Well, welcome aboard.
And hey,
Virgo,
Virgo,
Latino,
hey, have you been feeling better, Virgo, and how things been since?
You got me on my Ja Rule mood. What's up, Angel?
Hey, Latino. Have you been? How was your weekend, and how you've been doing since the storm, Virgo?
Oh, dude, it's still going, dude. I don't know. I want to not go to the hospital, but I feel like if this week it keeps going, I'm gonna have to go, man. Because and now it's like to the point where it's like holding my nerve from my leg. And it hurts so much when I walk, dude. So,
but I was asking Virgo Latino.
Oh, I thought you was asking me about my.
Oh snap! Oh snap! He schooled you.
I was asking Virgo.
Hey,
I think it was this past weekend or the weekend before you said you were sick, but now since Hurricane Helene was passing through Florida and North Carolina and the parts that it had passed. I know you said you had to like wither or go through the storm, and I was just asking Virgo Latino of how she's been doing and if she's been feeling better
My bad,
since
my
the
bad. I
last
thought you was
week
talking
or
about my kidney
so.
stone.
I've been doing a lot better. Angel, thank you so much for asking. I'm healing. Um, I still can't, do everything that I'm, accustomed to doing because I'm a busybody. So I like to jump up and do everything. I still can't, lift anything or whatever.
Mm.
I still have to, rest and whatever. But, as far as like, feeling better, I feel a lot better. Thank you for asking. As far as the hurricane went, my house didn't get any damage. But my in-laws' house got damaged. So we're
Ouch.
back and forth over there, trying to help them get
Well,
everything
well,
out the
well,
house.
well. Good luck to them getting recovered and their house built again. Hopefully, they have
Yeah.
insurance, but I don't know
Yeah, they're
if
tearing
I'll
down
like make.
all the drywall and stuff like that. And the demolition crew came in today and started like chopping down the drywall and yeah, gutting out the house. It's crazy.
It's
I
probably
didn't
going to
know
take like
water could
a
do so
couple
much
weeks to.
damage.
It's probably going to take a couple weeks to about a month or two for the house
Month
to
or
be
two.
rebuilt.
We're looking at 6 months.
That's like a long time to some people, but we've
Yeah,
already are
so
10 months into years, so it
yeah.
probably won't be that long, but it does feel like a long time, 6 months.
Yeah, because right now they're in a hotel because I cannot accommodate them here because I don't have a ramp and his dad is in a wheelchair. So I don't have a
Ooh.
ramp. Yeah, so it's very hard. I cannot pick anything heavy up. So it's very hard on us to have them here. I would have loved for them to stay here, but we just can't do it. And so they're in a hotel. They're looking for an apartment right now. So, they're gonna rent an apartment for a little bit while the house gets uh, renovated and stuff like that.
Rebuilt pretty
Yes.
much.
Mm-hmm. So they already
Yeah,
started tearing down the drywall and Jesus, I think I should have took pictures. It's crazy how much water can damage your house.
yeah.
Crazy.
Like you'd think water is so light, but when it like actually weighs in or like it like becomes like too much, it's where like the weight of the water can actually damage like a house. You'd think that a gallon of water is like try like holding 50 gallons of water and see if that's
Hmm.
like good enough for you to carry in. Even if it ain't that much, like the weight of the water can still like add up to the equivalent of a house being damaged.
Yeah, and it's not just water, it's sewage water and river water. So it's like dirty water. So it's like real
Yeah, that's
stinky in
like
the house.
yeah, that
And then
sewer water.
on top of that, it's like the drywall soaked it up. So all that water
Oh
that's soaked up
wow.
in the drywall, it's gonna cause mold. So there's
Right.
no
Yeah.
way around it. It has to come out and be redone. Yeah,
Wow,
so it's gonna
but
it's gonna take a minute. Right now, the demolition crew is there. They've been working from this morning till tonight. My husband went to lock up the house at about, I guess, 7, and they'll be back. They said they'll give us a couple of days because we still have the kitchen to do. We still have to grab some stuff from the kitchen, and then we have to clear out the garage. So yeah, it's crazy.
wow,
It's
it's
crazy,
a
and then
lot
the
to
whole
pack
the
in
whole
right now.
neighborhood got flooded, and everybody has their like furniture and everything out on the front. And garbage was supposed to pick up today, but they just picked up regular garbage. They left the debris out in the road. So we have
They didn't like
scavengers
pick up
coming.
the So they didn't pick like the pieces of wood on the grass from damaged houses and property, or any type of metal that may have been scattered from broken pieces of, like, let's say, a car and that kind of stuff. They just picked up normal garbage. They didn't pick up the debris from
Mm-mm.
the damaged properties and homes.
No, not even in front of my house, because a piece of my I have a gigantic mango tree in my yard, and a couple of branches had fell and stuff like that. So we had to gather the branches and put them to the front, and they didn't pick those up yet either. So, but like I said, they're scavengers. And here's what pissed me off today. Like, my mother-in-law, she's like, she's not taking stuff to the hotel with her or the apartment. So she gave me a whole bunch of cleaning products. We put it in a bin, and lots of toilet paper and paper towels. And I said, well, yeah, we'll take it. We'll eventually use it. I think somebody took it because we put it in front of the house.
Oh
We
my
was gonna
God.
load it into the car. Yeah, we were gonna load it into the back of the truck, and it's gone. And then I didn't
Wow.
remember until we got home, because I was so tired. So I was like, around 3 o'clock, I was like, I need to go home. Then my husband dropped me home, and I was like, oh, we forgot all the toiletries your mom gave us. And he was like, okay, I'll grab it. And he was like, he doesn't see it. But being that he's a man, maybe he just doesn't know, or whatever. So tomorrow when I go back, I'll look for it again. But I think they took it, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if it's not there the next time you look tomorrow, Virgo, then yeah, someone must have taken it when no one was looking, and I hate that kind of thing.
Yeah, and they lost 3 cars. So once a car has water damage, it's done. It's really done. So they lost 3 cars. Yeah, the water was pretty high. Like, literally, they could have taken their boat and, like, rowed up the road. That's how much water. The water was 2 feet into the house.
Wow.
Yeah. But it's weird because I live on the opposite end of the river, so we're directly across from each other, like we're in 2 different towns. So basically, we just have to take the bridge. And I guess if you had binoculars, you can see my house from his parents' house if you had binoculars. Like, we're literally, like, right across each other. And on my end of the river, yes, it did flood in my area, but not that bad. And plus, my house sits high. It has stilts, so it's not on the ground, but their house is on the ground. And I don't know, just that end of the river, the opposite end of the river is just, uh, it just flooded the whole area. Yeah, they had a couple of mansions, like on the riverfront. The whole fences were gone. It was just crazy, 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 crazy.
I Yeah, up in my part of Georgia, it wasn't too bad. More rain and a bit of wind. Even though Douglasville, which is about 15 miles away from me, they had like some 90 plus mile an hour gusts. It wasn't too bad over here. So South Georgia took a whipping. Parts that were closer to Florida, they got hit pretty hard.
Well, it seems like all parts of the U.S. is experiencing some type of weather. Like your like family had just gotten damaged from Hurricane Helene, Virgo, and we're south of Georgia, where you're at, Stanley, or not necessarily where you're at, but where you're reporting of had experienced like heavy winds. Here in Arizona for the last 4 or 5 days, we've had extreme heat again in the 110 plus degrees. I think Sunday or Saturday we had a temperature of 117, and this late of the month. And when I heard about it, I was like, "Oh my gosh!" And it just seems uncommon for the kind of heat that Arizona has been getting to happen in this time of year. But apparently, it has happened before, but never for as long as I've lived here. Like, it seems like a lot of parts of the U.S. is experiencing some form of like extreme weather.
Stanley, I sent you something in the back chat.
Okay. More. Hold on one sec before I get to that. Apparently, excuse me, Israel is starting a ground offensive into Lebanon.
Uh-oh.
Let me get to
The
that
beginning
first.
of World War III, my people.
Nah, I doubt it. To be honest, I'm not that concerned. I think we all knew it was going to happen. Oops.
I'm not risking my life for no small hat.
I actually love the way you said it, Latino for Trump, my man.
Yeah, man, I'm being dead serious.
Let's see. This is 22 minutes ago, 1 hour
Well,
ago.
it's humorous and serious at the same time.
So we got updates. Hold on one sec. Let's hoping. Well, I'm gonna do this right quick. This is just like a 1 minute thing. Where'd everybody go? Mm, there we go.
This news story was written by Rachel Panett, Kelly Kasulis Cho, Annabelle Timsit, Leo
Like
Sands,
1 minute
Mohammed El
ago.
Shamaa, Shira Rubin, Ellen Nakashima, and Sammy Westfall. Live updates. Israel launches ground operation in southern Lebanon, Israeli military says. The Israeli military said it had launched limited, localized, and targeted raids against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon overnight Monday. The invasion is being supported by the Israeli Air Force and artillery, the Israel Defense Forces said. Earlier in the day, Israel told Washington that its planned ground operation would be smaller than its last war against Hezbollah in 2006, and would focus on clearing out militant infrastructure along the border to remove the threat to Israeli border communities, a U.S. official said, speaking on the condition of anonymity to discuss private talks between the two governments.
And then I haven't got in any audio. I haven't gone out to YouTube to see what they've got just yet. Let's see what they got. Yeah, I'll check YouTube in a few minutes. So we know basically that Israel apparently a while ago is launched a ground offensive into Lebanon against Hezbollah. Hezbollah, by the way, launched some rockets into northern Israel. That's according to the New York Times. You know what? Here, let's play this one. Where'd our ladies go?
Where'd everybody go? Where'd the
I
angel?
don't know. I didn't. I didn't drop them. Yeah, I don't want to, get too wrapped around the axle in this because, other than it started, there's not really a whole lot of.
ضاربين هاي الشقة بس الصوت كان كتير قوي.
كسفوا الكولا يا جماعة، كسفوا الكولا، كسفوا الكولا.
Oops.
افتكرناه بالبيت، دخنة قوية وكل شيء ازاز اتكسر.
Can you hear
وما
that,
كنت متوقع انه
Latino?
Yeah.
صراحة.
I mean, I don't speak his language, but I can hear it.
Well, they've got subtitles.
Damn, so they killed him and his family together?
Yeah, apparently.
Damn.
It was yesterday, actually.
Then you wonder why these people hate us. I mean, hate them, not us. Them.
Ava, hello. Come up if you want.
Ava.
All right, so let's look. You put this in the back. Let's have a look at this.
Just bullshit conspiracy.
All right, so let me blow this up right quick.
Or a radar tower in southern Georgia, but the main one right here, look at
Yeah,
this
let's
big
start
beam.
this
We're
over.
awaiting the arrival of major Category 4 Hurricane Helene. This thing is an absolute monster, but take a look at this anomaly that's shooting down almost to where we're going to see landfall. It's very interesting. I'm curious to see if this thing actually lands right on top of where we think landfall is going to be. Now, there's something else kind of shooting out here underneath this layer of moisture over the southeast. It looks like it's coming from either northern Florida or a radar tower in southern Georgia, but the main one right here, look at this big beam that shoots down right to about here. That's where we're expecting landfall, give or take. Now, something even more interesting, I want to show you on a more detailed chart. All right, I'll show you once here and then we'll zoom in, but take a look. It's coming from up in this area and it shoots down right to about here where we're expecting landfall. I'll move forward and you'll pretty much see it right away. There it is now. Boom, right here. Okay, so now we're going to zoom in and see exactly where this thing points to, because that is not your normal beam that you see coming from these radar. It's definitely coming from the state of Georgia, probably underneath this mess here. It's coming this way, and there's a cross of that other beam either coming from northern Florida or southern Georgia. All right, this is about as close as we're going to get. We're going to see one anomaly over here in the western panhandle, and then we're going to look for that shot we were just looking at. We move one frame, boom, here's those weird waves that come off. We see this a lot underneath heavy systems, especially when they're approaching the coastlines. Now we're going to look for our beam here. We're going to see it pretty well. It's right about there. So this is pretty odd. I want to know what's going on here. And there's our cross beam, again, looking like it's coming from Florida itself. So it's coming up into this direction. This one is certainly coming down from Georgia.
The white John Galt says to get out of his country if I don't want to defend the small hats.
See here the momentum.
I forgot to
bring
pay
the
rent
storm
this
up
week,
and then
John.
kind of
Small
right into this
white
area
John Galt.
here. Maybe
I
a
forgot
little
to pay
north,
your
but
rent
that's
this
what we're
week.
seeing. But take a look at these anomalies every couple frames, specifically that
white
one we were
John
looking
Galt
at.
needs
There's
to come
another
on
big
up
one right
here.
there. It's kind of a sweeper.
He's
It's
saying
got
for me to
multiple
go back
beams
to
and it
my
sweeps
country.
left
It's
and
like, you
right.
want me to
Now
be
watch
where
as
I'm
we
at?
Isn't
approach.
this
You're
your
going to see a bunch
country?
of little ones.
I
And
mean,
then we're going to see
apparently.
our
I mean, that's what I
landfall beam.
thought.
That's the only thing I can think of naming it right now. There it is. Boom, right there. So let's see how close this actually gets to where landfall takes place. Again, not something you really want to share on TikTok or anywhere else but X, because you'll just get straight up attacked. At least on X, we can have some conversations about things. Now, this
Can you now?
looks very odd. Let me know your thoughts. I'll talk to you all very soon. Bye-bye.
Uh, American Man, you want to restart and finish this video? You where is it? Oh, there it is.
Finish which video?
Um, was Oh, you know what? I guess it was Latinos.
What, the Hillary situation?
Yeah.
She gets a little bit deeper after she says what she said, and
You want to
I don't
finish
know.
it?
Yeah, their thing, because they all read from the same script. So their thing
Yeah.
is they want to get rid of the First Amendment. That's their big thing right now, because they just want to be able to put out their state sponsored news, what the narrative is, and that's it.
Well, what I mean, when you say state sponsored, which state?
The United States of America, the
Okay, so
government.
put out
Whatever the
United.
government tells you is happening, that's what you have to believe, and don't ever question anything. And if you question it, then you're a racist, bigot, homophobe, anti-Semite that hates his country.
Gotcha.
Fascist.
Yeah, fascist.
Okay, you want to finish this?
You're a
Yeah, go ahead.
neo-Nazi.
Damn, I would love to find that video.
Hey, I put a link in the back that I think had something to do with the video that you just previously shown with the lasers.
Okay, well let me this is from last stream, so let's have a Latino comment on this.
Brief final question. You liken yourself to Cassandra, the Greek mythological figure who could see the future and the prophecies, but was never believed. Putting that Cassandra hat on for the moment, but we're listening. What is something you see happening in the near future that we should be taking more seriously?
Well, I do think that the press needs a consistent. I mean, the press that's not supporting Trump blatantly.
She was about to say
very,
narrative.
Persistently. The press that's trying to be the press, be objective, be reporting the facts. The press needs a consistent narrative about the danger that Trump poses. Because people may still look at the danger and say, I don't care, it doesn't affect me, I'm going to vote for him for X, Y, or Z. But okay, but at least people need to be woken up and given the facts about what he has done, is saying, and would do. And I anticipate that something will happen in October, as it always does. The Russians, as I said earlier, are very active in this election. We know the Iranians are active as well. Chinese uses TikTok, or they certainly did against Biden and for Trump. I think they're a little less pro Trump right now. So you look at where people get their information, and they get their information largely from social media. And so the campaign is doing the best job it can to combat that, combat both domestic and foreign false disinformation. But I anticipate there will be a full court press in October. The digital airwaves will be filled. And why does that matter? Because the press that is pro-Trump anyway, oftentimes stories are put on digitally that then are picked up by, let's say, at Fox and others. And then those stories are stories, so the mainstream press reports on them. And so that story then takes on a life of its own. There will be concerted efforts to distort and pervert Kamala Harris, who she is, what she stands for, what she's done. I mean, look, the crazy story about me running a child trafficking operation out of a basement of a pizzeria. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. It was a huge story. And it got one young man in North Carolina to get in his car with his, assault rifle and drive up to liberate these non-existent children.
That's not
and shoot
true.
up a pizzeria in Washington, D.C. This is dangerous stuff. It starts online, often on the dark web. It migrates. It's picked up by the pro-Trump media. It's then reported on by everybody else, which makes sure it has about 100% coverage. and people believe it. So I don't know what it's going to be, but it will be something, and we'll have to work very, very hard to make sure that it is exposed as the lie that it is.
You want to know what's weird about that? Does anyone remember back when politicians used to run smear campaigns against one another?
You mean they don't now?
Well, I'm not saying that they don't. I'm just saying she's acting like if someone runs a smear campaign against Kamala, that's the end of the world.
Or like
No,
everybody's gonna believe
I
it.
didn't
Like,
get that. I didn't get that impression at all. She basically said, it's inevitable. That's the impression I got.
well,
Whether
but
it's the end of the world or not,
Then
I
if it's
didn't.
inedible, why even talk about
She didn't look like she was panicking over it.
of course, I mean, they're all acting, so they're not really panicking. This is about control. But like it's just weird to be like, oh my God, we need to make sure that we're only covering Trump badly, and no one says a word bad about Kamala. Like
Didn't hear
it's
her
an
say that
election.
either.
Like this is a normal election year, like any other. Both
Right.
of them are going to say ugly things about one another. Move
Yep.
on. If your
Agreed.
candidate
So
If your
one thing,
candidate is strong, just go on with your strong candidate, no matter what anyone says about her.
I
Don't try
totally
to
agree with that.
so
control.
remember,
No, we can't have people say that and hear that.
What?
so remember earlier, I was trying to correlate the magician to whatever we were talking about at that time earlier. With this whole situation, right? These people literally in a way tell us what they want to happen, or maybe even what is being planned to happen out in the open, right? So those things that she said that might happen in October, why
Okay,
is
I
she
didn't hear.
foreshadowing those
Hold on.
things?
The only thing I recall would be they smear Kamala. So what things besides that are you talking about?
She wasn't foreshadowing that October would have
Yeah,
No,
some type of
bad
I
news
situation.
for
didn't
Trump.
hear. I heard that basically it's gonna get ugly. I didn't hear anything specific. Did you?
No, but that's my point, right? Like I said, she's foreshadowing something. And this
No,
has
I
been
don't think
echoed.
you
I'm sorry,
foreshadow.
Stanley, are
You
you going to tell me how I'm
foreshadow.
thinking, or are you going to allow me to
No, I'm going to
explain?
tell you what foreshadowing is. You foreshadow something specific. What I heard from her was vague.
Where in the definition does it say foreshadowing needs to
Well,
be
I don't care
specific?
about definitions. I'm telling you
Of
what it
course you
means.
don't, Stanley. You're making them up on the fly.
I'm
But
making them
instead,
up on the fly based
all
on
right,
my
you know what? You got it. You
extensive
got the floor.
knowledge of the English language. I've been speaking it for years.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think my takeaway from that is basically they just want to be able to control the narrative. Make
Now
sure you
that
say
I
all
agree
the
with.
make sure you say all the bad things about Trump, and that's pretty much all we really want you to hear. We
What she
don't want
say
you to
bad
hear
about?
bad things of Kamala.
What did she say bad about Trump? Or are you talking in general?
No. I'm saying that's the takeaway of what Hillary Clinton was saying.
Oh,
Say
you mean the
we want
between the lines?
we want the people to only hear bad things about Trump, and make sure that they know that if you hear any bad word about Kamala, that it came from Russia and China helping Trump.
Okay, are you are you
Yep.
reading between the
If
lines?
you listen to
Oh
what she
no, please
says,
listen to my question because I'm asking one. Did she say that specifically, or are you translating what she said?
That's what she was. That's what she was.
that is
I don't
You
remember
got a
hearing.
Hillary
okay.
Clinton
I
fan.
don't remember hearing those exact words.
Hold on.
That's why I'm asking.
That is
That is
my
literally what she said.
interpretation of what she
Gotcha.
was alluding to.
Gotcha. Okay, interpretation. Gotcha. Anyone
That's the
else?
word I was looking for.
Anyone
I
else?
mean, if you play it back and listen to the
Anyone
language,
else? As far
She
as
said,
what?
didn't she say
You want to play
Russia
it
and
back? We
Iran?
can do that. I'm
Yeah,
happy to
yeah,
do.
yeah. Let's play it back and make sure we listen to the Russia and China helping Trump and all the bad and the media needs to focus on how bad Trump is. Make sure we
Okay.
pay attention to all those things that she says, and then says, and anything that comes out about Kamala, we need to make sure that no one hears it and all this nonsense. Let's all
Oh,
listen to
Send
so
the
Trump
things
back.
she
it
was
wasn't
saying.
just me imagining that. It wasn't just me imagining that
That
the
was
whole
it.
time.
Was
No, it
actually.
wasn't. That's the
We're
reason why I
gonna
put the damn video.
hold on. Let's play it back, and then we can stop it as we go along, and we can parse it as we go along.
Yeah, there we
All right,
go.
here we go. Here we go.
Do me a favor, Latino. Can you repost that?
I
Because I
got you.
had it. I closed the tab by accident.
Oh man, what's that called? Mass hysteria used to be a thing back
Don't
in the day.
Latino. Do you have the link still that you can repost?
Yeah, I think
He
he's
said, "Give him a second."
looking for it, Stanley.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of times if you listen to Hillary Clinton, she's still really butthurt about 2016.
I would
She
agree
is.
with.
Well,
You can
she
see it in her.
confirmed that
I
we're all.
would be hurt if I were her too.
Well, she
It's in the
confirmed that
back.
we are still deplorables, but she also alluded to
Yeah.
in her
I'm
comments
a
people
super
that
predator,
also
man.
associate with us.
Right. Well, I mean, I
I'm
would
a
agree
super
that she.
predator, bro. You don't see
I
my
would
hair?
agree. I would agree with all that. I don't know about the super predator, but if you insist, yep. She
Look at my
thinks.
hair. I'm a super predator.
Oh, you look kind of adorable.
Stanley,
Come on, man.
Stanley, that's another grown man.
Come
You
on.
don't
No
talk like
Diddy.
that to no
No
grown
Diddy.
man.
No Diddy.
Oh man,
I'm a father of
With
two,
that.
Stanley.
There was no way I would ever believe you're a super predator.
No Diddy.
Of the
But
ladies of the night.
Pause.
Well. He was referencing.
Okay, all right, I got you.
He's referencing something Hillary said in the 90s, 80s.
Oh, 90s. Around 94.
1994.
Yeah,
We're super
94.
predators. We're irredeemable. That type of stuff. Yeah, that was when the crime
But
bill
no,
was passed.
the deplorables was 2015 or was it
Was 2015? Yeah.
Yeah, it was
The
2015.
super predators was 1994. I mixed the two together. Sorry about that, guys.
Well, you know what? In this case, it's probably understandable. You know, she's good for a turn of phrase.
I think Latinos for Trump put that link in the back.
Yep, I'm bringing it up.
Yeah,
now.
it's up. While you're bringing that up, I just gotta say we're at the point where we're already deciding on who we all are gonna vote for. There's no convincing the other. I'm at the point where it's like, you know what? You vote for who you vote for. I vote for who I vote for. Let's all have a beer and cut the bullshit, basically.
I concur.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think there's like I think at this point everyone knows what they're gonna do. Some people gonna say they're gonna do one thing and get behind closed doors and do something else. That's pretty much how that pans out.
A lot
Well,
of them going to be scared to say their real choices.
CKJ3 specifically believes that a lot of people are doing that to a point to where Trump's going to win in a landslide. We talked about that yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I believe, because here's the thing, right? Like, we have to be honest. The moment someone says they're supporting Trump, people in society start getting really outrageous.
They do.
And so, just a
Yeah,
bunch
they
of people
start trying to attack you.
So like a bunch of people are just going to be like, you know what? I'm going to tout Kamala all the way to the polls. And then I'm going to vote where no one can see. And I don't have to tell anyone and no one will know. So, I mean, I think that is going to happen. And I also think vice versa, right? There might be some people that tout Trump that might vote Kamala. I don't think it's exclusive to one side. It's going to be more.
American man, it's time for the Trump supporters to come out the closet.
Well, they're never gonna come out, bro. Listen, right? Here's the thing. I don't think this is I don't think this is about being a Trump supporter at this point. To be honest, I just think we're at a point where like everyone can see like the whole identity politics thing,
It's
like that.
about saving the constitutional republic
Like
right now, man.
like
They're
the
trying to
scale is
create.
up.
They're trying to get the
If
Constitution out of here and put the UN agreement in the place out here. Like it's going to be crazy.
Well, what I'm noticing is that the people that are either center left or going left that are against Kamala Harris are people that have had a personal, something happened between those two personally. I'll use Janet Jackson as an example. I got an opportunity to read Kamala's comments in circa 2003, 2004, when the King of Pop, may he rest in peace, ended up turning himself in to face SA charges for which he was acquitted on. And what I didn't realize is that Kamala Harris, when she was DA for San Francisco County, was actually trying to prosecute him too. If I'm
Oh,
Janet
really?
Jackson, I'm going to have a personal.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
So if I'm Janet, I'm
Stanley,
going to have a
they got
personal
a
vendetta
personal
too.
relationship.
Oh yeah, bad blood, extremely bad blood. So when this dumbass for a publicist comes up and is like, Janet Jackson supports people of inclusivity, blah blah blah, and she didn't mean
No,
what she
Juan,
was
it
saying
wasn't
about
like
Kamala
that.
Harris.
It wasn't like that. It was more like this.
I know.
Well, Janet wants to apologize from the bottom of her heart because we don't tolerate this nonsense. No, we don't. That's
And Janet was
with a
like,
soy latte.
and Janet came back with, "The fuck do you mean? You're fired." And then he came back with, "I don't deserve this at all." Like, dude, get back to your
There you go.
Starbucks job.
You
It's
got
waiting
it.
for you,
You
man.
got it. That's done. You hit it right on the nail, Juan.
But the thing that made Janet Jackson go that way was, when I read the comments circa 2003, 2004, I'm like, shit, if I were Janet Jackson and this were a family member of mine that you're going after personally, no, it's personal. I'm going to say what I say and mean what I say as well. And she's not the only one that's done that.
I absolutely understand it better now. Y'all
Do
ready
you
to
want
play the video?
Well, yes, but hold on. Let me just say that you want to know something else I find ironic? In that whole thing, they blame Janet Jackson's brother, right? And this is
because
this
he's a
is
Trump
kind of
supporter.
this is kind of the weird thing that they do, right?
That's what
Is
they
that
do. They don't take accountability. Come on,
well,
man.
no, but Janet Jackson didn't blame her brother. The media did, right? There's this weird thing where 1 minute you're a strong, independent woman, could do all the things alone, and then if you kind of get out of line, the next minute now it's a man's fault that you got out of line, right?
Yeah,
And
I
it's
see
just
what you're
weird,
saying. I see what you're saying.
right? And it's weird because
Yeah, it's just
I
annoying.
was watching someone else, and it was some Twitter spat that had gone on, and it got weird. And a lady had pointed out, she was like, "So when do women get to be adults, or are they like
or be accountable?"
Yeah, like children forever. Like which
That's
angle
what
do
I
you
American
don't.
want to
man.
take?
There's a saying.
American
There's a
man. No
saying,
offense to
American man. There's a saying, American man,
account.
that goes: as men get older, they get wiser and mature. As women get older,
Yes.
they immature.
Well,
They want
I
to
I
do
don't.
was
the
I
gonna
things
mean,
that
say
they
no
couldn't do
offense.
when they were younger. They want to do when they're old, and it's like, so when you're young, you want to be old, and when you're like, bitch.
I don't know if I
Well,
necessarily agree with that. I'm just pointing out the weirdness of how like
Bro, you city girls, come
women
on, man.
women
City
have
girls,
this like
city girls
thing
be 40 years old, bro,
where
twerking and shit.
where like they're
Ready to
strong and
play the video?
independent, and then in the next minute it's kind of like, well, the man forced them. Like it's weird. All right, go ahead,
well,
Phil.
real quick before you play the video, and no slide to Virgo, because Virgo, you don't count. But with most women, accountability is like freaking like the weakest. Like
Kryptonite,
that's the thing that'll
kryptonite,
take all of their freaking power away from them. It's like getting,
kryptonite.
was it
Sore
like
losers. I
that
call it sore
6-hit
loser
combo
syndrome.
from Chun Li on Street Fighter? It's kryptonite to them. It's hilarious. And
It's
then
sore
when you try
loser
to hold them
syndrome, bro.
accountable,
That's all it is. It's sore loser
all right, play
syndrome.
the video. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, Stanley. I had to say that.
Okay. Oh no problem. I'm enjoying it.
The Greek mythological figure who could see the future and the prophecies, but was never believed.
Let me know when
Putting
you
that
want to stop
Cassandra
it.
hat on for the moment, but we're listening. What is something you see happening in the near future that we should be taking more seriously?
Well, I do think that the press needs a consistent. The press that's not supporting Trump blatantly very persistently. The press that's trying to be the press, be objective, be, reporting the facts. The press needs a consistent narrative.
Okay, can you pause it right there, Stanley? And this question is posed to you and you only, because I know how everyone else feels. I'm sure you know that the press are not being the press with Trump. And
well, she literally just said that the press is not going to support Trump.
Right, but she also went and said the press is being the press. The press is not being objective. They're all like outside of Fox News and a couple of one or two stations that's mostly obscure.
So what do you disagree with that she said?
No. I'm asking you.
Oh.
Do you agree that the press is being the press and they're not just telling us how bad Trump is?
I agree that the press is being the press. I agree that the press is not supporting Trump outside of, some specific right-wing outlets. Now, I don't think it seems like she's trying to say that they're being objective. I don't know so much about that part, but by and large, yeah, I agree with everything she said so far.
Well, to be fair, the press that I've noticed this particular political cycle has been giving Kamala Harris and Hillary Clinton a lot of help.
Yeah, I'll accept
they've been
that
really, really
answer,
tough
Stanley.
on them.
A lot of help or hell?
No, a lot of hell. They've been really, really rough on Hillary and Kamala this political cycle.
Hey guys. Okay, so we're pretty much.
No, I'm not putting her on.
Hey Ava, we're reviewing a Hillary Clinton little interview here.
Okay, I'm talking to my mom right now about how she hates Trump and whatever, and I thought.
Oh, tell her to be
talk
careful. I've got some. This is a mixed company at best. They'll bite her.
Oh, come on, we won't bite. We're good. We're good people. No se preocupen. Oh, wait a minute.
Ava's mother. Don't. She's special now. Don't be vicious.
Ava's mom.
You want to say hi,
Good to see you, Ava's mom and Ava.
No. Come on! I want to see you debate these people. I have nothing. Why? Are you scared?
Tell her they're all nice gentlemen. They're
all nice gentlemen.
They will be polite.
Yo, can you guys chill, bro? Please.
I need a year. Dang it. She seems more open to it before I came on. I think you guys scared. Yeah, I'll take it. Because mom, what were you saying a second ago?
She's putting her mom on the spot. I see what's happening now. If I were her mom, I'd say no too.
About what? The accountability?
Ava, your mother already knows you're throwing her under the bus.
Way to be subtle, right?
What is your guys' opinion on Kamala?
No comment.
What's a what?
Listen, right? It's a woman of color running for president.
Yeah, let's just leave it at
that.
Is it?
Yes, a woman of color.
Yeah, she's Indian.
Well, she has hue. Yeah, sure. All right, cool.
I mean, she's considered a woman of color.
My mom is a woman of color. What is that?
She's a woman of a certain hue.
Me no black, papi. Me no negro.
But listen, right? Again, if you guys know the umbrella of women of color, she's in that umbrella along with the Asians and Arab women and all those people. That's the basket that women of color get thrown in. That's how it works. Let's not start pretending.
Whites don't get put in color.
It's a basket of brown bread.
Sam, what does that have to do with anything, though?
Marble rye.
Nothing. That's pretty much all she has going is that she's a woman of color. She's a woman of color and she's a woman and she's a Democrat. That's it. There's
And
nothing
she
else.
has the most beautiful. She has the most beautiful laugh.
And what does Trump have going for him?
He's orange.
They missed twice.
Honesty.
They missed twice.
Really? Are you really gonna wave that red cape, Matador, Ava?
He's orange.
Too late.
orange.
The flag's already out. The Bulls are charging. Well, yeah. I mean, a marriage is a business. I mean, if you run your marriage right, you're going to run your marriage like a business. And of course, it was obvious that they were going to update the anti-nuptials that they had. I mean, that's like any LLC or corporation updating their operating agreement. To me, I saw that as normal.
Okay, but what does Trump offer that you want? Because I feel like I don't want him to win.
Oh, look at her picking a fight.
And that's okay. You don't have to want him to win. That's fine.
These guys are gentlemen. Don't be picking on them.
No, you can pick on us. It's all good.
I'm just trying to get you to say something that my mom will
Ava,
do it.
No, she's trying to. She's trying.
Oh, she's picking a fight with her mom. No. We don't get involved in that stuff. Sorry.
I was just about to say. I don't know why y'all going and getting involved.
Yeah,
man.
These gentlemen are all high level, like gentleman types. They're not going to get in the middle of you and your mom's cat fight.
I'm trying to give you content here.
Is that what you're doing?
Oh, we got content. Yeah, we're good.
Look, and then here's the thing. A week later on YouTube, four MAGA supporters jumping on someone's mom. You know how that goes.
No, worse than that, we would be under investigation by the FBI.
I just want to.
We would all be getting target letters. You guys committed hate speech.
Yeah.
Therefore, you violated this hate provision of the U.S. Code, Title 18 U.S. Code.
We'll be that guy.
You guys will be coming to me. Hey, Pacheco, what's a target letter? We having to explain. That means we're all facing indictments.
We're already
because we jumped in.
We're already on the list. Sure.
Oh, because we.
Me Too'd?
A target letter is way worse than a Me Too. Me Too just cancels you socially. A target letter means you're going to prison. No.
You're my puppy.
We will be calling your mother to the stand.
And she will testify that you tried to bring her into this mess, not us.
No, we're not fighting. I genuinely just think that she's kind of good at what she makes points that I want to see.
Well, we'd love to listen to her points. We're an open panel. I mean, John Galt's done a really, he's done a really good job of making this an open forum. So she's always welcome to hop on.
Oh my God, this chick on TV with these ridiculous.
Tell her she needs to have a couple glasses of wine first.
Mom, what do you go on after a couple glasses of wine? Why?
Some Pinot Noir.
Why not? It's fun.
Gotta loosen her up.
Oh, that's on the big screen.
Okay. Why do you?
Sam in the chat, I know exactly what Frazzle Drip is, and I don't want to get into that. I saw some of that stuff on alternative news shows, and I don't ever want to see what I saw when it came to that shit ever again. Matter of fact, I don't even want to talk about Frazzle Drip again.
What's going on?
Get crack.
Oh,
no.
What's up, Crack?
Oh, Lord.
What's up, Crack? Been waiting for you to get on, man.
Man, I'm busy. I'm gonna do my stock stuff for this whole month. That's all I'm gonna be doing.
Because the closing month.
Yeah, this is the real deal, man. It's gonna get riled.
Is it triple witching?
Same thing. My wife is going to be busy this whole month.
No, it's not triple witching. Triple witching's over. What's up?
What is your predictions if what will happen to the stock market if Kamala wins versus if Trump wins?
No,
it don't matter.
I'm not gonna go down.
It doesn't matter. Yeah.
He said it doesn't matter.
Yeah, in the end, it won't matter. Yeah.
Will it go up or down?
Well, wait,
real quick. Go up or down, one or the other.
But the market, overall will go up anyway. America doesn't care overall. Yeah.
Real quick, get cracked. Do you have the longshoremen reached a consensus today, or is the strike still on?
I haven't heard, but if it lasts longer than a week, it's gonna be bad.
If it lasts longer than a day, we're screwed because the Port of Houston is also in trouble.
It's predicted every day that they strike a week.
It's like 3 days worth of shit. Yeah.
No, it's a week of shipping that they have to like backlog.
Oh God, that's even worse. That's even worse.
Good for the West Coast though. West Coast shipping stocks. If any
What is that, a
shipping
Chihuahua?
stocks exposed to the West Coast
Mini
will take all
Austin.
of it. Yeah.
Be prepared for everyone to run for the toilet paper and leave everything else on the shelf.
Which will allow me to get the food since I just got paid about 2 hours ago. So I'm good.
or just stock up on whites and buy a bidet, and it makes it a lot easier.
White bread and toilet paper. That's where it's at.
Salute, 12th man.
Salute.
Hey, salute.
Okay.
Salute, y'all. American man won.
What's up? What's up, 12th
Ava,
man?
Ava the G.
What's up?
In Seattle, getting
I
their
guess we're
ass
done
kicked
with Hillary
right
Clinton's
now.
babble.
No,
Huh?
we're not done with Hillary Clinton.
So I'm just gonna say this.
Yeah, I was gonna say
the shipping. If the shipping in the East Coast stays shut down for longer than a week, then I probably would be thinking about this one. Zim. All right. So this is a West Coast, mostly West Coast shipping from China to the U.S. So these will probably get more.
They'll get it worked out, get cracked.
Yeah, I mean,
it's the
doesn't
end
matter.
of
If
the
you want to
world.
trade, you want a quick trade, this will be a good flip.
What should I buy it now?
All right. Get
food
back to me
stock.
tomorrow.
Okay.
I mean, I would.
Right now, it's in a good trading.
It's
trade right
the way it's set up is already nice before this thing happened. This thing might be what's gonna juice it up.
Blow it up.
I would warn you because it's a small hat company. So,
That's a small.
That means we're taking their money. I guess that means we're taking their money. Real quick, get cracked. Was this company over 500 years old? And if it was over 500 years old, did they engage in the selling of certain humans as slaves? If they did, then I'm out.
It wasn't 500 years old, bro. Or at least I don't know. Maybe it was. Yeah.
The money was laundered down.
Jewel has a question up on the screen.
Yeah. Aren't there new banking standards taking effect tomorrow? Are you talking
Not that I knew
about Basel IV? I don't know. You gotta be more specific, Jewel. Yeah. That's not implemented until like 2 more years. Complete implementation. So remember that 2 more years.
No, real quick, and Stanley, I think you might find this interesting if you're still here. They have a proposed 28th Amendment that they introduced last Friday, and I'm going to nerd out probably on Wednesday or Thursday and actually read the proposed 28th Amendment to see what it actually entails.
We have a whole new amendment happening.
Well, they haven't called a constitutional convention yet, but Congress has proposed a 28th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution.
And what's
a lot of people are screaming. Well, I don't know. That's the thing. A lot of people are yelling and screaming, "Oh my God, it's the end of the world!" Blah blah blah. And I'm thinking, I need to read it first before I. What the rumor is that they're proposing is that it basically undercuts the First Amendment and the Fourth Amendment, basically to allow the government to get us up out of here for what we speak. But I don't know. That's the thing.
That's certainly not going to happen.
Doesn't the
I don't
Fourth
think so
Amendment
either.
have to do with hold on.
Unlawful search and seizure.
Ava, don't let the dog lick you in the mouth, Ava. That's nice.
I'm going to say this, right?
Once it starts, it won't stop.
A lot of things is all about wording.
That thing licks his balls, Ava.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, in law, every word has a significance. That's the very first thing that they taught us in legal writing.
Right? Everything is about wording, and they leave things vague on purpose, so that they can throw everything in that box with that vague word. So,
so I just heard something today.
Vague wordings.
I just heard something today about the Fourth Amendment. Them trying to get that the Fourth Amendment was the only reason why they can't get CBDCs into the law
into circulation. And they're absolutely right, because the government can't just snoop into your stuff to see what you're spending. That's a reasonable expectation of privacy. However, from what I understood, where I spend my money is not a reasonable expectation of privacy. So, for example, my bank statements or what have you, they can subpoena my bank records and there's nothing I can do about it. So I figured if the banks are jumping in with this Fed now thing, I was of the impression that that would have been the back door. If not, then the government's dumber than I thought.
So no, they're not, and that's why they're trying to attack the first and the fourth right now, because
Dr.
once
Bell
they do
attacked the
that,
first and the fourth. Are we ready to look at this video?
Yeah, let's go ahead and continue.
Oh no,
Okay.
I think halftime's over. I'll be back.
I don't know, Stanley. Don't be so quick to brush it off.
Oh, I'm not only quick. I'm gonna pretend I never heard that.
I'm glad you're prepared, Stanley.
Maybe you should read what that,
you know what?
that so-called new amendment is.
All I have to say is I'll let you worry warts worry, and I'm gonna watch this video.
The danger. Say, I don't care. It doesn't doesn't affect me. I'm going to vote for him for X, Y, or Z. But okay. But at least
Wait, hold it. American Man, you were asking me about something, or do you want to move on?
No. We already cleared that up. You cleared that up about the
Okay.
first about what she was talking about, whatever she was babbling about.
Okay, yeah, I think the only thing she's getting a little dodgy here is that the press is objective. I don't particularly agree to that.
Well, yeah, that and the fact that the press is doing what the press does, that in and of itself is problematic, because what
Well, what does the press do
well
other
hold
than
on.
not be objective?
Well, but the press is supposed to be objective, and
supposed to
Still
be, but
halftime.
they're not.
right,
I think
right.
we both agree on that. Right?
Agreed, right? I agree, but the whole point is that she's claiming that the press is being subjective when
And
they're
I
not.
think that's dodgy. I think I pointed that out.
Right, and so
well,
her saying,
let's not forget when she first
and
started
so
off
her
her
saying
statement
that
about to
the press does what the press does is
Right,
incorrect.
and what they're doing is not being objective. Do we agree on that?
Yeah, but I'm just talking about her wording. She's lying on the
Okay, well,
press because they're not
her
being
wording is
objective.
her wording. You can't tell her what to say.
Well, to add to his point, when she first started off her statement, she stuttered and she was about to say that the press needs a consistent narrative.
Yeah, she was
But
about
then
to
she
say
walked
that.
into
And then, if you'll wait 30 seconds more, she literally says narrative. Or do I need to replay that?
Yeah, I was going to say, let's go ahead and continue playing it, because it's like we're beating a dead horse already.
And
Yeah. I don't know why we need to use the word narrative. We've been watching for 10 years. No. What I'm saying is, though, we don't need to be surprised. We've been watching it for 10 years.
I'm certainly not surprised.
Well, certain individuals might not be surprised, but when you have people like Stanley who want
Wait,
to,
I just said I'm not surprised.
okay.
I literally
Let's just go ahead and play the video, because we're literally repeating the same stuff all over again. It's like we're going in a circle.
Why does Hillary look like a bowling pin?
Because she's getting old.
She's getting older. She's like 77 or
yeah, she's approaching 80. You know, she won't look like the girlfriend you were in love with years ago there, 12
woken up and given the facts about what he has done, is saying, and would do. And I anticipate that, something will happen in October.
Pause it right there.
Does.
Why do they have to be given the facts? Are they?
That's why she.
Are the adults not smart enough to look at the man's actions?
But American Man, she's literally about to answer it right now. She's about to answer your question.
Well, I just want to point the language out, but go ahead, Stanley.
Okay.
The Russians, as I said earlier, are very active in this election. We know the Iranians are active as well. Chinese uses TikTok, or they certainly did against Biden and for Trump. I think they're a little less pro Trump right now. So you look at where people get their information, and they get their information largely from social media. And so the campaign is doing the best job it can to combat both domestic and foreign false disinformation. But I anticipate there will be a full court press in October. The digital airwaves will be filled.
October
Why does that matter?
surprise.
Because the press that is pro-Trump anyway, oftentimes stories are put on digitally that then are picked up by, let's say, at Fox and others. And then those stories are stories, so the mainstream press reports on them. And so that story then takes on a life of its own. There will be concerted efforts to distort and pervert Kamala Harris, who she is, what she stands for, what she's done. I mean, look, the crazy story about me running a child trafficking operation out of a basement of a pizzeria. Don't laugh. Don't laugh.
Notice they're trying to make that a right
in North
wing
Carolina
sport.
to get in his car with his, assault rifle and
What is
drive
she
up to
talking
liberate
about?
these non-existent children. And
She's
shoot up
talking about Pizzagate when that dude shot the hard drive at Comet's Pizza.
Starts online, often on the dark web.
Look, when you look at, can we stop for a second?
Trump media.
If she's not guilty, why she's still talking about it?
When you look at who are on the boards of these people's highest donors and who have the highest percentage of shares in these companies and who have the most say so in board what do you call it? What do you call it, Juan? Board.
I don't remember.
When you're
I
making
don't know if
decisions
it's
over a company and you have majority
board of
share.
the board of directors is what I've always known it as, but I think we're going too deep. It's not that deep. The answer to American Man's question was literally in that last 40 seconds of what Stanley just played. If he could rewind it back, basically what she's saying without saying it is, news media, your October surprise is to basically fall back into lockstep, stop the compartmentalization bullshit, and continue
the little
with
bit
our
that
narrative.
they do. The little bit that they
exactly.
do. I wonder if she was this bothered when they came out with the Trump PP tapes. I wonder if she wanted the
How
dark
many
web
years
and
ago
all
was
that
Do we
to
need
stop.
to relitigate that too?
No, we don't need to relitigate any of this because this is literally 2016. This is 2015, 2016 all over again.
She probably
Yes, it is.
created the dark web.
My whole thing is, right, I mean, it's not about relitigating it. She's so concerned about lies and dark stuff, but I'm sure she wasn't
He's
just
an
bothered
evil
about the fake
beast,
PP tapes.
American man. He's an evil beast, bro. Telling you, man.
Can I play now?
No.
No, go ahead and play, Stanley. Go ahead and play it, man.
I thought you were going back to the football game.
Got one young man in North Carolina to get in his car with his, assault rifle and drive up to liberate these non-existent children and shoot up a pizzeria in Washington, D.C. This is dangerous stuff. It starts online, often on the dark web. It migrates. It's picked up by the pro-Trump media. It's then reported on by everybody else, which makes sure it has about 100% coverage. And people believe it. So I don't know what it's going to
It didn't have coverage though until the guy did what he did, and it didn't start on the dark web. It started on 4chan, which is hilarious to me. But 4chan is not the dark web. It's a whole bunch of people that they say some of the dumbest shit on there. It's hilarious.
Bro, but
Well, she actually
most of the
hold on. She
mainstream
actually
media-
said some of it starts on the dark web. She was kind of vague about what starts on the dark web, but she
On
said
the dark web and what doesn't.
She didn't say Pizzagate started on the dark web.
99% of the mainstream media is left-wing propaganda.
And that
So,
has to do with what? How is that relevant to this video?
It's relevant because she's trying to spin it as if Trump's media outlet has some sort of hold over national media, and that's not
Okay.
true.
I didn't hear
That's a
that.
facade.
I didn't hear any of that.
Maybe you
So-
need to run it back a few seconds.
No, I don't think
Oh,
this is the second time, and this is the second time.
Yeah, I mean, I
hearing
just
the
think,
same things that have nothing to do
Stanley, you
with
need some
much
of
about
those
anything.
beeswax
12th man,
You light
you
'em.
might need to go
They-
back to the football game.
It clears your ears out. You like the
No,
wax
I don't think
too?
I need to clean my ears out. I think you need to purify your blood.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Exposed,
Qué bárbaro.
as the lie that it is.
Yeah, same
Yes,
old Hillary
again,
Clinton.
it's
Yeah, and
basically get your ass in
actually,
step
this
is
is the
basically what
first
it
time
is.
I've even heard Hillary this election season. So, I mean,
Hillary,
I
Hey,
right?
kind of
Stanley,
goes
she's been
back
out
to.
there. She's been talking for at least a month now.
Oh, really? She
Yeah.
honestly hasn't come
Yeah, she's been
across
up.
my radar.
She's
I
not
mean,
doing anything. She's not really doing anything that big, though. You look at this. This is an interview, from the Clinton Global Initiative. They've been doing stuff like this for a while, and if you notice, I mean, it's on X, and even shit, I didn't even know about it until Latinos for Trump gave you the link. Not that
Honestly,
many people are paying attention to that.
honestly, the only reason why Stanley, why Hillary Clinton is out there to get older white women to make sure that they stay in the Democrat Party and vote for Kamala. That's pretty much the only reason she's out there. Like, she's not out there for any other reason. She's been saying the same thing since she lost the election.
She's
Like,
begging
man,
older American men. She's begging older white women to vote for her. That's what she's
To
doing.
vote for her?
Yeah, or
Why would they vote for her?
Kamala.
Oh,
Vote
She's
for
not running for
Kamala.
president. Oh, okay. Okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
I meant vote for Kamala.
yeah, that's it. That's the only reason she's out there.
So she can remain relevant, basically.
I don't even know how much relevance she really has outside of like Democrat fanatics. Outside of that,
Her relevance.
she's not relevant.
Her relevance. Yeah, her relevance and Bill Clinton's relevance went downhill.
Hillary
Go ahead. I'm sorry, buddy.
No, Hillary is desperate to remain relevant. Go ahead, Juan. My bad.
Well,
I'm just saying that her relevancy dropped. Her relevancy dropped post 2016. The moment Trump won, it was over for her. And the moment Bill Clinton got Me Too in the presidential debates, it was over for him too. Do they have influence financially? Oh yeah, most definitely. But politically, to run for president again, not a chance.
I'm
Well,
gonna say this.
So they have to look for other.
Obviously,
Go ahead. I'm
not
sorry.
even in shape to do it. I mean, she is aging.
The way I'm
she is.
seeing
You're
it
absolutely right.
that it's an endorsement. They're just endorsing her, and the people who liked Hillary back in the day when she was running, hopefully she's going to influence them to go into Kamala and Tim Walz, and
And
look at it
they're
as
all old too.
Right. I mean, again, right? Just like I said, her only reason for speaking is to make sure older white women go out and vote for Kamala.
I agree with that. I agree
It's
with that.
that simple.
And I think as long as she stays at her foundation and they keep her contained there, that's good.
That is good. But the other thing is that it's not going to be much of an influence. And the reason why is because, again, when Latinos for Trump, as an example, when he posted that link, I didn't even know about this. It's like, oh, there's another Clinton Global Initiative talk. Okay.
I didn't either. So
I would venture to say though that the Obamas killed the Clintons' relativity.
Stanley,
I don't think it was done on
Yeah.
purpose. I just think it was done inadvertently.
Well,
may I ask a
the
question?
Clintons kind of wore a limelight out, I would say, and they needed to bring in somebody new.
Stanley, are you going to cover the vice presidential debate tonight?
it's tomorrow night, isn't it?
It's tomorrow night.
Tomorrow
Yeah.
night? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's tomorrow night.
Now I do
can't
have
stand
the
that.
Washington Examiner has kind of a preview thing, which I didn't find really.
I can't stand that Fred Flintstone looking motherfucker Walt.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Greatbeard. You're
He looks
looking
like Fred.
you're
He looks
looking
like
pretty
a
you're looking pretty
Fred
paleo
Flintstone.
yourself.
Yeah, but I don't look like Fred Flintstone.
Yabba dabba doing.
Okay.
Well, I'm not watching it because I don't see the point in. I never saw the point in vice presidential debates since what was it? The Obama Mitt Romney when what was it? Paul Ryan versus Joe Biden circa 2012.
I have an
At
idea.
that point, it was just like, at that point, it was like you two are spewing the same talking points that the presidents are spewing. I might as well watch those.
Juan, I think that this one is going to be watched because the debate between Kamala and Trump was so underwhelming and just such a disaster that like people need to listen to hopefully sane people. So I think that this one will be why it's probably going to be watched by more people than
Well,
usual.
it's two solid Midwesterners, so it probably will be more interesting, actually.
There's another
Yeah,
video. There's
a
another
Minnesotan versus an Ohioan.
Yeah, and Trump versus Kamala is really East Coast versus West Coast, coastal elite. So
Yes, it is New York versus California. You're absolutely right.
That's interesting, Stanley. I completely lunched on that one. That is West Coast versus East Coast.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Biggie versus Tupac battle, the political version.
There's another video in the back.
And it's funny. It's funny that Diddy's on the prowl too, right?
I saw that. So we're basically gonna be. If you guys missed it, we looked at this Israel going into southern Lebanon. They've pretty much launched a ground attack.
I saw that. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll just go ahead and go into.
Who lost the ground attack, Stanley?
You what?
I hope both teams play a good game. That's all I got to say about
ground attack?
Israel into southern Lebanon.
Israel lost the ground attack?
They launched. They invaded. Stanley, I don't know if you know this. I think you do. The guy that orchestrated the embassy bombings that deleted 241 of our U.S. Marines, they got him. He got hit in a strike last week.
He's the leader of Hezbollah?
One of the leaders. So they always have like a number 2 or a number 3 guy.
Israel cleaned house.
Yeah, they took him out with a quickness. Darn near vaporized the guy.
Yeah, that I mean, fighting Hezbollah is the real reason we were giving them money. We weren't giving them money to fight Palestine. They don't really need no one's help or finances to fight.
Well, they created a lot of enemies, and I can't necessarily say as I blame the enemies now at this particular point because they told all of the Palestinian people, minus the militants, to go to Rafah, and then they started bombing Rafah. That's a problem. That's a huge problem.
I watched that Israeli commander on Fox News like a year ago said, "We don't need anyone's help. We will defend our country."
Hold on, not to fight Palestine. Yeah, they don't need anyone's help to fight Palestine. I mean, it's the Gaza Strip. Right. I mean, it's not. It's not like that's not a big ordeal. Like it's just not that big.
That's live right now. Nothing is happening.
Okay, so we're gonna look at Latino.
How many did they kill? Hezbollah.
They haven't gone in there yet, but they're on their way.
Oh wow. So no winners or losers yet, but I'll put my money on the small hats. I think the small hats are gonna win.
All right, here we go. Let's see here. We need to do. Yeah.
I gotta check on the Seahawks real quick.
I'm gonna play this and go back and read the script or the shoot. What did I just do?
14-21 Seahawks. We scored.
That's as exciting as Tough Guy and his Kansas City Chiefs.
Yes, it is.
A lot of people talking about Kansas City. Talking about Kansas City real quick. A lot of people are laughing at Rashee Rice and saying that what happened to him yesterday was karma.
West Coast versus East Coast. I love whipping the East Coast.
Yo, how about them cheese, nigga? How about them cheese, nigga? Yo, man. Yo, how about them cheese, nigga? Nigga, I told you, man.
I'm getting thrills.
I'm just sad that my man Isaiah Pacheco, since he has the same last name as me, I'm sad that he got injured.
Cheeseburger eat. That's what he was saying all
All right, here we go.
I'm gonna buy me a new Seahawks sweatshirt if we win tonight. We gotta hurt them boys, though. We gotta hurt them.
You're giving Latino ammunition. You do know
Fuck
this,
your
right?
Seahawks, nigga. Fuck your Seahawks, nigga. Cheeseburger eating ass.
We coming for you, Kansas City. We coming for you, my nigga.
Oh man, we don't even need anybody on the panel. It could just be all Latino for Trump. Latino for Trump should just be by himself and just replicate a panel.
No,
you know it's gonna come to that. One
I don't
day
know,
when
12 man. Donnie Factor says they're about to score Detroit.
One day, Latino for Trump.
12 man.
We're gonna get your Kansas City ass.
Hey,
I promise you.
Hey, you remember when they didn't hand the ball to Marshawn?
Yeah, that's the day we lost.
Oh, please don't remind me of that. Latinos, no, man. No, man.
Wait, Portuguese is technically white.
Well, yeah, they're Western European, Stanley.
Oh, yeah.
Are you from? Is he from Portugal, or is he from Brazil, or is he from what is that Portuguese country in Africa?
Dude, this person keeps posting all kinds of stuff on this chat.
What is it? Is it still Angola? I can't even remember now.
Ah man,
I want to say it's Angola, but I'm not 100% sure.
No, I think they changed their name. Namibia.
Who we talking about here?
Namibia. No, that was Germany, bro. That was East Angola. East Africa. No, Angola. Angola. You're right. It's Angola.
Is it still Angola?
You think so? I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought they changed their name, but anyway, let's play this. I don't know. Maybe I'm supposed
Did they
to be
escape from prison, or what's going on?
Latino.
These guys are the ones trying to rob like a bunch of.
Yeah, let me read the
What
script.
country is this in?
No, this is here.
This is here, bro.
Where?
Is it me, or is the guy at the very bottom left? Look at the guy at the very bottom left. That dude looks like Master Kim without the hat.
What?
Go back. Look at the guy in the white shirt at the bottom left.
Oh,
he looks just like Master Kim without the hat.
This is what he does for business, huh? It all makes sense.
All right. Well, it says 8 alleged migrants have been arrested in eastern Tennessee for robbing flood victims as local communities try to recover from apocalyptic flooding. Local Americans are helping their neighbors in need. However, some migrants are capitalizing on the tragedy. Alban Nahun Vega Rapallo, 24. David Bayron Rapallo, 37.
Brothers.
Kevin Noe Martinez Lopez, 25. Marvin Hernandez Martinez, 43. And Dalen Gabriel Gillen, 37, were charged with aggravated burglary.
Can I ask Juan something?
Sure.
Juan, do
Go
you have
ahead.
a name like that too? Where you have to mention your middle name, your last name, and everything?
No, but my kid on the way is gonna have that. My kid on the way is gonna have like 4 different names.
I have that.
The person in my family, Latinos, would be my grandfather, Raimundo, and then my aunt, Doña Paula, that still lives on the island. They have like 4 or 5 different names.
Okay, so Jesus, is it Leoden? Garcia Pineda, Josu Berardo Ortiz Valdez, 30, and Ursi Leonel Ortiz Valdez, 33, was charged with burglary. While some migrants are robbing people during the tragedy, locals are using privately owned helicopters to deliver supplies as the government shuffles its feet. Local residents are volunteering their time and money to save lives by making rescues and dropping supplies. Any
All right,
comment?
for the migrants, quick public service announcement. When the looting starts, the blankety blank starts. Cuando quiera
Right.
robar, aquí nosotros podemos disparar las balas.
This read alleged migrants, so I'll take it at that.
When the looting starts, that's when the shooting starts around here.
12th man, I was trying to avoid saying that word so that this channel don't get yeeted by the haters, man.
Yeah, he's shooting off his mouth. That's what he meant.
Yeah, that's what he meant. YouTube, he was shooting the shooting off of the mouth starts. The shit talking starts. Yeah.
All right, so where do we go from here?
Yeah, about them fucking cheese, man. Go eat a
Can't
fucking
wait for
cheeseburger, Dad.
Thanksgiving. I get all kind of free food around Thanksgiving.
I don't know if there's going to be any free food around Thanksgiving. The things are so volatile right now that people are actually buying their turkeys now. That's how volatile, because they don't know how much the turkey's going to cost next month.
Yep.
That's a good idea, actually.
I'm going to pull the Rodney Dangerfield for Thanksgiving.
Again after seeing it go down 60 cents this last month, and now it just
I got a canned turkey in a 5-gallon jar from last year. I can eat that.
Oh my God.
Well, for 12th man, I'm so broke. I got a picture of a turkey that I'll be putting on my wall for Thanksgiving. I'll probably be licking that thing for days before I realize, oh shit, it's not a real turkey. That's so
Replace that turkey with the Cornish hen.
You're gonna lick it?
Well, it's a play on a Rodney Dangerfield joke, Stanley. He's like, he's talking about how they were so poor his mom gave him a picture of a turkey. He'd been licking the plate for like weeks.
Hey, you might have to swap that turkey out with the Cornish hen.
Put some butter on
Cornish hen, huh?
Grab you 2 Cornish hens.
Anybody have any comments on Pete Rose's passing?
Yo, the Dikembe Mutombo died of brain cancer.
I remember him. That's about it.
He gambled and he threw his own baseball team under the bus when he played for the Reds, didn't he?
Yeah.
Say goodbye.
Right? Yeah, Dikembe Mutombo died too.
Yeah, I can't believe he died.
Who?
Dikembe Mutombo.
No way.
He was only 58 too. That's the thing.
Bro, no.
Brain
exactly.
Dunk on
him. Dunk on him.
No.
Me?
No, that's what he would say every time he rejected a shot.
You know, he's
Yeah, supposedly they had, like, David Stern himself went and begged him to stop doing that. So he was pissing people off.
Michael Jordan did it back and actually got a technical. That was the funny part.
Yeah, that's right. He dunked on him or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he dunked on him for that one time that he was actually able to dunk on him, and then he did the no wagging the finger. They gave him a technical foul.
Fuck LeBron.
Yeah, that was probably worth it, man.
Yes, it was. I would imagine
it was. You know, it was worth it.
Michael's the man, bro.
You know it's going to be sad if and when Michael Jordan's time comes. That is, to me, that's going to be a really, really sad day, because that's going to be the day that, you know what, my mortality hits me.
I'm going to wear everything Jordan that day, roll a big-ass blunt, and watch Space Jam.
Is it going to be worse than when Kobe died?
Did you say you're going to watch Space Jam?
I kind of think Jordan will live longer than the average athlete, to be honest with you. I don't know why I do, but I think so.
This news story with Ian Duncan.
The next
Go
thing
ahead.
I
I
got
was.
is the port strike. It's an audio article. Y'all want to hear that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt when you were playing it, Stanley.
No, that's all right. No, I didn't mean to interrupt y'all. I was just testing it. Let's see here. All right, so we're gonna play. It's only 8 minutes or so. Oh no, it's about nine minutes. 9:23.
David J. Lynch, Jacqueline Pizer, and Rachel Lerman.
And it's
East
an
Coast
AI
port strike
voice.
imminent as union deal remains elusive. Analysts say economic impact of a shutdown affecting dozens of ports will be impossible to avoid. Port operators from New England to Texas braced for a strike by the powerful Longshoremen's Union that appeared likely to begin early Tuesday, a work stoppage that will bring trade to a halt along the coast and send ripples through the broader economy. 5 weeks before the national election, the White House said administration officials had been in touch with both sides and was working around the clock over the weekend to avert the strike. The shippers and operators, represented by the United States Maritime Alliance, issued a statement late Monday saying the sides had traded proposals in recent days and requesting a contract extension to allow for further negotiations. The alliance described its offer as generous, including 50% raises. The union did not immediately respond publicly as the clock ticked toward a midnight deadline. A prolonged strike, anticipated at 36 ports along the East Coast and Gulf of Mexico, could lead to shortages in retail stores and price increases, and even a short one would snarl the supply chains that link the United States to the rest of the world. With no signs of progress between the International Longshoremen's Association and the Maritime Alliance, businesses have been preparing for months in case of a strike. But analysts say the economic impact of a shutdown will be impossible to avoid. The effects of a strike are not expected to be as severe as the disruptions to trade during the pandemic, but could rekindle worries about shortages in stores and inflation just weeks from a presidential election in which the economy has been a key issue. We don't anticipate shortages of essential goods anytime soon. So, for example, people do not need to rush out to the grocery store and stockpile goods like they did during the pandemic. New York Governor Kathy Hochul told reporters on Monday, stockpiles of pharmaceuticals, which mostly arrive by air freight, and food products should enable New Yorkers to ride out a weeks-long shipping interruption, said Hochul, a Democrat. Most of the
Don't
food
listen to
consumed
them.
in New York arrives by truck from Canada, Mexico, and California. Deliveries of fuel such as gasoline, diesel, and home heating oil will be unaffected by the strike. Officials said
Oh
marine
God, that
terminals
means
at
the
the Port of
freaking
New York
lines
and New
crossing into
Jersey
Mexico are
would
going to
close their
freaking
gates to
increase by
truckers
3
at
hours
5
tomorrow.
p.m. Monday,
I
the
forgot all
first
about that.
tangible sign of the impending labor action, which was expected after midnight. Around 100,000
So I just put something in the back where I was going to post earlier, but the conversation shifted. So it's talking about the strike and how it could add, you know, every day that they go on strike, it could add 7 days. I said 5 days, I think, but they're saying 7 days onto the
You know,
shipping.
I kind of wish you guys would stop being selfish. This is a small price to pay for corporations to get cheap labor from all our new American citizens. And if you guys would just bunker down a little bit, you guys would be fine. But instead, you guys want to be selfish.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would concede to that point, man. We do need to let these illegals come in here so we can pay them less and, you know, displace all of our sisters and cousins and
Don't
brothers.
you got? Yeah, exactly. You guys are being selfish. Listen, don't you care about the illegals and the corporations? They're the real victims.
You're all a bunch of white supremacists
Yeah,
for being
exactly.
mentally ill.
Exactly. Bunch of
Every single one of
transphobes.
you,
That's all I hear.
every single one of you black men are white supremacists for
You're
being
damn right, brother.
level
You're damn right.
Fight the
of
power.
illegal immigrant. You're all a bunch
Fight
of
the
goddamn
power.
white
Fight
supremacists.
power. Fight power.
For me, American man, it's not that. It's the fact that I don't want to wait in line when I cross from Mexico to the U.S. for freaking 3 hours.
Too bad,
And I
man.
just realized, oh shit, that truck lane's going to be really, really busy tomorrow.
There's gonna come a point.
Pay
There's
you,
gonna
big
come a
head.
point in time in our lives where we
They're
gonna
going to
see it when you're
Veracruz,
there.
baby. All the
Okay,
shipping's
the
going to
maritime
Veracruz.
the maritime
Yep.
companies are largely international, and longshoremen are not your average labor, unskilled labor.
That's
You're not
I would argue
you're
that they're
not going to
skilled.
be
You have to
able
move those
you're not going to
tanks
be able
around.
to you're not going to be able to bring your like average Haitian in and have them, be a good longshoreman overnight. So
Yeah, can I
Well, I
say
mean,
this on the behalf of
it's
longshoremen?
not a
Because
it's
I
not a
wasn't
one for one plug and play sort of deal.
listen.
with
I
longshoremen.
was not a longshoreman, but I was longshoreman adjacent, meaning that I had to move heavy equipment off the port after the longshoremen got them off the boat. And I'm telling you, I had to move everything from Cadillacs, Nissans, everything up to Case New Holland tractors, um, 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 front loaders, back loaders, heavy machinery. But this was after they got off the ship. But what I'm telling you, those longshoremen, they would be up whenever that ship got in the port, and they would have to be there, and they would have to function and whatever they were driving, from a small car to a big heavy machinery, they had to get it off of that boat in a very tight quarter, and it is dangerous, right? And on average, I seen a stat recently where it's like 7 to 14 people per year die as a longshoreman.
yeah, that's what I
And
was going
you
to say.
pretty much
Longshoreman is not an unskilled job. That's a very skilled job because if you move those containers
Yeah.
a certain way and you mess them up,
well when
somebody's
you
going to lose their
start
life.
Oh, for sure.
when you
Well,
start off, you're not necessarily operating equipment. So what I was going to say, I was going to add that you pretty much do it in some pretty shitty weather also.
No, yeah,
well, wait a
absolutely.
minute, guys. Didn't the same thing happen under Biden with the railroad workers, and Biden signed something that made them work anyway, or they were in violation of
Okay,
some
well,
kind of homeland
we're
security thing?
talking. It wouldn't quite be the same.
How do you
It
figure,
wouldn't, but I
Stanley?
understand American. I understand.
Longshoremen, that sort of work is kind of its own thing.
So you
Same
don't
kind
think
of
that?
union.
Well, no, I was going to ask Stanley real quick because I think I understand where 12th Man is coming from. I think he's talking about Biden did something similar to what Ronald Reagan did. Okay, basically, you get your ass to work or we're just going to relieve you. The president wouldn't be able to do anything like that, similar to what Reagan did with the air traffic controllers back in 83, 84.
No, it
Why
was
would he?
something Biden did with the railroad workers.
One thing
I,
He
I,
did
I,
something.
one thing about longshoremen, like back in 2015, 2012, actually, when I was working there, they was getting paid already like 30 some odd dollars. And they, like I said, they worked around the clock. So depending
wait a
on when
minute,
they worked, they
$30
would
what?
get
$30 an hour or $30 every 2 weeks? Because if it's $30 every 2 weeks,
no,
I'm like,
no.
yeah, I'd be going on strike too.
I'm talking about they was making in 2011, 2012, they was making like 34 plus. And what I'm
A
saying
what?
is
A week
that
or an hour?
An hour.
no, it was an
Okay, because
hour.
he didn't say that. He didn't specify that. That's why I'm saying, dude, if they're only getting paid $30 every 2 weeks, I'd go on strike. You're like, what?
No. I'm talking these guys were making 80 grand out the gate, and that was
Yeah.
just if you're working sun up to sundown. But if you're
Yeah.
working at night, they would give you a night pay that was even more than that. And these guys are usually working 10 to 12 hours a day, so they're always clocking in overtime, and they have a system. So these guys were making bank in 2011, 2012, and I'm talking now. If they're calling for a strike and still want those same protocols, like that day shift, night shift pay, they're talking a lot more money.
Well,
And I'm not saying that they don't deserve it, but I'm just
And the
saying.
other thing, Rashu, they're against automating a lot of the equipment processes.
Yep,
because it kills a lot of their jobs.
Well, think about it though. If you look at what
Stanley,
they're
I put a
doing, a
link
lot of
in
it
the back
can't be
for that.
automated. A lot of
Hold
it
on,
can't be.
Rashu, I can't. Hold on, 12th man. Let Rashu speak.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, Russian.
No, no. You're good, brother. I'm just saying that if you actually were there in person looking at what longshoremen do, a lot of it really can't be automated for what they do. Some of it in the background probably could, but the physical work that they have to do of getting material off of these cargo ships and stuff like that, like it really can't be automated. It has to be done by people who are competent and know what they're doing.
Can you do me a favor, Rashu? Next time you run into HB, like in the next day or two, have that conversation with him. So I tried to have the conversation because I had a neighbor when I was growing up, across the street neighbor who was a longshoreman, and those guys, and I'm vaguely familiar with the maritime stuff, just from growing up in Savannah and being in the Navy. It's not an easy job. These guys are not your average factory worker. So
No, I'm agreeing with that. That's what I'm saying. Like the job is a lot harder than.
Yeah, I know you are. I'm not fussing.
Well,
I'm just
neither
saying,
is your
have that
neither is your
conversation with
average
HB
engineer.
because he'll believe you. Apparently, he doesn't believe me.
Well, here's the thing too, Rashu, right? So I get you saying that back, but would you say 2012, 2013, they were making $30 an hour? Around there, 35, 36, whatever. I'm not going to claim to know. But it depends on, in that time till now, how much have their wages gone up?
No, yeah, I agree. And I was trying to add that nuance into it too, because I don't know how much their wages have gone. I haven't worked down there since then, is what I'm saying. But I was just saying back then, to be a longshoreman was like, big money. You know what I mean? And the union would gatekeep in that way. Like they would not let people in. They would let you come in like part-time, and that's what I was, part-time. But like I said, I didn't have the insurance. Those each longshoreman has like up to 1.5 million in insurance that they have to pay for because of the equipment that they're operating every time that they move. And they weren't willing to hand that out to anybody.
Well, and that's also apart from the accidental death and dismemberment insurance that they all have as well.
Yep.
So we ready to move on with the article?
Yes, sir.
Shipping containers will be stranded on the docks for the duration of the strike, state officials said. Almost 36 cargo carriers sailing toward New York are expected to arrive over the next week and will remain at Anchorage until the strike is lifted, according to Rick Cotton, executive director of the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. As the hours before midnight dwindled, the ILA released a statement blaming the employers represented by the United States Maritime Alliance for the impasse. The ocean carriers represented by USMX want to enjoy rich billion-dollar profits that they are making in 2024, while they offer ILA longshore workers an unacceptable wage package that we reject, the union said. The White House has urged the two sides to continue bargaining in good faith and says a supply chain task force is ready to help minimize the impacts. On Monday, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce called on President Joe Biden to seek to block the walkout by invoking the Taft-Hartley Act, which would impose an 80-day cooling-off period for negotiations. But officials have consistently said the president does not plan to use his legal powers to try to force the parties to talk and end a strike, strengthening the union's position. A walkout would demonstrate the outsized role played by ports in the economy and the potential for disruptions to spread far from the coast, said Pawan Joshi, an executive vice president at supply chain management platform E2 Open. One small disruption there causes a lot of changes across the board, Joshi said. There's a domino effect. We think of this as just a port strike, but it has a lot of implications. In a statement Sunday, the union affirmed plans to strike, saying that the United States Maritime Alliance, which represents managers, refuses to address a half-century of wage subjugation. A strike along the entire coast would be the first of its kind in almost 50 years, when trade was a much smaller portion of the total economy. The affected 36 ports account for more than half of the nation's trade in shipping containers and handle large volumes of vehicle imports. The threat of a strike comes just as the holiday shopping season kicks off, and while big box retailers have already stocked up in anticipation of a disruption at the ports, small and medium-sized businesses will bear the brunt, said Patrick Penfield, a professor of supply chain practice at Syracuse University. They don't have the ability to stock as much inventory as big retailers do, he said. The longer the strike goes on, the more they'll be impacted, Penfield added. The disadvantage will continue even after the strike, as bigger retailers tend to get priority to unload their inventory because they have larger orders. The strike will also force some retailers to change how they transport their goods and will likely cause prices to go up. Many will turn to shipping via airplanes,
Can I get a
Tricia
second in
said,
here?
a faster
Sammy?
alternative that is more expensive and causes more emissions than sending freight by sea. With a potential strike hours away,
So what I wanted to add here to the point that she's talking about these mom and pop shops, private companies and whatnot, they will have, hiccups in their supply chain essentially, and prices go up, etc. So when the Key Bridge fell because of that cargo ship hitting and compromising the bridge, that very same day I had a friend of mine in New York, PA, who had zero work because he wasn't able to get their daily shipment of grain to their warehouse. And he's a forklift guy, so he's moving the grain around, but they're reliant on that daily shipment of grain. And what that did for them is basically stop work for weeks, to where as though they had to change up where they got the grain, which increased the cost, which is basically what she's illustrating right now. But yeah. I'm done with that. Yeah, I just wanted to say
If the Senate gets its ass in gear, they'll pass another act just like they did on this one, which gives the president the authority to put an 80-day deal in place where they can't strike.
It's an
And 80 more.
It's an election year.
What?
Yeah, 12th man, that's not going to happen, dude. It's an election year.
Ross,
we'll
I have a
see.
question. In a case where we kind of knew this was going to happen, maybe a few days in advance, are there any precautions taken? Like, hey, let's try and get a couple days worth of stuff, instead of just in time. Do they kind of buffer some stuff?
Hey,
Or
are you talking about
like
the
that
fact
guy
that they know
with
this
his
strike?
brain? Like that guy in PA with his, the forklift operator, would his company go, hey, maybe we'll get in double shipments just to pad ourselves a bit? Or how would they handle that if they know something's coming or suspect? Do they?
Them ports will
No,
get locked down.
You prepare?
So from the perspective that he told me, it was that this happened out the blue,
I see.
and they weren't prepared for it.
Well, right.
Now,
Well,
we
the
knew
question
this
Stanley
might
was
happen.
asking, right? That's the thing. The question Stanley is asking now is, look, they're telling us ahead of time that there's going to be some impact to the supply chain. And so what do they do now before there is impact? Now, I think that question was answered by the lady, Stanley, that was reading the article.
because she said that the smaller businesses do not have the storage capacity.
Okay. All right. Gotcha. My bad.
Stanley, real quick before you play the video, it looks
But hold
like
on.
I'm real quick, Rashu. I'm sorry.
Go
It
ahead,
looks like at least here in the southern part of Texas, excluding the port of Houston, that they're with that union that's talking about striking. But it looks like the port of Brownsville, where I'm at, they're not going to engage in the strike, so we're still open for business, even though that port is small. Yeah, and also it looks like the port at Lake Charles, Louisiana, is still going to be business as usual as well.
It's mostly an East Coast thing, but what I have heard, what I have seen, what I have read is that because of the strike that's coming up, everybody's rushing to get these containers emptied. The containers that are already on the lot, they're rushing to get them emptied so they can have some sort of stock, and they're trying to see how long it's going to be, how long the duration is going to be of the strike. But as the link I put in the back earlier, you see every day is 7 days behind. So it's not going to be a good look if they do a week or 2 weeks. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
let's say a pay cycle.
I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell
an East Coast thing, guys.
Yes, East Coast.
Yes.
They'll shove it through. They'll try to shove it through the West Coast. That's why I told you buy that stock. Buy that stock. It's West Coast.
I'm going to tell you guys something that you don't know. There's during this strike, there's going to be a lot of money made. Like, depending on who you are, like the corporations and all that, they're just going to rent their own trucks and make deals with the docks to go get their own stuff. Like, you can actually do that. One of the jobs that I'm working on, because these guys are like billionaires that run this thing, there was like some stuff that was held up, and they just went and got their own. They went and rented a truck and went to the shipping yard and unloaded the container themselves.
That would be a good opportunity for HB to get into.
It cost them more money.
Most of those trucking companies probably look into that right now.
Right, and that's what I'm saying.
HB works for another country or another company, though.
But the thing is, right?
He don't work for himself.
Here's the thing, right? They're all in bed with the corporations, so you're not going to hold up Target. You're not going to hold up Walmart. You're not going to hold up Best Buy. Like all these places, you're not going to hold up, especially right before the holidays. They're not going to do it. And so these guys are just going to find a way to go private. And look, some of the push could be to go private at some point.
Well, it's cheaper to go private, to be quite honest.
I mean, it's cheaper for someone or a few people, but I think at that is still going to be passed on to the consumer if they decide to go private. But maybe it's a push to go private. Who knows?
Well, let's keep our fingers crossed, because I posted an article in the back. Real quick, 12th man. I'm sorry. I posted an article in the back, and it's not for you to publish, Stanley. It's not for you to post. It's not for you to post, though. It's for all of you guys to read on your own. But it looks like, from what I'm seeing, there's progress being made. So this might be one of those midnight, 11th hour type of deals where we've reached a resolution to avoid the, whatever the heck that's going on.
Yeah, look, I'm going to be honest, right? I'm sure what they're asking for can be paid and no one feels a thing. This is just basically, we don't want you to have. Like, there's no way that a guy netting $4 million a year with a 4 billion a year with a 250 million bonus. If that 250 million bonus goes down to 200, like, all of a sudden his life is in shambles. I mean, it's just come down to pure greed.
What I think it is, though, I'll be quite honest, greed out of it. I think what it's showing on a macro scale is the dollar pressure, the inflation pressure, right? Because the dollar is not as worth as much. And even for the billionaires, it's not as worth as much. So we need more money. If I'm a longshoreman making $100,000 a year, $100,000 a year 10 years ago is not the same as $100,000 a year now. I need about $130,000 a year to, at least get back into that comfort zone. So of course I'm going to strike. I need more money. They won't have the money because, again, inflation's also hitting them, not as much. And so I think, again, it's just evidence of the dollar, the inflation pressuring everybody at the same time.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And then the
I'm not gonna argue with
conversation
that.
needs, yeah, and then the conversation needs to pivot from that, right? Because then we have to talk about why it's being debased, and the conversation is just going to get derailed so far from where we are right now. Get
Yeah, but that
cracked, people.
conversation would be had once the fires put out. Yeah, yeah, we don't have a time for that
I
conversation.
don't want
Exactly.
to talk about that. I don't have time to talk about
Are
it.
we gonna
I'm
talk about
winding
we
down.
might as well go back to
All
the
as I can
1800s, bro.
say, all as I can say, boys, just get your beans, bullets, and band-aids together. You'll be fine. Okay?
Oh, man.
12th man,
Hey, 12
John,
man. Hey,
12th
12
man,
man. Hey,
John
when I
wants to
come
know
on your
who's winning.
property like MASH in that helicopter and the music playing and stuff, I need you to not shoot at me, bro. Just know that I'm coming there.
I don't like shooting trespassers.
Who's winning, 12th man?
Trespassers.
Who's winning, 12th man?
Let me check.
Inflation's winning, right? Team inflation.
27-35.
Inflation is winning.
Team inflation just threw a fucking Hail Mary. We
Detroit.
fucking lost, bro.
So it's 35-27 Detroit won.
Yeah, Detroit's winning by 8 points.
Damn.
In the fourth quarter, 14 minutes left.
Anyone want to talk about dollar debasement?
We still got a chance. We still got a chance, boys. We still got a chance.
Anyway, can we finish this article? Because I kind of want to.
Detroit's a hard
let's go
place
ahead, man.
to live.
Port managers are set to begin putting shutdown plans in place after keeping terminals open extra hours in recent days. The Port of New York and New Jersey, the biggest of the affected ports, warned of heavy congestion nonetheless despite the extra working time. There will be no opportunities to deliver any cargo once a strike begins, Bethan Rooney, the port's director, said in an advisory last week. This is particularly important for all refrigerated containers and any hazardous materials. Workers at Ace Logistics in Baltimore have moved enough containers from the docks to their 8 warehouses and 6 outdoor storage yards to stay busy unloading through a 1-week strike, said Alec Hajimihalis, co-owner. Ace plans to absorb about $100,000 per day in costs associated with the extra work. We'll do whatever we can to keep our clients from running out of products, he said. Paul Brashear, Global Supply Chain Vice President at ETS Logistics, said this strike has potential to be more far-reaching than disruptions during separate West Coast labor negotiations last year. In that case, fewer ports were involved and supply chains had already shifted away from the coast in some cases during the pandemic. It's touching everything from consumer goods to durable goods to infrastructure, Brashear said. There's no industry really that'll be spared. He compared it to ports preparing for an incoming hurricane. Workers are pulling as much freight off the docks as they can to prepare for a backlog that comes after the shutdown ends. Things won't spiral out of control immediately, Brashear said. The pain is felt after you open back up and have all this pent-up demand. The Longshoremen's Union has said it will continue to move military cargo and handle cruise ships during a strike. Oil and gas terminals are operated by separate workforces and will not be affected, according to the American Petroleum Institute. The union is seeking substantial raises after seeing pay fall behind inflation and protections against automated systems it says will put jobs at risk. But talks between the union and the Maritime Alliance have been largely stalled since June, when the longshoremen accused a port in Alabama of using an automated gate in violation of their contract. The Management Alliance filed a complaint with the National Labor Relations Board, seeking an order that the union continue to bargain. But even as the deadline neared, there were no signs of progress. Business groups have been calling on the White House to step in to break the impasse. Some forecasts predicting a more muted impact assume that, with the election just weeks away, Biden will intervene in the labor dispute to head off more serious economic costs. There is little chance that the administration would risk jeopardizing its recent economic successes less than 2 months before a tightly contested election. Bradley Saunders, North America economist for Capital Economics, wrote in a September 25th note to clients.
I can I put my John Galt hat here for a moment?
Go ahead.
This is in the East, right? We're saying, right? So
Yeah,
where it's
this
at.
is.
It's in
They
the
said
East, right?
Baltimore, so this is the
Juan just
Baltimore
mentioned
court I was looking at.
that this is not happening in Texas at the same company, right? And he also stated
That
that
it's not happening in Brownsville. It's happening on the Gulf Coast. It's happening in New Orleans and Houston.
okay,
But I was saying that it's not
this is
happening
not
in.
happening in California at all, right? In their port.
Yeah, that's why I recommend that stock. Yeah, because that's
Right.
all the
All right, cool.
everything could be rerouted to the West Coast. Yeah.
Right. So listen, this is my conspiracy theory, right? If we look at statistically, right? If we look at statistically, who spends the most money come November all the way till Christmas, right? To where the most money is spent during that time, it would be the Northeast.
Mm-hmm.
You see where I'm going with this?
No.
They're going
You said it would be
they're going
what?
to up the prices on us, man. On anybody that lives here in the Northeast, man. Come Christmas time, dude. All the goods that they got coming in. That's my conspiracy theory. Because if this is not happening anywhere else, and there's
I don't know where you're going with that, brother.
Okay, I get you. Basically,
You guys didn't hear what he just said?
yeah, the cost of goods are going to basically double.
He's correct. They're going to up the prices.
Yeah, they're going to double where you guys are at.
Yeah, where we at? Because, like I said, we're the ones that buy the most. Not insulting anybody in the United States or anything, but
Yeah, you have the highest population density. Yes,
yeah, that's
true.
why.
In
Yeah, you
America.
do.
So by that factor, you would spend more money. I mean, there would be more people buying cars.
I see what you're saying.
Like, he's absolutely
Dude,
correct. Those prices
you
are
know the
going to
pressure.
go up.
You guys know the pressure that's going to put on everybody, especially now that you guys have the migrants also in your area as well.
No Christmas
You
for
have
my
high
kids.
demand. Well, high demand plus little to no supply equals fistfights.
Well, no Christmas for my kids.
Well,
yeah. True or not? I mean, normally it would equal prices going up, which it
pre-order
will.
your Tickle Me Elmo? You didn't pre-order it in Easter?
Well,
It's going to have more home robberies too.
Well,
that too, exactly.
Say this, right? There will be Christmas for the migrants because the government's going to subsidize their holiday. It's you bigots that are going to suffer.
Oh man!
Oh, good Lord, man!
He ain't lying. They getting food stamps and all that, credit cards, all that, man. We're the ones that got.
Hey, Latinos, you and I need to prepare for a freaking struggle session against them to get back in their good graces. They're gonna struggle session us and send us to re-education classes.
Juan, we should get fake papers, man, and I don't know, just join the
join the group, right? Burn my fingerprints off.
My name is Little Lupe.
Buy some extra mags, bro. Buy some extra mags, bro.
My name is not Juan. Mi nombre es mi nombre es ¿cómo le dicen? Marcos Antonio Barrera Quejin.
Oh my God! Jesus Christ!
Latinos be like, hey, my Christmas for my family was good. I don't know about y'all.
Okay. Let's see. I think I've exhausted. Well, I got one more thing to chat, but I think
I think I'm gonna be done.
Talked about everything I wanted to.
I think I'm gonna be done my Christmas shopping by the end of October.
I was just telling my wife now. I'm like, we're about to do our shit next week, man. Fuck this.
Yeah, dude. I'm about to be done with it. Listen, my
My teenagers show want nothing but money. Here, take money, and if you got to suffer with a supply chain issue, that was on you. You said you wanted it. You got to live with those consequences.
Get cracked. They buying gifts from Temu this year.
Temu, yeah, buy Temu.
I'm getting all my shit from Sheen or Shane or whatever that
ain't suffering, right?
You know that well they're not suffering. All their stuff goes in through the port in Los Angeles, so they're good. Either the port at Los Angeles or the port at the port near Guadalajara, Jalisco.
I mean, the port of Los Angeles had a strike maybe during COVID around that time. So
in 2021, but it wasn't the longshoremen; it was the truckers.
It was the truckers. It wasn't longshoremen.
It was the truckers.
It wasn't.
No, it wasn't longshore.
No,
I thought it was
the
both.
longshoremen. The longshoremen haven't had a strike in a while, to be honest with
bro,
you.
it was the reason because there was too many containers and they wanted rapid work at the time, and most of the truckers were pissed off about that.
Well, because at the same time, I have a friend that drives trucks out there. They wanted all of that stuff brought rapidly. However, in California, you can only drive 55 miles an hour if you're in a truck, and you can only work 8 hours a day. You have to, by California state law, like pull over and rest. Like, how the hell are they supposed to get everything done?
You have to do
with
that.
all of
You have to do that in almost every state, but the 8 hour to 12-hour law might vary.
All the ships were waiting on dock, dude. I don't know if you remember, man. It was like a line of all
There was a whole line of them. I remember that shit. There was like a whole line of container ships just waiting, waiting to be processed and for their cargo to be unloaded.
And then we had the issue in the Panama Canal where one of the ships got stuck or something. I don't know
the one that got
again.
No, this was before you had that.
Not again. This ship
Not
has been
again.
stuck for a while.
Oh, that I'm thinking of the one in the Suez Canal a while back.
That one too. The dumb woman that basically drew a navigation pattern in the shape of a penis. That was hilarious. And then she ran aground. I'm like, you dummy.
What?
You didn't know about this? This was in the Suez Canal. Like she drove her ship.
I knew the ship got stuck. I didn't know why.
Yeah, she was basically hot dogging. Figuratively speaking.
That was a Twitter thing.
Stanley, the chick trolled it, is what he's saying.
Well, I hope she got executed.
She no longer has a job. We'll just put it like that. We'll put it lightly. She's unemployable. Not just unemployed, but unemployable.
There's literally no room for error in the Suez Canal.
No, there's no room for error. You and I both know that.
Yeah.
McDonald's. She's probably working at the neighborhood McDonald's. She probably can't get somebody's burger right either.
Egyptian. She ain't working at no McDonald's, man.
She's probably operating a water taxi somewhere.
Because they have to give you a pilot. They give you a pilot, and then that's your pilot in the ship. Yeah, that's what it is.
Is this sexism I'm hearing? You white supremacist Nazis?
Yes, we're misogynists.
I'm sorry.
I have a daughter, but I'm a misogynist.
I'm sorry. She should be peeling potatoes in the kitchen.
You mean in the galley?
Are you insinuating Latinos for Trump that women should be in the kitchen barefoot and pregnant, making us sandwiches?
Man, I'm not saying that. No, but I'm saying like not a cargo ship. Come on, man. Like really, bro? Like y'all seen the waves of the Northeast?
Dude, when those nor'easters hit you guys.
That shit is scary, bro.
Dude, when those nor'easters hit, man, I feel for y'all.
Yo, man, like I don't feel bad for me, man. I feel bad for the Cape. All we get over here is wind. We'll probably see a tree fall or something. But in the Cape, oh man, they get it the worst. Cause it be cold. So when those waves hit, bro, like that salt water, it like evaporates and it gets stuck into the house. Like, yo, I couldn't live near the beach.
Yeah, so 2023 June, it was Los Angeles, Long Beach Port, blah blah blah. Yeah, Longshore Workers Union. Yeah, we had the same thing last year. Then it was just last year. Yeah.
Oh damn! And it went unnoticed, so everybody's crying.
Because that's why I was saying, like, why you guys worry about this shit over there? It's just like unless it's because, as Latino for Trump says, you have a higher population density. So that's why it's going to be way more painful if they do it over there compared to the Port of
and
Los
you got
Angeles.
to and the thing is that you got to look at the way New York and these places are set up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like they have corner stores and grocery stores in those neighborhoods that people buy from.
Mm-hmm.
If those things start going bare, people gonna get a little crazy, and then and then now you got a bunch of fucking border jumpers put in the mix.
Yeah, and they ain't driving to no Walmart because a lot of them probably don't have cars, huh?
Yo,
yeah.
Once that Hennessy goes up $15 more,
it's over.
It's over. Yeah, se acabó. Se acabó.
Listen,
It's a wrap once
you,
that happens.
listen, you're right. Once that Henny and that Jose Cuervo go up, and they all in the store together looking around, blood going.
American man. No, American man. I'm actually praying for the Jose Cuervo to go up because you know why? I'll actually go into a side business at that particular point because I can just buy the Jose Cuervo from Mexico, cross it back over here, sell it to you guys at double the price.
Hey, me and Juan gonna go into business.
Hey, but Stanley, real quick, if it gets that bad, you and I have we have our response if our kids want Christmas gifts, Stanley.
You got me here.
We paid our kids college tuition.
In the Easter distribute, man.
Yeah, exactly.
We paid our we paid our kids college tuition, so that was their Christmas gift.
I don't drink alcohol.
Oh,
Merry
shoot.
Christmas.
I'm not getting him anything for Christmas anyway. You know, his Christmases ended like 2 years ago. He's not a kid.
I want a mistress for Christmas. I want a mistress
What the fuck?
for Christmas. You never heard that song? I want a mistress.
At least not this version.
Whatever, man.
Can I get a mistress for Christmas? I can't get one of them. What's up?
12 man needs to come on the karaoke night, man.
He's been on there already. Yeah. Well,
he is?
Yeah, you missed it.
Both men. You wait until inflation goes up and it's going to go up again to get you a mistress for Christmas?
Mistress, exactly. You know how
big,
expensive that chick's going to be? And you have to pay her to leave at that, so good luck with that, man.
And I want the blackest one you can find. I want the blackest one you could find.
I'll you just buy some stock. They'll probably reinstate the transatlantic slave trade. No worries, man. Don't worry about that.
Wow.
That fucking,
I'm going to hell, but that was funny. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you in trouble.
Trans-Alaska. You mean?
Not even. He needs to.
I have a quick article here just to poke, just to take a needle to John's and whoever else's conspiracy theories about Eric Adams and why he's being indicted. I'll go ahead and it's an audio article, 6 minutes long.
Before you read the audio article, Stanley, or play the audio article, I have to comment. I read the indictment this morning. I know that John Galt talked and published some of it yesterday, but I got a chance to actually get the whole thing. They got his ass dead to rights. Well, I had a little. Today was basically hurry up and wait. You know those days, like you get everything done and you have to wait, and that takes a while. So during my hurry up and wait period, I read the indictment, and dude, they got his ass dead. He's done. He's done. There were conversations that he had with Turkish Airlines and the Turkish consulate and the guy that set up the payments. He's done because all the payments literally went directly back to Eric Adams for those plane tickets.
So my point about him just being bad at politics and I guess just outright criminality. Do you think? Let me ask you a question, Juan. Do you actually think he understood he was doing something wrong?
I don't think so. To be quite honest, I don't think so.
Stanley,
Wow.
don't you think the governor should go ahead and just boot him out? 'Cause
Your governor
she
can't do
can't.
that.
They can't do
I
that.
think she. Oh, she can. I thought she
No,
could.
she can't. No, she can't do that. But the thing is
That's
going
a
back to
pretty
the
powerful mayor.
He's not an
she's not
an
that.
appointee. He's an
He's
elected official.
elected. Yeah, he's elected,
Right.
buddy. It
He
doesn't
can
work
only
that way.
be I don't know. I don't know New York law, but generally elected officials can only be gotten out of
They can
office
be
by the people, like a
they're
recall.
recalled or they're convicted. Operative word,
Yeah.
convicted.
Right.
So
Well,
he hasn't been convicted yet, but real quick, 12 man. I'm sorry. That conviction, based on that indictment, based on what they have, it's coming. That's all that I have to say. He can claim his innocence all day long, but based on what the prosecution has, that I'm innocent card is not going to work for much longer.
You think that they really have something on him though, Juan?
They do. I read the indictment. They do. He's done.
You think that's all made up shit or
they have the freaking plane tickets. They have the plane ticket receipts. Like they have the plane ticket receipts and they have the text messages.
It could be true that he did all this, right? But like,
oh, good God!
My whole thing is, you think that it would have been such a story if he would have never gone against Joe
You
Biden?
think he was? So you're saying you think he was framed?
I'm not saying he was framed, dude. Like, what I'm saying is, you think that if he would have just, like, I don't know, bend the knee to Biden, let's say, I don't think there would have been an investigation, and I don't think none of this would have been happening today.
Yeah, if he would have done this shit after he was mayor, if he would have done this shit after he was mayor and not during his campaign while he was borough president of Brooklyn, he would have been semi okay. It would have been an ethics issue, but it wouldn't have been a crime.
I agree.
That's how dumb this guy was.
Where I call
agree with
bullshit. Where I call bullshit with this mayor is he didn't recall the sanctuary city
The fuck are you
bullshit
talking
that he
about?
hasn't. Because they have sanctuary city and he's complaining about all the immigration and shit, but with
You know
all
what?
the sanctuary
I'm gonna have to get this man a color by numbers, like something.
I'm watching the news right now. That strike is set to begin in less than an hour.
An hour, yeah. It's 59 minutes. But yeah. I understand what 12th man is talking about.
Eric Adams is full of shit. He doesn't mean any of that shit about. He's guilty because if he was serious about immigrants taking over
this
city,
has nothing to do with immigrants.
then he would
No, it doesn't.
rescind those. He would rescind those
these guys
sanctuary. He would rescind those sanctuary city bullshit.
Like a drowning man clings to flotsam
Stanley,
and
you having
jetsam.
a hard time there,
Well,
Stanley?
whatever, Stanley. He's
No,
got all
I'm
those
having a hard
sanctuary.
time, like not just going off.
He has all those sanctuary city laws in place and shit.
Well, real quick, 12th man. Stanley, what he's talking, I understand part what he's talking about, but I'm not going into those rabbit holes because you don't need to. The thing that he's talking about is Eric Adams. No. What he's saying, Eric Adams made comments about the migrants destroying New York City, and how coincidental.
I remember that part.
Real quick,
he doesn't cooperate with ICE. He doesn't
real
cooperate
quick.
with ICE.
Basically, that has nothing to do.
Nothing to do with it.
Yes,
nothing to do with it. Real quick, 12th man. Let me finish my point. I'm sorry, buddy. The thing is.
Go ahead.
I'm actually sort of I'm like halfway agreeing with you, Stanley. The thing is what they're saying is the moment that Eric Adams said, I need to be able to get rid of the sanctuary city status and they're destroying my city, he got indicted. I don't care about that. I don't mean to sound rude about it. I don't care if that's the issue or not. The point is you don't take money from the Turkish consulate and you don't accept $13,000 plane tickets to go to Turkey because you know damn well that's going to be for. That's going to be for a certain purpose.
Had he just cooperated and not confronted, he probably still would have been in hot water.
Yes, he would have.
Hold on, guys. I just saw a map of the places affected by the strike. Hold on. Let me go back.
All right.
Go ahead.
Put it in the back chat.
I'm watching the news right now. Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Hampton Roads, whatever that is, Wilmington,
Hampton Roads,
South
that's
Carolina is in
Norfolk,
Virginia.
Newport News, Portsmouth.
Yeah, that's Southern Virginia. Wilmington, North Carolina is affected.
Georgia, Savannah, Georgia, Charleston, Jacksonville, Tampa, Miami, New Orleans, some part of Houston, and
the Port of Houston.
Mobile, Alabama.
Actually, I'm interested to know how this affects Sir.
That's a good question.
Yeah, he drives
Sir.
He drives Savannah, Brunswick, Charleston.
But is he picking up containers? That would be the question. If he's not, if he's picking up containers,
he picks up and delivers containers.
Well, I think
shit, that's going to affect him then.
Yeah.
Well, I think what's going to happen is all the big businesses that are stocking up, he may have to do something different for a little while for the people that have stocked up.
Well, the port of Brownsville, the port of Lake Charles, the port of.
I think that this situation is in Baltimore and more up north than it is where Sir is in South Carolina.
But he's picking up containers in Brunswick, Georgia. That's basically a third of his loads right there.
Savannah.
Did you not hear what I just read, Rashu?
No, maybe I didn't.
I just gave you all the areas that are going to be affected by this if it goes into place in less than an hour.
If I was an owner operator, I'd go out west where I could still get loads and travel out.
That's easier said than done.
That's easier said than done, exactly.
Just so much going on. You can't just be like, oh, let me hop in my pickup and go out west. Like it's not that simple.
Man has a transporter.
No, I've been across the country on 2 tanks. I know what I'm
but
talking
the problem
about.
is your driving hours.
Yeah, and again in California, it's 8 hours.
Not to mention, right? Like, can you just go out west and be like, "Hey, I'm here to work"?
Like, good luck with that. If you're an owner operator with a private dispatcher, you can.
Yes, but the question though, 12th man, would be where are you going to get who's going to be your broker to get you the loads? That's going to be the issue.
Like you don't.
Well, that's an expense of being an owner operator, right?
Right, but the thing is, you got to build some.
Could be your wife. Could be your wife doing it while taking care of the kids.
I think there's so much that you're missing, 12th man. Is that you just can't go to the West Coast?
I've seen it done. I've seen it done, dude. I've seen it done.
Okay.
During a strike?
During anything.
I think there's a lot more to it than 12th man knows. He may have heard stories, but I think there's a lot more to it than he might know.
American Man, can you still finish?
No, I don't know everything, American Man, but I know I can go from East Coast to West Coast on 1,000 gallons of diesel.
Okay.
And that's at 110 miles an hour. And maybe stopping in New Mexico for a refuel. That's where they got the best chicken gizzards.
Chicken gizzards?
Yeah, Mexican lot lizards in Albuquerque. Oh yeah.
Mexican lot. Damn, dude, this dude, man.
Oh, dang.
We need to send 12th man to the Tutsko region of Russia, and the reason why is because their men actually share their wives.
I ain't sharing my lot lizard with nobody. None, motherfucker.
She's mine. She's all mine. I found her first.
Mom,
it's
over. Get out my truck, bitch.
You know Eric Adams is done, right? Did you see
Yeah,
the
he's
post?
done.
They connected him to Trump. That's it now. Well, everybody going to hate him.
Well, wait,
Well, that was
he's gonna be done no matter what.
Well,
yeah,
I
he's
know.
done.
I'm just kind of being like,
Trump is the least of his problems.
Well, again, I'm talking about the Washington Post article, though.
Yeah,
Well, they're doing that because
the one I'm about to play.
So like every liberal is now going to automatically say, "Yep, he's guilty. We ain't got to look. We'll need no evidence."
No, I think
Eric Adams guilty.
Even if they do that, Juan literally just said he's toast. Juan read the indictment.
I'm not defending the man's innocence.
Okay,
I'm
well,
sure,
you know what? Then why
I'm
are
sure
you
he's
just, why are
corrupt
you
like
just
the rest
being
of them.
malicious?
I'm not. I'm sure he's corrupt like every other politician.
Okay, but let me ask you a question though. Wouldn't liberals be justified?
You're missing the point, Stanley. Which, yes, you're doing it on purpose. The whole point is, though, they don't even read the. They don't need to read the story. It says Trump. It says Eric Adams. That means everyone surrounding them, their kids, their wives, their cousins, they're all criminals.
Let us liberals have our cherry on top. We can connect it that way, or we can actually read the indictment. We got two different avenues to say he's guilty. That's Christmas for us.
I'm not fighting that, Stanley.
It's Christmas for a liberal.
It's
Could
Christmas
always
for a
get
liberal.
AI to read the indictment.
Oh God, that AI! I'm sorry, Stanley, for prolonging this thing, but doesn't that AI sound like the automated AI? Like I said in the back chat, if that AI were to sing, "This is the song that," it sounds like those when you call the 800 numbers. Welcome to the 1-800 automated system. You can talk to me normally.
Oh, they got new AI.
I mean, we don't have to read the article now that you've enlightened us. You're better than AI. We know he's guilty now.
Sorry about that, man.
You know what? You spoiled my fun, but I don't mind.
So you can read it. I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to spoil your
fun. Know what? I can move on. As a matter of fact, you having read the indictment to confirm it, and American Man trusts you. He can't blame you for making it up now. It's even better.
What are you talking about? I actually want to read the indictment for myself.
Juan, can you provide him the link?
Let me go ahead and get my I'm gonna put my email in the back so that you guys can email me, and I'll email you the PDF.
All right, yeah. Because I actually want to read it for myself.
Because American Man needs to read it for himself.
I just posted my email. I just posted my email in the back chat. So go ahead and email me tomorrow or tonight, American Man, and I'll go ahead and get it to you by tomorrow afternoon.
And you know what else is
where there's smoke? Where there's smoke, there's usually fire.
Hey, I don't know if you guys have paid any attention to this case, but there's
hey, John.
What's up, 12 man? There's a Brooklyn borough president that's in place now. I think he's a Dominican guy, Reynoso or something like that. And he's saying when Turkey came in him trying to offer him money and gold and shit, he turned that shit down. He said he knew it was up, something was up. I guess the FBI had told him stop taking, don't take any money from China and India, Turkey. And apparently would have told Eric Adams that too. And he said, hell with it. I got to get the money. And it's an interesting article coming out of, I think, New York Post and New York Times about the guy who took the office after Adams, and how he basically said Adams just walked right into a honeypot trap. He was warned. Everybody told him,
Yeah, well, he's a bad politician.
Well, sometimes you just have to. Sometimes you have to do what you have to do for New York. And that being said,
you know what is interesting here? One of the things interesting, and I'll leave it at that, is I don't know if you guys remember, he was up at one point, he was bragging about how much chocolate cities in his administration bought chocolate. But when he needed when he needed a lawyer, and the reporters were asking him about it, how are you paying this $2,000 lawyer? And that lawyer doesn't look to be too much chocolatey, you know.
He looks more small hat than
It'll melt.
chocolatey, right?
It'll melt in your mouth. It'll melt in your hand. It'll melt in your hands.
He didn't want to eat out legal staff.
Johnny looked like he pleading to Jesus right there.
Well, he did go to church after he was arraigned, right? That was the funny part. He's like,
Didn't Fanny do the same?
Yeah, she did. Yeah.
Yes, she did. I was in a moment of weakness. Dude, you sinned. Come on, stop.
Yeah, this is Eric Adams.
Man.
12 man, did you see tonight or what?
Nah, they probably lost 42-27.
What? They lost? Damn. I can't remember if I bet.
I knew it was going to be a tough game. Oh, well.
Guess it wasn't that tough. If they lost that big, they gave them 42 points to Detroit. Huh?
Detroit's a tough team, man.
Yeah.
I knew it.
Mm-hmm.
I would just like to see them win a Super Bowl. I think they're the only team in the NFL that hasn't gone to a Super Bowl, much less won one.
I think that may be right.
Yeah, Detroit is the only.
Yeah, I just want to see them win a Super Bowl.
They had some good plays, but Seahawks and Gino just couldn't hang. We was right down, and then we fumbled right on down toward the goal line. That's what fucked us. And then it just went downhill from there, basically.
Well, Stanley and John, I'm still enamored at the Alabama-Georgia game on Saturday. That was one hell of a game. I have to go back to that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, what can I say? Trump was Alabama's good luck charm.
They used the good luck charm.
He rubbed all those black boys' head, and they became typical Negroes.
Made them go out there and play well.
Yeah, but come on, Stanley, to Georgia's point, they did make one hell of a comeback in the second half.
Yeah, you know what? I don't even follow college football anymore. Yeah, it's interesting that they won. It's interesting. As a matter of fact, I'm more interested Trump was there than I actually am in the football game. I want Georgia to win, of course, but that they lost is no big deal to me.
I think he's been going there for a couple of years now, if I'm not mistaken.
He's been there before.
Yeah,
he's been there before. Tim Walz was at the Michigan-Minnesota game.
Big Ten, Norfolk, Big. Yeah, that makes sense.
Same thing. Minnesota almost won.
One of the fans was like, Trump 2024, and he sucked the middle finger at him.
That was funny.
Yeah, I want to imagine the football crowd would be very Democrat friendly, right? A little bit different crowd.
This is an interesting turn of phrase. Liberals still haven't had their red pill cherry yet. I have no idea what that means. All-seeing God, can you come up and help me with that? I have no idea what you're getting at. And I'm assuming you don't mean me.
I agree with the non-hit factor. It would have been awesome had they brought it to within 1 point at the 11th hour.
Well, I can't remember. They'll probably see each other again in the SEC championship.
I don't think they're going to the SEC championship, Stanley.
Georgia? Are they doing that bad?
Well, I don't think it's a matter of them doing that bad. The SEC has gotten that much more powerful. They have a lot more powerful teams this go round.
Than Georgia? Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's.
I mean,
they're in a different.
Maybe I need to be watching. I had no clue.
Because Alabama, Alabama's in the west and Georgia's in the east.
Georgia's in the east.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
But Georgia darn near lost to Kentucky. It was what, 13-12 a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah,
and then Kentucky, an unranked team, upset the number 6 team in the country this past Saturday.
Yeah.
Really? Who did they beat?
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, Mississippi State.
Ole Miss. Yeah, you're right. Yep.
Ole Miss, yeah.
Damn.
So, John, how you preparing for the longshoreman strike?
Oh man, it's gonna be there. It's 1 hour until it's
Stocking up on his weed and beer. They're bringing in a container of each.
Weed is domestic. Weed production is domestic. There's the one thing we grow here in this country.
Sir is driving him a container of weed from Charleston.
The only problem would be him getting a Foster's beer or a Yingling. If he gets a Foster's or a Yingling, he's out of luck.
We'll have to crank up Smokey and the Bandit again to get John Galt some beer.
The all-seeing guy is 100% correct. That 17-year-old, what the heck is his name? The slot receiver for Alabama?
Yeah.
He caught the ball and did a spin move twice and just took off like a rocket. That dude he's got a promising career.
That little stutter sneak he did and was able to take off and accelerate like that. Man, that boy got some real.
And you can't teach that. You either have that or you don't.
You know what's interesting? Like the last, I don't know, when Tom Brady started, I think Tom Brady started that trend, if you look back at it, from the big receivers, the Calvin Jones types, Wes Welker types, that it's all about speed. It's not about it's all about quickness. Speed kills. But the little guys, they have that quick burst, man, that they can get open 3-4 yards from the line of scrimmage and really just take off, you know. And I mean, this guy was downstream, but down the field. But them little guys, man, they have some incredible acceleration. You know?
Somebody said Tom Brady had sex with his son.
What? The hell? That came way out of left field. What the hell?
Well, he's been in left field for a couple of hours.
Oh man, you've been drinking that box wine. Man, you know some interesting news coming out of DC. I was at my mother's house earlier today. And man, I hate to see my mother watching the news like that. That shit drives her crazy. And she was watching Rachel Maddow. I said, Mom, I didn't even say anything. I just left it on, just let her watch it. And they were talking about racism, this and that. And I'm like, damn, they've been talking about this shit all your life, Mama. They probably ain't gonna be able to solve it this election. But anyway.
Well, they will if Kamala's elected.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm joking.
And so I didn't even know that there's a debate tomorrow. Who knew there was a debate?
Yeah, vice presidential.
The vice presidential debate.
People don't. Most people don't. I don't think it matters.
Yeah, it matters.
I didn't know. I don't think it matters now. People are already voting, aren't they? Are people already voting?
Well, yeah, but it matters to people who are into politics. I just want to see J.D. Vance humiliated.
Yeah, it's not going to change anybody's votes. I don't think.
Combat veteran versus retarded Fred Flintstone. I can't wait.
Hasn't Waltz been in combat before?
No. He retired right before he was due for deployment.
Oh, I thought he'd been in before he retired. Like,
no.
Anyway, I don't even know what's the point. I guess it's be good for TV ratings. They don't have much else to fill in the time slot. I don't think anyone cares one way or the other. Either you voting for Trump or Kamala. The vice president probably doesn't matter that much.
Well, I mentioned that earlier.
Well, you know what? Actually, in Kamala's case, apparently it can sometimes. I mean, she basically skipped in line, after Biden decided not to run. So, I mean, it can be important.
Bear with me. Someone's
Stanley.
Go ahead.
The red pill references from the Matrix movie. You've seen the Matrix, right?
Yeah, like the original long time ago.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
I
original
remember the
was
red pill,
best.
blue pill.
Anyway, yeah, it was like the blue pill. You stay in dreamland, like the charade they're putting on over the population, but the red pill, you see the conspiracy theory.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. But, and not all liberals. I mean, like the hardcore leftists I'm talking about. Like they believe
Well,
all
I
the
mean,
CNN and MSNBC
the
stuff.
leftists don't call themselves liberals, though. The progressives,
Yo,
Oh, yeah, progressives. Like, yeah,
Yeah,
whatever those.
I'm looking at some pictures of Asheville, North Carolina.
Oh my God, man.
Dude, yo, there was a Wendy's where you only saw the roof. There's stores where the water's up to the awning.
It was everybody out. Rich people, poor people, they all got wrecked, man. Damn.
Well, how long before this is Trump's fault?
What?
Some will say that.
Talk about Trump derangement syndrome.
Everything's Trump's fault. Didn't you know that, American man?
Oh my
Well, guys,
Lord.
I have some news for you.
You guys are
DirecTV.
like beat puppies.
I got some news for you guys. Changing the subject a little bit. DirecTV and Dish are no longer separate companies as of today.
Well, that's not that surprising.
Yeah, that
DirecTV just bought them out.
I don't even know that they were. I'm shocked that they were separate. I always thought they were one company.
I did not know that. That's
Yeah, it
crazy.
just happened.
I thought they merged years ago.
I remember back when they had, what was it, 4 or 5 satellite companies. There was Dish, there was DirecTV, there was USSB, the United States Satellite Broadcasting, or whatever the heck it was. There was a whole bunch of those. And
Dish Network and DirecTV, Comcast.
USSB. Well, Comcast was AT&T broadband at that time.
Yeah,
but it was USSB, DirecTV, and then you had the C-band satellite, that big ass dish that you could basically point to anything and grab everything live, like if you knew the proper transponder and the proper channel and stuff.
Hey, speaking of the postal service, the weather, the storm, USPS is suspending service to many zip codes due to the storm. 42 in Georgia, 39 in North Carolina, 19 in Tennessee.
In North Carolina, I'm not surprised. My brother just started sending me photos about 2 hours ago, and it's not pretty over there.
Yeah, I don't. Here's the thing, right? This post is fake news. Well, the last part of it is fake news. All solid red states.
That's definitely correct. North Carolina and Georgia are not solid red.
Yeah, they're not solid red.
No, and in fact, North Carolina is projected to go blue this year. Is projected to go Kamala Harris this election cycle.
As soon as my kids graduate, I'm out of here.
Yo, did North Carolina go Biden? I don't remember.
No, they went Trump, but barely. Barely.
Yeah, I can see them
No.
going.
In 2020, they went Biden.
I can see them going. 2020, they went Biden. Okay, Kamala's going to win North Carolina.
No, they went Trump in 2020. They barely missed it by 4,000 votes, and your concentration was around Orange County, that's Chapel Hill, Wake County, that's Raleigh, and Durham County.
And that's where you got all your Democrats at.
Pretty
Can
much.
I tell y'all?
Yeah,
Can I
I
tell
know.
y'all something?
I do a lot of my work around those places, and all you see is a bunch of gay, purple-haired Biden and Harris and Tim Walz signs.
Can I tell y'all something? To go on strike right now while the East Coast and the Southeast is suffering so bad, I'd be ashamed to do that. Gotta be a goddamn shame of themselves.
Biden won.
Do something like that. Wow.
Biden won North Carolina handily by 8 points.
While the country is in crisis like
I
that.
could have sworn I heard Biden won North Carolina. I knew.
By 8 points. Yeah, by 8 points here.
Yeah,
They ought to be a goddamn shame of themselves.
I mean, that's a blowout in North Carolina by political standards. You beat someone by 5 points or more.
Yeah, but was he up by 5 points before this scandal?
Who? I'm talking about Biden.
Democrat over Robinson.
No, this is 2020 right here. Was Robinson in this election?
Oh, I'm sorry. Robinson is behind 5 points now, and I was curious. I'm sorry. I thought y'all were talking about this year.
No, I'm talking about the last election. Biden beat Trump by 8 points. That's a pretty convincing win. That's an ass whoop.
In North Carolina?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a purple state, Stanley.
I'm sorry, I'm wrong. That's by district. I'm sorry. Damn. I'm very sorry about that. I'm about to give you some misinformation. I don't know who won. Let's see. Who won the district? Who won the...
I mean, I'm sure it's there.
It's got to be.
Right. Let me look it up here.
Go to Emerson.
Hey guys, I'm about to head out, man. Peace.
Good night, Rushu.
Good night, Rushu.
Oh, here it is. Oh, Trump won.
This was Trump's narrowest victory in any state. Okay, Juan, you were correct.
Trump won.
What's the result?
Yeah, he barely won. Wow. 48 to 49. Less than a point. Well, a little bit more than a point. Yeah, that's very close. Wow, that's very close.
Yeah, Stanley, I've been seeing this quote unquote Mark Robinson scandal. What's the so-called scandal about?
Well, 10 or more years ago, he basically was on some dating website or something, described himself as a black Nazi. He was like a frequenter of some porn video store. Actually, to me, some fairly tame stuff. But the problem is, he has done a lot of his campaigning from churches and stuff, and has portrayed himself as a very devout Christian. So right now, last I heard, he's 5 points behind I don't even know who the governor is, to be honest. He's a Democrat.
Hey, let me ask you this.
The current governor is Roy Cooper. I don't know. If Roy Cooper
I think he's about 5 points behind Cooper.
Let me ask you this question, Stanley. From a guy who leans Democrat, votes Democrat, whatever. And you've probably been following this more closely than anyone else. Has there been any proof that he's done this, or is this just allegations?
Yes, I think he's admitted to it.
Oh, he admitted to it. Okay, well, there you go. Because I know he was.
And not only that, the video store owner, they were friends. And the black Nazi thing, that's literally online.
Did he admit to that black? I'm just wondering how much he admitted to versus.
Well, I'm pretty sure he's admitted to it, but even if he doesn't, it's there in black and white.
Because the first thing that hit across my mind when I heard him speaking, and he didn't admit to it. Not to say he was innocent or not, but the first thing that came to my mind was it would be pretty easy to insert a record into a database of blah 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 blah. And,
yeah, that would be an interesting theory.
So my thought was because here in Maryland, right before Rashu just got off the line, just came down that a black guy was just indicted or arrested or convicted for using AI to mimic the voice of
I see. Right. Blaming it on AI. Yeah. Okay.
This would be easier than AI. This would just be some database updates or insertions. And so when Robinson initially was saying he didn't do this, I'm like, my software jumped on.
We could look it up and see what Robinson.
I'm not in North Carolina.
We could look it up and see what Robinson has said for himself. Right. It's not that hard anymore.
Yeah. We should, because if he's not admitting to it, is it true?
The thing that I want to know is,
and I'm not in his corner trying to side with him. I'm just wondering, nowadays almost anything can be faked.
Here's the question that I ask, right? What would a black person? Why would a black person be saying I'm a black Nazi outside of either some sort of joke or what? Because I'm just trying to figure out why would they be saying that? Why would a black person say I'm a?
You mean why would he say it?
But has he admitted to saying it though? He made that.
Let me research it right quick. Hold on one sec. Let me dispel either my notions or anybody
I
else's.
want to know what the truth of it is. Like, if he's admitted to it, then well, there's no reason to question why.
That's it. There it goes. If he's admitted to it, then he's guilty of it.
Right. But if he hasn't, and it's just in the window hanging out there, because again, this man just ran for office.
He could be framed.
But I mean, this man has run for office. This information would have been out there. He didn't do this after he was elected lieutenant governor. They could have easily found this just as easily as they found it.
Sometimes they'll hold this information, in their back pocket. That's been
that's true. They do hold it. But why would they hold it? I guess if they knew he was going to run for governor, they could hold it. That's kind of unfortunate.
Yeah,
I think he's denied making it.
You know what I'm saying? And like, so that's interesting because if he's denying it, and it would be very easy if he did it to kind of, and we'll hear that the IP addresses, the this and that, where he can't weasel himself out of it. I would imagine.
I don't know. I've been seeing
interesting. Mm-hmm.
I've been seeing all types of smear campaigns against him.
Like, look what they did with Kavanaugh, man.
Long before the Black Nazi thing.
Look what they did to Kavanaugh. None of that shit was real. Nobody even thinks about it anymore.
No, it was probably real. They just weren't able to prove it.
I mean, they were talking about something back in high school where a woman couldn't even.
Right. Now, what reason would a woman have to expose herself to that kind of abuse?
Yeah, because he had been a judge for years, and she could have easily attacked him. And like, if she came up with something from back in high school, I think it's like, what?
Well, being a federal judge, she might not have even known he was a federal judge. Being a Supreme Court nominee is a lot more exposure nationally than a federal district judge in some state somewhere.
Just imagine if you were that woman, and someone did something to you in high school. Would you come and make a statement like she did about something that he did to you in high school?
I personally would probably not. But you know what? If I'm a crunchy granola, and you know what, I feel that this guy is not who he says he is, I'm not gonna, I can't put myself in her place, to be honest.
That's a very interesting person that would say, this guy mistreated me in high school. He didn't commit a crime against me, but he just did something I ain't like.
Well, I understand your point that you couldn't understand why someone would do that, and I'm the opposite. I can see why she would.
Now, if she said he raped her, then that may be indicative of character, I guess. Maybe 50 years later, maybe. But like, what did she say he did? I don't even know.
I don't even recall, and it doesn't matter because he got nominated anyway. Whatever she said wasn't enough to derail the nomination.
But it was enough to get death threats and have protests outside of his home.
Yeah, well, it's enough to basically follow him throughout his career. Same with Clarence Thomas.
And no one could verify
Here's what I'm going to say. See,
what was being alleged, because it wasn't a crime. It was 50 years ago.
Well, yeah, but I mean, she verified it. You either take her word or you don't. They heard her testimony, and it wasn't enough to derail him. So,
but let's say if her testimony was overwhelmingly believable. Everybody believed it. It's 50 years ago. This man's lived a pretty decent life. I didn't even know who the hell he was. Been in and out of prison or anything. Seems enough job.
I don't. Some people don't see it that way, though, John.
John,
like, did he rape her? Like someone saying, how is rape maybe indicative?
That's what aren't willing to let bygones be bygones to the extent that you obviously are.
Yeah, I just think that they're just you got to have more proof than that.
John. Here's the problem. Here's the problem with the men that go along with this. What they don't realize is that any man could be accused of some sort of slight at this point in time. every man could be accused of some sort of site. If we start digging through every record from 15 till now, I bet you there's at least 5 women that could say that you somehow slighted them.
Speak for yourself.
But I think the bigger point is, man, like this is our government, and we expect our government to be serious and to not take up petty allegations that can't be proven one way or the other.
Okay.
Happened 50 years ago. I just think that's unfair to anyone. I don't even think our government should have even spent a minute on trying to.
Well, you know what? Let me interesting point of view.
Hold on.
I expect our government to hear every citizen if they have a complaint and evaluate whether that complaint is worthy of notice or not.
American man.
At a minimum, she should get a hearing.
Let me be
How
respectful.
many minutes till the strike, American man? How many minutes?
26 minutes. Let me be
26 minutes.
Yeah, probably a little less now because I
Countdown.
rewind. But let me be respectful of Stanley. It's Stanley case. Maybe some man can come make an accusation against him since he was on that shit.
What a dick.
Stanley needs to check with his dick. I'm just kidding.
No, it would. Look, either way.
You smoking weed, nigga?
Stanley just needs a cough drop.
I'm drinking water, and dude, I had to do a spit take at that one. American man, you got it.
I wasn't trying to kill you, Stanley. I promise. That wasn't the goal.
You're choking and shit. Oh, you're choking on a damn dick. No.
What the hell?
Did we find the Mark Robinson video yet?
No, he has not admitted to it.
I think this was
and in his case, it happened before he, like 10 years before he ever, or years before
John
he
Galt
was ever in politics.
Oh yeah, I remember this story, John.
Bro, I think this shit drive-by slander, bro. Like, if he doesn't admit to it and they don't prove it and they just slander him, he's a public official. There's nothing you can do about it.
No, you can't call slander because there's actual evidence.
I'm just using the word slander. Like, if the Black Nazi stuff, if it's not proven, and he says I didn't do it, then he's just been painted as someone saying that without any proof. I'm not saying anything.
Propose this to you: if it's slander, he needs to take action to bring it to justice.
Now, I'm not saying slander from a legal standpoint because he's a political figure. He may not be able to sue. They can say almost anything about him. But what I'm saying is that there are many people that took what was said about him and probably believed it without any proof. And there may never be any proof. And that doesn't mean he did or didn't say it. But serious allegations like this coming from the media should be validated. And if they don't validate it and put their proof out there, and if he
they posted the web stuff.
That's what I'm saying. Like, has he admitted to it? Right? Like, I would expect him because at this point,
has not admitted to it.
Right.
There is, whether it's trumped up or not, there is evidence out there. Whether it's actual evidence or not, if it's a problem, he needs to pursue it.
The Baltimore High School athletics director is charged with using AI to create fake racist rant he then blamed on white principal. This shit was very convincing. I remember when it came out.
Yeah, I remember this, John.
Right.
And you know what? I'm glad you have a counter argument.
I'm not counter arguing. And I'm not saying he did or did not say it. I don't follow him. I don't know what he said.
Right.
But my initial software with my software training, I said, man, like, these companies are so in bed with government now and shit like this, they could insert a record in the database that would be nothing. And how could he refute it? And so if he says I didn't do this and they say yes you did and they show us a record of it, then I don't know if I can necessarily if they show me a screenshot, anybody can create a screenshot. Like, there needs to be almost like forensic auditing now before you take these people's word. A screenshot of what? Right? I can create you a screenshot. And I'm not saying he didn't do it. But I think if he doesn't come out and say, yeah, that was me, my bad, man. He should. If it was him, he should say, I did that. And explain it. Hey, man, I did. I'm 30 years old, whatever. People may buy that. But if he says it wasn't him, then I'm starting to think like, damn, did they just create some fake evidence?
Well, I think if he doesn't get really irate and like take them to court for slander, then it actually happened. He's just giving it lip service to say he didn't do it.
See, I think the law prevents you. I think the law prevents you from suing someone if you're a public figure.
If it's really fake, and he really is like convinced that he didn't do it, then he should make his accusers pay.
John, don't buy into that, because then you know what the next argument going to be? Why are you so upset if you're innocent? Just let the proof bear it out. Don't get so upset.
You remember the guy Sandman? Does anyone remember Sandman? Nicholas Sandman?
Yes.
And you remember how the media slanted this shit to allege he did one thing over the other? And if you looked at it just strictly from the Washington Post reporting, you thought this was a disrespectful young man. And then if you see the whole picture, you start to see it another way. At least,
and then when you factor in the lawsuit,
right? Then you factor in the lawsuit, with very few people will file. But this happened to be a private citizen, not a public individual, so he could actually sue. And then you realize, damn, the media made all this shit up. They slandered that dude, a boy, a child, as they love to say. And it's almost like you can't really trust anything coming out of the media these days. In a lot of cases, I think most people would agree with that. The trust but verify, as they say.
Man, how about the story of the football player? The two football players that had sex with some girl in the bathroom, and this girl.
Bob, hold on, Bob. You don't remember the Sandman?
No, Apollo.
Mm-hmm.
No, that was the white guy that was supposedly a bigot towards the Indian, and he was alleged to have been being disrespectful in the Indian man's face, like and the kid a feather not dot.
He won like 20 million.
The kid won like 400 million or something.
Oh, 400.
Yeah, they caught a specific angle of a photograph
Yeah.
at that very moment and ran with it. It made
Damn, I
that
thought
whole
he only
story.
got 20 million.
Yeah, and he ended up suing the media.
Yeah, he did.
And they straight up painted a picture that wasn't even correct and lied on that man.
Yeah, but they did the same thing with the kid in the Chiefs game.
Yeah, they sure did.
That was horrible. And then they didn't really retract it. He was like, well, the principle's still there.
He's like, well, because his ancestors or some shit. Like, come on, bro.
And so that's what I'm saying. Like, if these people have so little scruples that they would do this to children, here's a public figure, fair game, man. They'd do anything, right? And it stands to reason that you should at least verify.
Well, let's talk about what they did more recent. See what they did to Joe Rogan recently when CNN cut the clips when he was talking about Tulsi Gabbard, and they put it up to act like he was talking about Kamala Harris.
Yeah, they didn't even do a good job. It didn't even sound like really he was saying that. A little
No,
bit.
but that's where we are.
I think he's suing CNN right now.
Yeah, they tried. You're right. I mean, that's how low they are, man. It's propaganda. Do you ever hear the Smith-Mundt Act reversal? The Smith-Mundt Modernization Act. That was during the Obama administration. They made an act, and Smith-Mundt was a court ruling. It was, normally historical court rulings that are profound set a precedent that are like referred to from then on. Smith-Mundt did back in the Cold War, and made propaganda illegal in America because that's what the Soviet Union used to do, the type of news that was propaganda. Now they try to muddle all that stuff and conflate it by saying everything is just disinformation. But there's like levels. There's misinformation, which is false information the person saying it doesn't know is false. Then there's disinformation, false information the person saying does know about it. Then there's propaganda, where it's like you say freaking anything you want. Like there's freaking nuclear warheads heading here. We get a half hour till we're all smithereens, like, and Obama's administration, this dude, what's Cass Sunstein, his media, whatever person, decided to make propaganda legal in America. So they just took all those restrictions off the media. So now they can just say this bullshit, like all this shit we're talking about. Like,
And
this poor
we
kid.
are just in a information age, man. That's why it's hard to believe anything. You got to do your research, because at the end of the day, there's going to be a whole bunch of shit that you're going to hear. This is why I think this generation is so fucked up, is because, one person can read one thing and run with it and just believe in it. And, back in the day, we had some actual facts behind what we were saying. And now everybody just believes everything. People just running with lies and bullshit. It don't even matter no more.
Yeah, the media used to be called the Fourth Estate, like almost like a branch of government within themselves to inform the people of what was going on and a check and a balance on the the executive, judicial, and legislative branch. But now they're just puppets, man. They just go, they're like an arm of propaganda.
Who polices the media then? Fact checkers, but then who polices them?
The small hats.
Yeah, fact checkers equal censors, really. I mean,
because they ain't letting you say shit about them.
Snopes. I think Snopes is supposed to be one. I think they fact checked them, and they had some beef.
Now I think you see during the Twitter files. Did anyone pay attention to the Twitter files? I'm not sure anyone saw the Twitter files.
Yeah. And what the Twitter files revealed is that it's the U.S. government who's putting out the propaganda.
Right. If you looked in the Twitter files, you would see that the Twitter, Facebook, all those companies are more or less seated with government officials, the FBI, CIA at the highest levels, compliance, safety type positions, government relations positions, and the government more or less has a back door to tell them to censor content, shadow ban people, things like that, to not let content be seen. It's obvious to everyone who uses a separate browser than Google, a search engine trying to find information, because Google censors it. They're not censoring you for their own benefit. Someone's told them to do it. The government's told them to do it, and they're in bed with the government. They want to keep doing it.
Do you think, just throwing this out here, because I find that CNN for the past 3-4 years, they've been doing horrible on their numbers, and I just wonder, where in the hell do they get the money to sustain? Because like
big pharma.
Yeah. You have to really think about it. Some of these companies may not need to be profitable, right? They may not need to be profitable. They could be more or less feeding other industries, where they could be a loss leader and help another industry. Or they could be profitable by, as American Man says, big pharma advertising in them, more or less buying all of their media coverage to be positive toward them.
Do you guys remember that the Biden White House had a case on this very thing about the government feeding propaganda to all these media networks thrown out by the Supreme Court? Do you guys not remember that?
I remember that.
I don't know how people don't realize we're not much different from Russia and China as far as our media goes.
American Man, you're probably talking about the time they wanted to make a administration of truth. That's what it was.
American Pravda.
And we were like, how in the hell do you tell who's the arbitrary of truth? Like, it's just stupid. These people.
No, they literally had a case. The Biden White House had a case before the Supreme Court on this very thing because they wanted to ban and censor everyone.
Hey, American man.
It went before the Supreme Court. Stanley, it went before the Supreme Court. You could do all your antics, but it went.
Oh no, I'm about to do some antics.
It's proven. It's proven, Stanley.
You remember my points? Oh, I'm not worried about the Supreme Court or anything you said about that. I'm just saying I've been kind of on another rant about the media is actually not the problem. The consumers of the media are. So if the media is a lot like Russia or China or whatever, does that mean that we as consumers are like Russians and Chinese?
Well, Stanley, look at it from this standpoint.
Well, hold on. I'd like American Man to answer that.
As far as gullibility, sure. I'm not going to run away from that. Sure.
Gotcha. Sure. All right. Well, you answered my question then.
Let me answer then. One of the things most interesting is, people dance around small head, Jew, beard flu, COVID, vaccine. They said it's shot and all this kind of shit. I don't believe YouTube and Google is choosing to censor people out of their own on their own volition. Somebody told them to do that. And somebody allowed them to do that. Somebody benefited from them doing that. And I think the government more or less told them, hey, we need to push this damn vaccine. Now you censor all what the term they came up with, misinformation, disinformation. I believe that's true. I don't think the government should be in the business of deciding what you get to hear and determining mis or disinformation. Let you figure out. But we do have a government.
I don't think the government did that. I think pretty much the opposite of what you believe.
Well, if you read the Twitter files, you will see that the government was very instrumental in getting certain information censored. If you don't believe that, then you look at the censored Twitter files. If you don't believe that, then
what I don't believe is kind of a larger, a step up, from what you believe. I think that we're a government of the people, and the government isn't the problem. It's the people who elect the government.
Well,
if we let the government do this stuff and we keep electing that government, then it's on us.
Here's where, I really want to talk to you guys about living in DC, because that sounds good in and of itself. And, and I would agree with you.
It was good enough for the Constitution.
I would agree with you. But here's what I would say today. That I've known many of these people after living here in DC for a very long time. These people are entrenched. They'll be here longer than the politicians. A lot of them control the politician, right? A lot of these people control these politicians. And they have them by the balls, maybe through their immoral lifestyles, and they can control them that way. Or they have all these policies, and they're I forget the name of them. It's when you go beyond the GS-14, you're like the SES employees and all that kind of shit. Like, a lot of these people can't be fired. A lot of these people got a lot of control. You can't elect or unelect them. Like, they're going to be here, right? And you can go in and try to clean them out.
Mm-hmm.
But they have entrenched interests that spread throughout.
I agree.
Department.
Now, let me tell you my take on this.
Give you an example of what I mean, right? You drive through downtown DC. I think someone's on the stream earlier. Fucking nobody's at work. Nobody's at work. 4 years.
Well, you choose to live there, John.
Okay, I'd like to respond, so let's let John finish his point.
And so what?
I already know where I'm going to go.
This is apolitical, but you got all these government agencies that more or less have a vested interest in teaming up together, right? Career civil service workers or whatever the hell they call them.
They don't have the best interest of the people at heart, correct?
But you can't get rid of them. Like, if you say, hey, man, hold on. If you say, hey, I want to get rid of HUD, and I'm just using HUD as an example, right? Then the Department of Education will come to HUD's defense, because if you can chop away HUD, then you might get rid of the Department of Education. So they all will come together and fight you. And,
right.
And I think that is you can't vote those people out. You know what I mean? It's just too many of them now.
No, you can't vote those people out, but these people became so powerful because Congress would not do their job.
Maybe.
Okay, the people do not hold Congress, the Congress that the people elect. People are not holding their elected officials. It may sound like pie in the sky, but
Yeah.
I happen to be a big believer that the people have more power than they think they do. We think we do. And the only reason the administrative state is as powerful as it is because Congress will not do their job for one reason or another, and we let them not do their job.
I think
So we can complain about the civil service all we want, but we all know why and how the civil service got so powerful. That can change if the people get tired of it. And, I hear MAGA and, Trump and everybody about gutting the civil service. I don't think, A, he can do it. B, I don't think I'm going to like the way he does it. But Trump is on to something when he says that the civil service is too powerful.
Stanley, you've never proved where Trump.
Civil service, Congress is still a problem.
You've never proved where Trump wants to gut the civil
now's not the
service.
time for you to chime in.
Hold on to a minute. See, again, I think that this is kind of where the disconnect is, where people, when you live here long enough, you start to see some shit. A lot of these Congress members, like, they're government officials, government workers who can control them motherfuckers, who got all the Pfizer background database checks on these motherfuckers. They know they're dirty, right? And they can move their ass. And
You mean congressmen can?
no, I'm saying that they're government officials. I guarantee you that. Hey, we've heard about it like in the Pfizer wiretaps and shit, where government officials like Lisa Page and what's the other guy?
The other FBI guy?
Right.
John, may I ask?
No, not right now. And we saw how these were government officials able to search database websites and find out about candidates, anybody. They can go and search their phone records, all this kind of shit. That's a lot of power that you could use to influence over a Congress member, right? And I've read a lot of people who say it. I've lived here. I've known people that work in these government agencies, and the government, the Congress members that you said we can elect and re-elect and all that. Man, once they come here, they're entering into like a control grid where they're not going to get too far out of line, because there are people that can hold them to account. They can plant shit on them, all kind of shit. The FBI.
And I see it thoroughly different than you.
If I may,
the Lisa Pages, and forget the guy's name. Still around in the commentariat. You think they're all powerful? I don't agree that they are.
Hey, go ahead, Bob.
Apparently what happens whenever a congressman gets elected, a newly congressman, the leadership pulls them in and says, here's the deal. The next time you run for re-election, we'll give you money as long as you vote along party lines, whatever we say. So the internal controls within Congress are very, very high. The regulatory state, the executive branch, the cabinets, all those, they have outsized power and can override Congress, if you will, because they can simply make up rules as they go by. And in that regard, I think Trump is correct that it's not so much the congressmen that are the problem. It's the permanent state that is the problem.
And I disagree. I think Congress is the problem. Congress delegates their authority to the administrative state. They can always take it back.
So I think
Congress has the ability to undelegate the administrative state. I can't remember the act. There's a specific act that, as a matter of fact, it's the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court just reversed it. The Chevron.
Don't worry about it. If we would concede you that point, right?
Bottom line is we just see it differently.
No.
Stanley, you know what executive orders are, right?
Executive orders do not have the force of law. They can be overruled by the courts.
May I
they
ask a
still can a law.
question now?
You go ahead and ask a
Can
question,
be
man.
overturned by the Supreme
Okay,
Court. It
so
happens quite frequently.
I worked for the civil service, Stanley,
I don't
and
give a
there,
shit.
yeah.
give a
So that
Come on, Stanley. Let me ask you a question.
Stanley's right.
that Trump is trying to defund the civil service is bullshit because I worked for it, and you're full of shit.
Yeah, Stanley, you full of
So
shit,
there's
nigga.
that.
Stanley, don't roll your eyes.
Okay,
Guys, stop.
Didn't the
here's the
Supreme
thing.
I
Court
worked
overturn
for
it by the
AmeriCorps,
to pay
and
Hold
you're
on.
full of
politicians?
shit.
Hold
I
on.
You
worked
know
I
what?
for the
I'm going to have
civil
to take
service,
that on the chin, 12th man, for the
motherfucker.
sake of peace.
I
I
feel
love how
very
that nigga be like,
strongly. I
motherfucker.
feel
I
very
agree with
strongly
Stanley,
that
right? The
Congress can
politicians.
Deep
correct this
state and
problem
shadow
if
government.
we hold them
So
That's
you're
my
accountable.
a
nigga. That
liar.
nigga be
You're a
like,
liar.
motherfucker.
You're a filthy liar.
Hold
What?
on, guys. One at a
Didn't
time. One at
didn't
a time. One at a time, man. Come on, one at a time. One at a time.
John, you remember the CDC and what they did?
No talking over each other, all this shit, man. One at a time. And let's keep out of
Well,
this.
he's a liar, John Galt.
All right. But we're not going to advance the conversation about hurling insults.
Okay.
Go ahead. What you about to say about?
Okay, so hold on. I agree with Stanley, right? The politicians are a part of the problem, and they do need to be held accountable. I got no problem with that aspect of what Stanley is saying, but I also think it does come down to what Vivek always says, right? The unelected bureaucrats, right? When you have groups like APAC and you have groups like what's all
All
these
the NGOs and who runs them.
like all those people, right? Those are the people that our politicians are beholden to for them to be rich, right? So we're being sold out for these individuals to be rich.
You know,
Now,
I think, guys, like we just saw the radio stations. Hold on.
now, John,
Soros bought all these radio stations.
Let American man. Let American man.
John, hold on, right? What I would ask Stanley right now, Stanley also posits that the average American voter is a part of the problem as well because they're not.
No, it's not a part. They are the problem.
Okay, the average American voter is the problem, right? Got you. So now, how can the average American voter get the unelected bureaucrats out of?
Okay, no, that's not.
Most don't even know.
They can't. But I just described how the bureaucrats got so powerful. The Chevron doctrine, and there's another law that literally allows what Congress basically delegated because they're not authorities on any particular subject. They tend to delegate the responsibility to the admin state that are supposed authorities. That can be reversed. Now, it can't be reversed in a 50-50 Congress. That much makes it a lot more difficult. But here's the thing where Trump comes in. Trump's plan to go in and fire the administrative state and put political appointees in their place does not solve the problem. It makes the administrative state loyal to the executive. Congress is the problem.
I disagree.
Okay.
You don't have to disagree. It's literally.
But you still didn't answer my question. You just went to
Trump.
You just
is
pivoted
not
to
going
blaming
to
Trump.
solve the problem with the administrative state.
But you just pivoted to blaming Trump. You didn't answer.
Okay, I'm not blaming Trump. Damn, can't you hear?
Yeah, I can hear, and you did not answer the question.
I'm saying Trump gutting the administrative state, putting in political appointees does not solve the problem. It just changes who these people, the administrative
So Stanley,
state is loyal
you
12th man, hold on.
Hold on. He
No,
prefers
hold on.
the current.
Hold on, 12th man.
He
Hold on.
prefers the current administrative state over a future one. Basically, is what he prefers.
Yeah,
Okay.
more or less. You know.
I'm saying All he's doing is changing the characters in the administrative state. He's
Okay,
not
Stanley,
actually,
beautiful.
he's not
Thank
defanging
you.
the
Okay,
administrative state.
okay, Stanley, beautiful.
It's still
Now,
going to be powerful. He's just changing who they're loyal to.
okay,
The
Stanley,
problem
beautiful.
is
Now, back to
Congress
the
not
question
doing
that
their
I
job.
asked. Thank you for your diatribe on Donald Trump. It was beautiful.
Okay, no, if
Now, back
all
to the
you heard
question
was
that
Donald
I
Trump,
asked.
if all
How
you
can
heard
the
was Donald
American
Trump, then you have a problem with your hearing.
Thank you for your
Okay,
diatribe.
let me put it to you
The
this
question
way.
I'm
I
asking
am not, if
is
all you're
how
hearing
can
is
the
I hate
American
Donald
people
Trump, then you are not any better than the administrative state.
Okay, that's just nigger babble. How can the American people,
Okay,
right?
no,
You said
wrong
you
question.
blame, but
I'm
because
not going to
this was
go
the
there,
original
American
question.
man.
You
You're
pivoted to
deflecting
the
from my
orange
point.
man bad.
All you're
As most
doing is
of you
deflecting
smooth
from my
brains
point.
do.
I already explained that the American people are separated from the administrative state. I already explained that the people elect Congress. Congress has deferred their authority to the administrative state.
No,
There
they haven't.
is no direct
So
relationship
hold on.
between
So
the
hold on. So
people
you're
and the
blaming the
administrative
people.
state. That
So
part we
hold
know.
on. So hold
So
on.
stop asking me the obvious.
So you're blaming the people
I'm saying the
that
people are
elect
the problem.
Congress that has given the authority to the administrative state.
I am blaming the people. I am
Well,
blaming the
he's not
Congress
wrong in a
elected
way.
by the people. The administrative state has no direct relationship to the people. It does have a direct relationship to Congress.
And
Is
again,
the
I ask,
administrative state
if you're
out of
blaming
control,
people and you went on
Stanley?
this diatribe
No,
about
you did not hear me, did you?
and you went
I
on
just
this
said
diatribe
that the
about
people do
you
not
blaming
have
the
a
people
direct
and
relationship.
the people
How
have
can I blame the people for the
hold
administrative
on,
state? I'm blaming the Congress.
Stanley. You know what I think what we're facing here is kind of embodied in this quote here. I think it's from Mike Vanderbaugh.
It has nothing to do with what I'm saying.
If you let me finish.
I've already read the quote.
Okay, damn, you read it pretty fast. For the people
Oh,
that
I'm
read
a fast reader, didn't you notice?
Come on, Stanley, you hear me talk. Are the people that are on their phone and they can't read it? Quote, this is from Mike Vanderbaugh. I think it's from a book or something. This is no small thing to restore a republic after it has fallen into corruption. I've studied history for years and I cannot recall it ever happening. It may be that our task is impossible, yet if we do not try, then how will we know it can't be done? And if we do not try, it most certainly won't be done. The Founders Republic and the larger war for Western civilization will be lost. But I tell you this, we will not go gently into that bloody collectivist good night. Indeed, we will make with our defiance such a sound as all history from that day forward will be forced to note, even if they despise us in the writing of it. And so you guys, I think we talk about
What does collectivism have to do with what I'm saying?
Well, I think you zero in on one word. I'm focusing on the bigger point here is that there's a what do they call it? What did you say is an administrative state? And they have pretty much
all the agencies. That's the administrative state.
Pretty much, have taken control and exercised the ability to blackmail Congress and things like that. And they'll be there longer than most Congress members. So voting in.
That's the Illuminati, man.
Blackmail Congress.
Well,
that's the Illuminati, man.
They're all in it together, and as I say, the FBI
I can't win this argument.
Well,
I'll just
go eat a chili dog, man.
because I don't feel like arguing them. It's literally understanding the mechanics of government.
If you understand,
are the grand
not
Masons.
politics
if
necessarily.
you understand that everyone that gets elected into Congress, if you're willing to at least believe this, the FBI knows everything about them in and out.
Okay, what does that have to do with anything?
And that means that
You're just hungry
The
right now,
FBI
Stanley.
is not the
and that,
only part of the administrative state.
not the only part, but they are like the investigative force for the administrative state.
Yeah.
And when any member of Congress comes in, they know
Except
who's
the
dirty.
administrative state.
When any member of Congress comes in, they know who's dirty, who's not. And
Okay, well, that's a problem. That's a character problem with who we elect.
Will you let me finish? Like,
Hey,
and even the
John,
ones that aren't dirty,
real quick before you continue, just real quick, John.
Sure, go right.
You see, you guys just missed it, right? This is not an argument to get to some sort of conclusion or awareness. It's an argument to win, right? Because what did Stanley just say?
That's what
Stanley
everything is
said,
about.
I'm not going to win this argument. He's
No.
not arguing in good faith. He just wants to win. So
hold on now. That's a figure of speech.
Like
What I really, you know what I
winner or the loser.
since you're gonna parse words like this, win is a figure of speech. What I really meant is y'all are too dumb to understand what I'm saying. That's what I really meant. Now there is the bad faith. Now you're right. It's a bad faith argument. I'm wasting my words talking the mechanics of government when everybody wants to talk politics. I'm not talking
Winner, chicken dinner.
a political point, American man.
Anyway, you guys go ahead.
John. What's up, my nigga? Where the fuck you been at, nigga? You been going to sleep early or what?
I mean, rotating shifts here.
Rotating? Oh, okay.
Not
Wasn't
just
here last night. I was like, where the fuck John at?
I just don't have a set sleep schedule. So sometimes I'm up at night, sometimes I'm asleep during the day, you know.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's
yeah, we getting old. We getting old. Tough guy. We getting old, nigga.
For yourself, Torf, man. I feel like I'm 22 years old. I got the energy of a young man. I be out here, be on here late at night, early in the morning. I get up and clean houses all day, and I'm still here. Right? Young man's energy release for sure.
I go to sleep when I want. That's what I do.
Hey, John, you know it's funny. I told my dad he's so old. He was like, I'm gonna send you my resume. I'm like, nigga, why you sending me your resume? He's like, so them niggas know that I'm the truth. I was like, nigga, I tell them you the truth all the time. He was like, no, but now you can see it on paper. Like, my dad is funny as fuck, dog. That nigga is just like, nigga, fuck that. Nigga, you ain't about to have me looking crazy. Nigga, you about to let these niggas know everything I got. I'm like, this nigga, he's funny. Y'all
hey,
know how old
did you ever bring us that gospel yesterday? I had to go back and look.
I had it on for a little bit, but I think y'all
you
was
did
talking
for a minute.
Y'all was talking, so I just cut it off.
Oh, too bad. Sorry about that, tough guy.
I was on there for a little bit though.
Go back and find that.
It's about to be holiday season soon. I'll be playing Christmas music and shit.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah!
I'll buy me a Santa Claus.
Nigga, them Christmas parties, nigga. These companies be, nigga. Hell yeah, nigga. You know how much money that shit be, nigga. They be spending some money. They be spending.
I'll buy me a Santa Claus hat. I got the natural beard, and you can be playing the music.
Yeah. Have y'all ever tried a DJ? Have you ever tried a DJ, John? Never. You think you could do it or no? I mean, it is a skill.
Enough music
it is a skill because you gotta know.
I don't know enough music to play.
You gotta be like
John,
three songs ahead, you know, just to kind of keep. But sometimes you might want to switch it up too, just to feeling or seeing how the vibe is.
John, I think you need a ladies' night where You and all the ladies only.
Is that right? You know, I would like that. I like ladies. I like.
Hell yeah, we love ladies, nigga. Shit. Or have tough guy do the ladies, you know what I'm saying? Be like, hey, come on here, young man. Cause all the girls, they love me.
Maybe
They love me, man.
American man and all the ladies.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
American man sound like he needs him a lady.
I know.
So does Stanley.
I know Portia covered the immigrants being allowed on the police force, and I remember when that was just a conspiracy. Does anyone remember when that was just a conspiracy?
What?
Is that real?
That the immigrants would be allowed on the police force. I know Portia covered it.
Not up here. Not up here.
I understand it ain't there, but it's happening. And for the people that didn't believe it was going to happen, well, we are here now. And I know Portia showed this earlier. This is, I think, Minnesota.
Joining the department, the first ever Somali woman officer, Ikran Muhammad, and permanent resident, Officer Leslie Vera.
Oh my God.
Is a non-citizen. And Chief Brian O'Hara says she was able to join the force due to a recent law change. The two reflected on a big night and new career.
I didn't see anybody that really looked like me, Latina. I'm sure there was, but I didn't see that. And I was like, I want to be like that. And I want to have that face for my people that look like me.
This is what I wanted to do.
For what? For who?
Cause she can, cause she's a girl.
La Raza.
About 20 years ago.
La Raza.
John,
She
for
wouldn't want
me,
to be on the force.
for me, John,
Hey.
it's for
Because
me.
they would have locker room talk.
La
He's
Raza.
doing it for me, John.
For people that look like me. I didn't know police.
Yeah, like me, John.
Police. What?
Latino, bro. Mira,
What?
mira.
What they gonna have in Pakistan? They're gonna be policing.
She wanna lock niggas up.
Then
That's
they're
what
gonna
she
be.
wanna do.
Then they're gonna have the Somalis, and they're gonna be
Hey,
policing.
John, if you was the police, do you think you would enjoy locking niggas up?
Tribal police force in America. That's what's coming. Anybody ever been to the third world and had interaction with the police? Anybody?
Hell no, nigga.
Anybody?
Oh, actually, I've been to Tijuana
I
and the
have.
police stopped me
Anybody?
before. They had
I
some
almost
big
got
ass
locked up.
rifles, nigga, and they was
Hey.
trying to get some money out of us. And I
That's
was like,
right.
nigga, we
I'm
broke. I'm
I'm
young,
glad-
nigga.
I'm
I was
glad
like
you
19, 18, 19.
All right. And so when you go to the third world, shit, as tough guys said, they extract money out your ass, right?
Yeah.
Hey, I got this
John,
big ass rifle. You don't
That's
want
what they
it
try to
pointed,
do to us.
right? Hey, give me some money, right?
John,
Before I told
John,
you,
my
wait, talk, man.
my white
I was scared as a
my
motherfucker, man.
my white ass be wishing it was winter year
You
round.
don't want to go to jail in Tijuana, man.
And so here we had this woman. She represented her people, right? You know, if I were the president of some of these countries or a gang member of some of these countries, I'd send my people up there to become police officers. That's what I would do. I'd be like, you know what? Go up there to Minnesota, become police officers so we can move our dope or traffic our people under the cover of illegal immigrant police officers. That would be something I would consider. Here's what she says here for her people. La Raza.
But I didn't see that. And I was like, I want to be like that. And I want to have that face for my people that look like me.
This is what I wanted
She
to
would
do.
get beat up on the
And it was
street.
very challenging. That's why I'm here. And I want to be that somebody that
She looks soft
be a
as
role
hell,
model for
nigga.
girls who look like
God.
Why they let her be a
God
police?
damn. Why y'all can't let this fucking 44 seconds? Y'all motherfuckers are gonna talk over the goddamn 44-second video.
No, I did, nigga. My bad.
Yeah, I heard what she was saying though.
But everybody else can't hear when you talking over the 44 seconds.
Nigga, I be talking in the middle.
44 goddamn seconds.
why I'm here. And I want to be that somebody that to be a role model for girls who look like me so they can say, I can do it too.
Joining the department, the first ever Somali.
Man, do y'all remember when
she's fat? How you gonna be on? Can she even jump a 6-foot wall?
Man,
Is this the path to citizenship or something?
Ain't you supposed to be able to lift a certain amount of weight and hop
state.
over a 6? Because my little sister was gonna try to be the police, and she was trying to hop over a 6-foot wall, and she couldn't do it. And then she got a DUI, and she was like, "Fuck the police."
I don't think the state can give you a path to citizenship. It would have to be the federal government, I imagine. But again, we defunded the police. We had to defund the police movement. Like, shit, we scraping the bottom of the barrel here, right? Anybody, come one, come all, you can sign up. We lowered the standards where damn near anybody can get on the police.
Well, actually, you're right about that. I mean, the Army does it
DEI,
periodically
nigga,
when
DEI.
they can't get recruits. They lower this. Used to be you couldn't go into the military with a GED.
Yeah.
So, I mean, lowering the standards when you can't get quality candidates is true. But I've had experience where, non-citizens wind up in the military as a path to citizenship. And I was wondering if the police were attempting the same thing.
Now, I don't think they could do this on a federal government level, from a state level, give you a path to citizenship from a state. I just think, again, it's partly defund the police, it's partly equity. I showed you here in DC, we have gay police units, Hispanic, Asian.
We don't have that shit up here.
But we do here. And I imagine New York City has it too. Probably got Muslim police forces in New York. And then, within the Jewish communities here, they have their own, what they call the Shamrim. If you ever heard of the Shamrim, that's the Jewish police in the Jewish community. So that's kind of the way things are going. Like, you're going to have to have representative policing, as they probably would start calling representative policing. Yeah. Non-American citizens, that was just a conspiracy a couple years ago, right? People were saying that it was a conspiracy, and now it's all coming true. Anyway, now no one has anything to say. Anyway, interesting.
Yeah, I'm glad I live in Alaska, John, because we don't have that shit up here, man.
Yeah, that's true. You don't have that up there. What do you think about that all-seeing guy? You quiet?
If they want to live like that, let them die like that. I mean, I don't think it'll last.
John, hey, where's Solid Snake's ass at? That nigga.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you a question, John. Can a state, does the state have the right to make a non-citizen police without the federal government having a problem with it?
Policing is local.
It's local. It will only be like, I guess they came under like a consent decree. Then the government could probably put some restraints on them, but short of that, no.
John, are we talking about DEI? DEI higher, basically?
This might be a step beyond DEI.
Hold on, right? Because I get that, like, but you're telling me that the state could just make non-citizens police without the federal government having any say or problem with that?
Damn.
The only question I would have is the owning of a gun. Can a non-citizen possess a gun?
Yes.
Really? Okay, see, I didn't know that, right?
As long as you're some sort of legal resident, I mean, there are ways you can own a gun.
Right. See, I didn't know that. Okay, so fair enough. All right.
Well, the Venezuelan gangs,
these little kids can get a hold of guns, and I
mean, you also know that non-citizens have constitutional rights.
Right. But there's certain things they can't.
The Second Amendment is a constitutional right.
What the hell are you saying?
They have constitutional rights.
That's the fucked up part about it, isn't it?
Where do these teenagers get these guns from?
What?
Where do teenagers get ammunition and guns from?
I thought we were talking police.
I know, but I was just wondering, like, where the fuck do they be?
Okay, so Okay, so you weren't asking
Like,
me.
let's just say
Thank
you in high
goodness.
school, right? Like, where the fuck do you just get a gun? Like, just
Where do
from a
the
friend?
gangs? Where do the
But
gangs get
okay, say you not in the gang, because I mean,
MK47s?
even white boys is getting guns. I mean, and they like 16 years old.
White boys have been getting guns since 1776 to hunt.
Yeah,
What
but
are
I'm
you
talking
talking about?
like
Easily, man.
these kids be
Like, this
like
nigga's not the
getting
box.
guns. They be having like bigger artillery
Shoot,
than some adults.
black boys have been getting guns. I mean, slaves used to hunt.
Where the
Well,
fuck are they
you been
getting them
stealing, bro.
from? Is what I'm asking.
You
Where
been
do the fuck
stealing.
do
You're
they come
asking
from?
me?
I mean,
Where do I get a brand new
I mean,
MK47,
sometimes they
Stanley?
steal them,
Oh
right?
my God,
Sometimes they
Can
steal
I
I
them,
can
get one
barely
of
hear you.
those?
but
hold
that's
on, man.
not a consistent thing. They're not
Can
stealing
I
them
get a brand new
all the time. Like, where the
MK47?
fuck are
Where
they
do
Bro,
I
coming
you
from?
buy
get
one of
guns.
those?
Are
You
you
get
a teenager?
It's still guns, strawberries. Like, just go down the list, bro. Right? Their mama's dad is their uncles. Other people in the neighborhood give them guns, all kind of shit. They share guns.
Oh yeah, that's true. Like the older uncle that ain't about shit. Yeah, I can see that.
They sell dope shit. They get their own gun. Ain't that hard?
But
To
I'm
get a
just
gun.
saying, like, who's supplying? Like, how do they get on the street? Like, where the fuck is they coming from? That's what I'm.
Man, in Chicago, they break into rail cars and get the guns.
Oh really?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay. So like trains.
Somebody got to tip them off. What car got the guns? But you know they do it. They're breaking in and get them if you tip them off.
I wanted to put the army on rail cars like 5 years ago, but no one wanted to listen.
They do?
So they getting guns off the trains, basically.
Everywhere, like cars, your house.
Oh yeah, like stealing. That's what I was saying. As far as stealing, yeah.
Car purchases, everything, bro.
That's how I know usually niggas get guns is like they done stole it from a house or they got it from one of their homies in the hood. That's the only thing I could really think about. But I just was like wondering how do these little 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19-year-old kids are getting guns at an
Some of them
alarming
get them
rate.
from their parents, like this kid in Winder, Georgia.
Well, yeah, the white boys be getting the guns from their parents.
Well, you said teenagers,
But
you didn't specify.
sometimes the black kids get that shit from their parents, but it's very rare. You don't hear about black kids getting their parents weapons like that.
Well, maybe not. I mean, okay, well, you don't hear about it much. It does happen.
I'm sure it does, but I think you hear
got
about
mama's gun.
white kids getting their parents' guns more, if I'm not mistaken.
That's probably true.
So, I mean, yeah, they getting it from their parents too. I get it, but I don't know. I was just wondering where the fuck these little kids be getting all this damn artillery. And
Yo, I saw this video. I want to get you. It's only 15 seconds, guys. I want to get your guys' thoughts on this. 15 seconds. What do you think about that, guy? There's basically, I think, a deer or something. What was it? A buffalo?
No, it's like it looks like an ibex
fighting a crossing dandelion.
but it might not be.
The antelope.
Wait, what happened?
The
Do that
antelope.
again?
Let me play it again. But tough guy, probably. Oh, you know, tell me what he was doing while I was playing the video first time. Playing it one more time. All right, that's enough for you, Tokay.
Churchill said, was it Churchill? No,
That
it wasn't
motherfucker wasn't
Churchill.
playing with his
It was
ass, was it?
John F. Kennedy. John F. Kennedy. Only fear
It went into survival mode.
Only fear
me or
itself,
you.
man.
That's a good one, Latinos. What about you, Tokay? We said survival mode.
Yeah, it's either me or you. Shit, do or die, nigga.
Yo, whoever wrote the
Shout out to me
comment out of
sometime.
whoever wrote the comment out of frying pan into fire, baby.
Is that where the catfish? Is that where the catfish flipped from the pan right back into the water?
That remind me of Jay-Z. So, hey, do y'all think Jay-Z really is on the run? Do you think he really left? Because they said they coming after his ass next.
That shit right, that video, that 15-second remind you of Jay-Z?
No, out of the frying pan. Out of the frying pan. That's one of his lyrics. Out of the frying pan, I'm number one supplier or some shit like that. But yeah, Jay-Z about to go.
You know,
do you think he'll go to jail, or do you think his marriage will save him? I think his marriage might save him.
All seeing guy, what did you think about that video? What did it make you think?
Survival, nigga.
Hey, what this one with the lion and the
jungle,
animals
nigga.
here?
Yeah,
I didn't see it. Did you just play it? I was
Nigga,
typing.
he's played it twice, nigga.
Yeah, I wasn't looking. I was typing.
Take a look. I let it play a couple times. Yeah.
That's Virgo coming to run John Galt down.
That's like an ibex kind of African antelope or some shit. Yeah, that lion's like.
No, that's a
Lapine hyena. Too, but apparently it isn't. There's a
Lapine hyena.
It's some kind of antler deer type thing, man. Yeah,
it's a ruminant.
This thing's
there's an African ruminant with a twisty horn, and I can't think of the name of it.
Yeah, those prey animals can fucking line up if they get lucky. Lions are careful, man. They try to do it, but they're not afraid to back off to preserve their life, man, because they get a freaking whore right in their jugular, you know.
You know, for the lion, whatever the antelope thing is, you know, sometimes, you know, it comes down to the point that sometimes you got to stand your ground and fight. You may be to run from that motherfucking crocodile, but you gonna have to stand that lion down. You won't be that run.
Sometimes it comes down to you know, being a man, if you want to put it in human terms.
A lot of people, you know, I've talked
you
a lot
to stand up and be a fucking man every now and then.
A lot of people, you know, they're constantly running from shit. Somebody said an impala. Well, sometimes you got to just stand down like that damn impala did the lion.
John, you know what my favorite African animal is? The hippo, man. No one fucks with the hippo.
I think the lion was just waiting, was basically taking on a meal of opportunity.
Yeah. If the croc didn't get him the lion, like, I got this one.
Yeah. It was just was lined up. You know what I'm saying?
John, give me a scenario where you couldn't run and you had to just stand there and fucking fight it out or wait it out. Or, I mean, whatever the scenario is, where it was like you had no choice but to deal with whatever the situation was right there, right then and there. I mean, sometimes as a man, you got to do that. And I was just wondering, like,
you know, whenever I've had tenants, you know, the ones that don't want to pay, you know what I'm saying? You know, you got to deal with them. You know what I'm saying? It's just no other way around it. I mean, you go to the government, beg them to help you, but they're not going to come to your aid at your time, in the time frame that works for you. Yeah. So then you just got to, you know, you got to deal with it right there in that moment. You know what I mean? But you know, I'll tell you a better example. You got me thinking. And I've told you a story before. You know, one of the reasons why I can't take Section 8 because I'm banned from the program. Because I walked in that motherfucker with a gun. You know what I mean? Not on purpose, you know what I mean? I wasn't going in there to kill nobody, anything like that.
I know, yeah.
It's a mistake, you know what I mean?
But they're like, I'm paying you.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
got to
paying
give
you.
us a little bit more context, nigga.
And so when that motherfucking gun went off in that metal detector, man, I started to run. I was already on probation. I knew I was going to jail. Like, God damn it, are they going to hold me like Puffy until trial in the DC gulag? And my first instinct,
Rikers Island, motherfuckers.
my first instinct was to run like a motherfucker. I ain't gonna lie. If I'd have
Puff Daddy
ran,
trying to get out of there real bad right now.
if I'd have
So
ran,
they're just like, I'm not paying you. I owe rent and everything, but I'm just not going to pay you. F you. Is that what they were like doing?
Nah, it was even better than that, man. They were paying me, and I was going down there to tell them stop paying me, because I know at some point you're gonna get your money back out of my bank account, and I didn't want that shit to happen at an unexpected time. They come in and take $10,000 out of my bank account, and so I said, well, I'm going out here and tell these people stop paying me, right? And I had a gun in my bag, and damn metal detector went off.
How they have access to your bank account? You mean a tenant?
No, when you're involved with Section 8, they deposit money into your bank account, and they
Not
overpay
the
you.
tenants, the state.
Nah,
Because
your housing authority.
Yeah.
They can go in and
I
take
don't know
the money right back. They can take the money right back out of your account. Just I mean, when you sign the agreement, they tell you like, if we overpay you or some shit like that, we can take it back. Right, it's deep down in the agreement.
The government, yeah.
Right, in the government, you know, it's an extension of the government, right? And so, anyway, so I walk in there, and when that gun went off, man, I said, shit. I started to run. You know, again, I knew I'm on probation, thinking they're gonna hold me until a trial. And I'm like, fuck. But if I run,
tenants, no matter how irresponsible they are, like even if
God
they're like,
damn it! Can you let him finish the story?
What happened,
Please.
That's good. I just wanted to ask
nigga,
John.
you said the gun went off, then what, nigga?
the state is
What
backing up
was
the
you
tenants,
on
no matter how
probation
irresponsible
for?
and like if the landlord, I'm just gonna not pay. The state backs them up, and you have to.
oh man, I can tell you deeper than that.
John, tell us what happened, nigga.
All right, so I put the gun through the metal detector, you know, it pops, hey, gun. I said, shit. And it was two fat niggas. And I was like, I could run from this motherfucker. That was my first instinct, just run. Right? It was like a gym bag. I was going to the gym. I didn't even know the gun was in the bag. I'm going to the gym, you know what I'm saying? And somewhere, where I was headed downtown. And actually, I was headed to the gas company. One of my tenants wasn't paying the gas bill and got the gas turned off. I said, let me go down here and cut the gas on in my name. But I stopped at the housing authority, one thinking I had the gun in my bag. And put it through the metal detector. So clearly I didn't know. Otherwise, I wouldn't have put it through the metal detector. That's how I beat the case, actually. And so started to run, you know, they called the police. I stood there waiting and shit. Those fat ass police guards, you know, the housing authority police. I couldn't run from them motherfuckers. They never would have caught me. But they would have known who it was, clearly. You know, you had to sign in and shit. So they had me dead to right. So police came pick me up, they take me to jail. And the first thing I asked the policeman when he put me in the car, I'm like, man, how long do you think I'm gonna be in here? I was in there a little bit longer than I thought, you know, because I was on probation and shit, and you know, and they wanted to hold me into the trial and all that kind of bullshit. And, but yeah, so when you asked me a moment, tell guy you asked me a moment, that is the moment. Because if I had run, they would have held me in there to trial, bro. They'd be like,
yeah, I believe
and it would have looked bad in trial.
At least you went the right way. You did it the right way.
They would have held me in trial, and they would have been able to say, you know, at trial, they would have been able to say he ran. Yeah. And then you know the craziest part is at trial, bro. Any of you guys know what the Brady law is, or some shit like that as it relates to law?
That guy, Reagan's assistant got shot in the head. Has something. It was named after him, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, I know what the Brady. It doesn't have anything to do with being shot in the head.
So anyway, I'm walking in the court on the day of trial, and I guess the DA or whoever, I can't remember exactly, walked up to my, you know, in DC it's federal prosecutors, like on like criminal charges like that. So I walk in the court, and the attorney general or whoever the fuck it was comes up to my lawyer and say, you know, they got some new information about your client that we need you to know, and we have to, you know, give you, you know, where, you know, make you aware of this. And basically, they were saying that I said that I had a knife, and
Damn,
was threatening them.
they was trying to
And
fuck
so,
you.
yeah. And so, but what it was like a low IQ, a severely mentally challenged person that they put up to say that. No, not the tenant. It was one of the security guards, right?
Oh.
So we put the security guard up to say that I had a knife too, but they never found that knife, right? And so, but they had to tell my lawyer that I alleged to them that I said I had another weapon. So when they put the person on the stand, they said, "Did he say that? Why are you just now saying that?" Right? And because they knew they didn't have a case otherwise, because they had to prove that I knowingly walked in there with a gun. Well, who the fuck would do that? Right? But they took me all the way to trial anyway. And so then they came up with this whole knife shit at the last minute at trial, that some witness would get on the stand and say that I had a knife. And I threatened them. And you know what's crazy? The night before the trial, I bumped it into one of the finance person that was in charge of my case at a restaurant, like 2 blocks away from the courthouse. And she said she couldn't talk to me. I understood. So I said, I'm sitting there next to her. And she was like, you know, the craziest thing is we owed you money. We were overpaying you. It wasn't like you owed us anything. And the prosecutors were trying to, you know, more or less hope that I was owing them something, or that they owed me. So that, like, I'm some angry motherfucker coming down here with a gun ready to kill somebody over what's owed to me. But in this instance, they overpaid me, which happened to work in my favor. That's the reason why I was there. And anyway, long story short.
Yeah. This is a crazy ass story,
may
nigga.
I ask you a question, John Galt?
Yeah.
Nigga got caught with a strap, nigga, and did all this other shit.
What were you on probation for to begin with?
Man, I think it was
John is a criminal.
I had man, I was living in this area, man, and it had just been a shooting like a couple of days earlier, right? You know, and I'm law abiding at this time. I'm pro police. I'm young, and motherfucking police showed up. I just getting off work, man. I had on like khakis and shit, right? And it was a young boy upstairs who used to smoke weed all the time in my building, not my building, but where I lived. You know, I was living in an apartment, and so I come home. You know, I saw it was shooting. They had the street blocked off the day before, and so the police knocked on my door. I opened the door like a simp. Motherfuckers had barged in, bro.
Yeah, once you open the door, nigga,
Right.
they put the door.
I ain't know what they were coming for. Motherfuckers did barge in like a simp.
I ain't opening no door for nobody.
Like simp, man.
Fuck that.
You know what I mean?
My mama taught me that, nigga. Don't open the door for nobody, nigga.
But I was, you know, like, and you know the typical. I wasn't doing shit. And I really.
Your mama ain't teach you that, nigga. Don't open the door.
Man,
Nigga, my mama taught me that a long time ago.
You know,
nigga, don't open the door for nobody.
You know, I had an interior door. You know, it was like a building, so you had to get inside the building to knock on my door. I'm figuring it's the next door neighbor. She be knocking on my door and shit. So I open the door. It's motherfucking police. And before I could do shit, nigga put his foot in between the door. I'm like, yo, what the fuck is going on? You know, and at that point, bro, they searched my apartment, bro. And the crazy shit, they staged some evidence. So I had like a shotgun on the other side of my bed, right? It wasn't visible, right? And shotguns are legal in DC, right? But it wasn't visible, right? These motherfuckers put it in between the mattress, halfway in between the mattress, halfway out. Like, who the
cops
fuck put the
planted
shotgun?
it?
Well, they staged it. They didn't plan it. They staged it. It was mine, right?
Who did? The cops
Police
or
did.
who?
Yeah.
No,
What the fuck?
yeah.
Shotgun half in between the mattresses, half in between the mattresses. But it had to be in plain sight, because what they used was they heard but they used was they heard a baby crying as probable cause.
Right.
Right. But I didn't have babies.
They was
right?
reaching. They was
Right.
reaching.
But they knew.
Jesus,
right? So, and this is DC, it's black motherfuckers, they just run
Retarded cops, man.
So and it's crazy. I also had a handgun, but it was in my kitchen cabinet. I used to keep it like staged around my house. And for some reason, you know how they had what's they call it shit on the side, like a little nickel.
John telling on himself, y'all.
The nickel handgun, when you put your hand around the grip, there's the nickel thing. Well, anyway, if that plate comes loose, the safety will slide down because it like holds the safety up in position or whatever. I can't remember the thing. But anyways, the name of it. Anyway, so that piece was loose. So in DC, if they can't fire the gun as is, they can't charge you with the gun. So they couldn't charge me with the gun. So they could only charge me with the shotgun, which was a misdemeanor, and the bullets, which were like I don't know what the fuck misdemeanor.
Probably
Damn,
felony today.
if you had
huh?
a gun, it's because these motherfuckers think that they can just tell you, I'm not going to pay
Yeah, but
rent
I used
because
to
I don't want to. What people who think like that with that mentality, of course you need a gun.
Hold on, one day I'm going to find the paperwork, man. And so there was a roach in my trash can, right? And they put this shit up like I was preserving the roach and charged me with the fucking roach, man. A fucking roach. I was like,
Jesus, man, what year was this?
20 years ago.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, weed back then.
They was trying to get your ass, nigga. They treated you like you was black that day, nigga.
Trying to put his ass in Rikers and shit.
They said,
That's
"Oh, you's a nigga today." Nigga,
You
the road.
Man, I remember because it really turned me against police for a long time, man. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah, they can be dirty as shit, man. Oh my god, you wouldn't even believe shit that happened to me.
and then I started looking at a whole lot differently.
For a roach and a disabled handgun.
Yeah, because the shotgun they couldn't charge me for this. They couldn't even charge me for the ammunition. The shotgun only for the. But they tore my fucking apartment up, man. And you know the craziest part of it all? The old lady that I used to help with her groceries, the one I thought that was knocking on my door, she'd been calling the police all day. The nigga upstairs.
Hell no.
She'd been calling the police all day for the nigga upstairs smoking weed.
Oh,
lazy ass police just get in the building and just go to the first door they see, which was mine. Right?
Yeah.
They were coming for the nigga upstairs. Right?
Fucking retarded cops.
The bigger part is like, and it really, she could have gone up there to the young boy and said, "Hey, young boy, can you smoke out the back of the house? Can you light an incense or something?" But she called the police on it and got me fucking arrested. I ain't saying I wasn't, outside of the law, but it could have been an easier way of handling that as opposed to calling the police. And she had taught that young boy in school. She was an old lady who had been a teacher and it taught the young boy. And here she is calling the police on the motherfucker for smoking weed. Right? Like, you gotta be, you gotta be solving your own problems, man. Like, she could have gone up.
Get you inside in, Nicole.
Yo, John, it's funny.
Inside in, Nicole.
John, it's funny you say the lazy ass police because it's funny, and I'm not anti-police, but it's funny that you say that because I remember one morning I was going outside to start my car. This was upstate New York. This was probably about maybe anywhere between 15 and 20 years ago. Right? No, I had just had my first daughter, so it was 15 years ago. And I go outside at like 6 o'clock to start my car because I'm getting ready to go to work, right? It's cold, up north, especially upstate New York. You go out and start your car.
Yeah, early in the morning, it be freezing, nigga.
Right?
You gotta get the frost off the window and shit.
Yeah. So I go out my front door. I see the police. I close my front door. I ain't paying them no mind. I don't know why you're here. I just open my eyes. I'm going to start my car and get ready for work here in a minute. I go back in my house, and here they come rushing in behind me. So they want to get into my apartment. I'm like, yo, you guys can't come in here. You know, at this time, my wife and my daughter sleeping. I got a brand new baby.
Right, an infant.
You know, this baby's less than a year old. Right. And they're like, oh, we got a call because the guy upstairs, this is why I agree with the lazy ass police part. The guy upstairs was whooping his wife's ass. Ironically, they didn't want to deal with that. Right? That's it. That's the best part. They didn't want to deal with that.
Yeah, I don't want to deal with that shit, yeah.
So they come harassing me. Oh, we got a call about somebody being beat and this and that and blah, blah, blah. And they're like, we need to come in and check and this and that. And I'm like, yo, I don't know what you people are talking about. I just opened my eyes. You can't come into my place. And they're like, well, we got to come in, this and that. I'm like, no, we can't come in. And so at this time, you know, it's probably 6:10 in the morning or whatever. You know, and you know, when you getting ready for work, you know, the woman, you know, they're kind of already up, you know, knowing your routine and all of that. You know, so I guess she's hearing a commotion at the door, and she comes to the door like, "Hey, what's going on?" You know, he's on his way to work, and it's, I mean, it was just weird how they acted, right? And then I was like, and this was another weird part. I said, yeah, I don't know what's going on. The cops alleged that I was beating you. And yo, John, when I tell you they started jumping out the front door of the apartment building when I said that.
Yeah.
And they were like, whoa, no one alleged anything. No one said anything. No one said anything. And I'm like, yeah, you guys literally alleged that there was something going on here. And they're like, no one said anything and this and that. And guess what? Guess what they did? Per usual. My car was still running. They went in, right? Now, at this point, I was actually in the house brushing my teeth, getting ready. And they knock at the door and bring me the key saying, oh, you know, we could charge you with a crime for starting up your car. And I'm like, I'm thinking to myself, so you guys just went through my car for no reason.
Yeah, I can see it.
I just went through my car for no reason, trying to convince me that starting my car is somehow going to land me in jail for 30 years.
Hell, man. God damn, people.
You know your rights, police will.
Black Knight 007, he says she did try to solve the problem. She called the cops. No, she wanted someone else to solve the problem. You know, I think, man, honestly, like, that lady been living there a long time. She had taught the boy that lived upstairs. If you really got a problem with the police in your community, as these people have complained and burned down cities, you know, in protestation of the cops, then these little minor problems, as you can see now, weed is legal. There's nothing she could do if someone moved upstairs from her smoking weed now, but ask them to maybe buy some incense or a fan.
Smoke weed.
That's what she should have done, you know, as it related to the problem she was having with the guy upstairs that day. If she could have just went up there and spoke to the young man, I still would have been her next door neighbor willing to help her bring in her groceries.
Yeah, the 90s, man. Like, the 90s, weed was illegal. It was a hard drug as far as the law was concerned, man.
When I got out of jail, and I'm looking at that old bitch, and I'm like, bitch, you got me fucked up. Ain't no more groceries being carried in for you. No more groceries for you, bitch. You got me fucked up. Right?
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Fuck you, bitch. You got me fucked up. You could have went up there and talked to that little nigga. You calling the motherfucking police in here and shit. You got me fucked up. The fuck don't ever ask me to help you with your groceries and nothing else.
She had no idea.
Not only does she got you fucked up, she got you fucked up too. She got you fucked up, but she got you fucked up. I mean, two different things. That's fucked up.
Black Knight said, you said she was old, John, but that bitch wasn't stupid, right? She taught that little nigga upstairs. She was a school teacher. She taught the little nigga. She could have. He lived with his mama. She could have went, hey, ma'am, your son sure do be smoking a lot. Can you tell him?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, she could have done that, but she's just like thinks that's just
police, right? And then the same bitch out here voting to defund the police. What? I just can't make heads or tails out of this shit.
Welcome, John.
She's voting that way now, man.
You know, the black bitch don't vote to defund the police and any other motherfucking movement that come along. For
I'll never vote to defund the troopers. I hope they take all those degenerates to jail.
I mean, you know, this was pre-defund the police, clearly, but you know, the point being, if she were alive, I don't even know if she's still alive today, but I would
all those motherfuckers to jail. I don't give a fuck.
Shit, police are because of lack of funding, man. You got to fund them more so you can get better quality cops. And now they're hiring any retard to be a cop because they got their funding taken away, man.
Yeah, with her fat ass. I want people to look like me to be a cop. Like, bitch, you out of shape.
You know, if you were
you don't have what it takes to be an Alaska State Trooper.
Someone says, how many times have I heard you say, I ain't talking to you? But she was a teacher to them. She was a teacher to that one. Now, I can understand if they were out on the street corner. She might call the police if they blocking her doorway. But she knew that little motherfucker. She taught that motherfucker. She knew his mama that lived upstairs. And she calling the police on a fucking neighbor. I mean, we live inside of a 4-unit building. This ain't a little big ass high rise. It was 4 units. She was one of them. This bitch is calling the police on a child that she taught. I guess in some, the bitch was.
I remember those days. It's like an old lady jerk reaction, like a just knee, whatever.
I guess in some, the bitch was willing to throw away all that educating that nigger she did by calling the
she wasn't
police.
even thinking through it, man. She's just like,
Got her
oh
money.
my god, it's illegal.
She got her money. She got paid.
John, she called the cops on a little kid.
But she got her money. She taught that nigga. Maybe he ain't learned shit. Maybe he did. And then she called the police on the same motherfucker she taught. Ain't that a bitch?
Hey, John.
Long with her hand off. That's all it is. She about to hand him back off to the government.
I was just about to say,
that motherfucker.
Hey, John, I was just about to say, how many mammies are entrenched in the school to prison pipeline?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yet again, another mammy entrenched in it.
The irony is thick in that a school teacher was calling the police, basically her government buddy, but they all on the government dole, school teachers and police.
You gotta lock him up. I can't control him.
I done made money off this nigga the first 12 years, 18 years of his life. I'm gonna pass him over you, police. You can send this
your turn. Yep.
That's what you turn.
I can't even believe thinking back then. It's like a weed smoker. It's like, what the fuck? A weed smoker. Big fucking deal. Like now the way things are, you think back then, and I lived it back then. Weed was freaking illegal as shit back then. You know for that.
We all. And when I say we all,
now.
We all, and when I say we all, I mean black people like to pretend that the mammy is not a big part of the school to prison pipeline.
Hey, hold on. We got a Bill. Bill, you're not a porn bomber, are you? He might be a porn bomber. Bill, are you a porn bomber? You're on mute, Bill.
Yo, can you hear me?
Now we can hear you. You're not a porn bomb, are you?
No. I just found the stream. Just wanted to tap in real quick. And you guys had the link.
Oh yeah, what's up?
What's the topic of discussion tonight?
Oh man, we've been jumping around. What do you want to talk about? You new? What do you want to talk about? You the guest of the house.
Shit. It don't matter. Throw me a topic. Let's get into it. I see we got a Latino for Trump. You guys get into politics? What's up?
And we talk a little politics. Are you Kamala or Trump? It's kind of like a litmus test these days.
Nah, I'm it's hard to even really like pick a side nowadays, but I'm definitely Team Trump over Kamala every day, all day.
Are you vaccinated? Are you
Hell
vaccinated?
no, not at all.
You sure you need to take one shot? You didn't take one
Never,
shot.
never, not once.
You got any mask pictures? You ever wore a mask? You ever wore a mask?
No, I've worn a
Yeah.
mask to like get to work, but nah,
Mm.
never that. Not really a fan of the mask. What about y'all? You vaccinated? Trump, Kamala? What side are you leaning towards?
Fuck him. Yeah, fuck
Man,
yeah, Trump. No facts, man. No mask. Fuck.
Yeah, y'all are Trump voters?
I'm voting for Kamala.
No, I'm voting for Kamala.
We got one Kamala
outta
voter.
here.
I'm voting for Kamala.
There's
right
no
now.
way.
Stanley's voting for Kamala. I think he may be the only Kamala voter. Not Kamala. He may be the only Kamala
Stanley's too
voter.
smart for that. I can't understand.
John Galt
Latino for
not
Trump.
voting.
Latino for Trump is voting for Kamala.
I got a
John
question for this
Galt,
nigga. I got a question for
John
this nigga.
Galt's voting from the couch.
Hey, my question is, have you ever paid for pussy before?
No, I've never paid for pussy, but I've sent some hookers over to some faggots' houses that I don't like.
John played for pussy before.
He kind of
went
delayed.
hunting
I think Bill was kind of delayed.
Massage.
That's funny as a motherfucker.
I just wanted to say, man, I hate niggers. Fuck Kamala Harris. Fuck all niggers.
Oh, man. There we go.
John, how did your whole hunting go?
That's a real good one right there. Like, can y'all see what he's doing in the background? That's a real good one. Man, these motherfuckers are sophisticated. I will give it that.
How'd your
They
whole
start
hunting
out all right, and then they go
John.
inward, inward, inward.
Nah,
Fuck
he had like a naked bitch back there.
Oh.
Well, he was covering it up, so you
Yeah,
good.
he was coming up. Man, these people are, man, these some sick.
They're
bro.
vicious, ain't they?
Man, these people are fucking sick, man. This is a
Telling
sick.
you, John Galt, you're not sure what you're getting into, homie.
What the fuck, man? Like, man, this shit makes me more pessimistic than being a fucking landlord. These motherfuckers
man,
in
this
here
is
are worse than my
trolls,
tenants, man.
Yeah, totally troll central. So you got to put Stacey Abrams up there every time.
But now they're like
Dude,
thinking like,
sound like the voice that broke in and spammed your, well, not spammed, like hacked your chat the one day and started saying N-word, 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 blah, blah, blah. It was like yesterday, day before, something like that. Same voice, man. There's that one dude.
man, this shit could be like AI, it could be like, oh man, it's like, what
I
the
guess
fuck?
could be, yeah.
But you know, I just started to look at him. I'm like, wait a minute, his fucking lips. I was like, he delayed or something. And then I saw the picture behind him. I was like, oh, this motherfucker. All this energy they put in it, things that are so unproductive. And that is America today. Motherfuckers is engaged in
Pretty retarded, huh,
Can't
John?
understand it.
I don't fucking understand it, man. Like, someone said he looked really young. I don't think that was him though.
It wasn't, John.
Hey, John, do you go to the dispensary or you got a grower?
Nah, I have every now and then I go just out of curiosity or whatever. But they have a good grower here. I've shown you this before. Let me see.
Because I've
Want to go outside, dog? Go outside.
The dispensary kind of cut out the weed man out here.
Yeah,
I mean, there's still niggas that sell weed, but it's very rare. You ain't gonna see it much.
Yeah, I got
Now
two
people got
big.
their own businesses. They like got delivery businesses if they sell weed.
I got weed everywhere around here. It's ridiculous.
It's a good weed though, 12 man.
Oh yeah.
This is like one of the best.
I don't
Right
know.
now.
Everybody's good weed is, you might say it's good for you, but I don't know. I have to see.
Yeah. Well, I have two
So-
big groweries right around me.
2 groweries?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you get it from the grower?
I showed my weed the other night. But
What you think about that all seeing guy?
Oh yeah, I seen that.
Oh, you can't see it, huh? Let me damn, you can't see it, huh? Let me This is what the alt soul.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Yeah. I'd
That's
smoke both.
my
Mine
type of weed, John.
Mine looks better than that.
Christmas trees.
My weed looks better than that. Definitely better than that. Spindly looking.
That's what they currently have.
My weed looks
All
better
this
than
stuff
all
looked good to
that.
me, man. I've spoken weed since the freaking early 90s. So, like, it all looks good to me, man. I smoke garbage weed, man. With seeds and everything.
Yeah,
Look at that
they
right
have.
there. Look at my cam.
I'll show you all my weed.
Let me
here
put.
in a second.
Yeah, that shit look good. Right
No, 12, man.
That's a
biggest.
Oh, that's that compressed shit, right?
Curvy.
Wait.
Y'all remember brickweed?
Oh, the black, right?
No, the brickweed.
Yeah,
black.
Weed
Black,
challenge. Show your
black
weed.
used to be brick, bro. That shit was dark as hell. That black weed. It used to be the brick. It used to come in the brick.
It had seeds and shit. You had to clean the seeds out and shit.
Yeah, bro.
I used to get hash in the early 90s. That was around, man. Hash
was the
tasted good. It was all perfumey and got you high as hell, man.
Only time I ever had hash was maybe once or twice in the States, and a lot of times the Arabs have that shit in like Holland and shit like that.
They got chocolate tie out there, White Widow in New York. What else they had in New York?
They had that shit in Philadelphia when I lived there. You could. My roommate gave me this.
Every time I go to
Go
New
ahead.
York, every time I go to New York, I go to where is it that I stay at? Sometimes I stay at
Can
the
you
Bronx.
show
in
the
Bronx,
cam,
right?
John?
Listen, I stay in the Bronx, right? And my wife's cousin, he be the one to hook me up, and I get like an ounce of haze for like $1, not like $3.20. Yo, but that's like the best weed ever, bro.
That shit right there look good as a motherfucker.
That New York haze. There's no haze like that New York haze.
I was gonna say, when I lived in Philadelphia, they had this dude. Like my roommate said, "Hey, you just call this guy. It's supposed to be a laundromat, but it isn't. And you just call and ask for this guy named Nabil. You just call the laundromat and say, "Is Nabil there?" And then they'd be like, "Yeah." And then he'll call you, and then you hang up, and then he calls a bit later. Be like, "What do you want?" It was a bicycle messenger weed service in Philadelphia in the mid 90s. And this bicycle messenger would come and give you nice freaking nugs. Like, you just call back and be like, "Yeah, I want this much." And
Yo, how many people ever heard of the Cartoon Network?
Yeah, nigga.
Yeah.
The weed delivery Cartoon Network.
No.
Oh, no, not that. I heard the Cartoon Network.
Definitely heard of Cartoon Network because the Rugrats and all that shit.
I had better than weed shown, but John didn't want to show it.
Oh, I show it. Pick up that 12 man. I show it. My bad, 12 man. The Cartoon. Give me 1 minute. Cartoon Network. Weed delivery. New York City.
We have weed delivery in Anchorage too.
Oh yeah,
which is where I'm headed tomorrow. I might get me a hooker while I'm over there too.
Get yourself a lizard.
Get it on, 12 man.
Check this out right here. I don't know if I can read it. I don't know what the fuck is all these ads, bro. This was from back in 2012. And this article is about the ads. It's about the Cartoon Network in New York. Let me see if I can find exactly where they talk about the cartoons. I can.
Is this the furry channel again, or something?
And listen up to it, man. The Drug Enforcement administration might never have broken up a drug delivery service that called itself the Cartoon Network. A year-long investigation led to the arrest of John Nebel and 11 others charged with conspiring to traffic in 2,200 plus pounds of marijuana. A high school dropout from Long Island, Nebel, who along with his confederates has pleaded guilty to conspiracy, led a mobile and tech-savvy network via a call center that frequently changed locations and delivered dope through a system of couriers overseen by street managers. This is 2012 when weed was illegal.
He was making bank, but that nigga was making millions.
Now that shit would be totally, the police don't even give a fuck. The Cartoon Network.
Weed was like crack in the early 90s.
Yo,
like
dude. Bro, I'm
crucify
trying to tell you guys, bro, like
them niggas was smart, nigga.
I'm trying to tell you guys, there's dudes that drove from here to New York just to get haze, bro, and like they will sell it over here double the price.
It would be like they're here in DC too,
bro.
weed
Like I
are-
would buy an ounce over here for $500.
Yeah, I remember when ounces be about $500.
Yeah, because I just didn't want to take the trip to New York myself. I'd done it before, you know. I'd gone to Washington Heights and got
What's that?
got for
100,
200,
and all those areas up there. Yeah, I've been there so many times.
but it's like, nah, man, fuck all that. If I could get it right here and not have to deal with the headache, why not?
Man,
Pay
my
that
weed
extra
so
200.
good, I still be coughing, and I put the weed out a long time ago. That shit still.
I got a card. I got a card from dispensary, like a
That shit
medical
still got me
freaking card, and this shit doesn't seem as good as it used to be back in the. Maybe I'm just a tolerance, you know. But like, I remember shit back in the '90s hit me harder than it does now. It's got to be tolerance, you know.
Nigga, my shit,
But they
my
say
shit,
it's
my
all
shit hit at
science.
26.6.
J. Doug said the DC rules for weed are kind of confusing. That's the point. Is it a bug or a feature? The more confusing, the more people do whatever the hell they want to do. Right?
I smoke shit.
Anything.
I
Police
smoke
can't-
shit in California at 35%, bro. Yeah, you smoke that shit, you want to go to sleep,
nigga.
You wake up, you smoke that shit. That's why I don't know. I got a method on doing things. I got two different type of weed. I got sativa for the day, and I got my indica for the nighttime, man.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I went to the weed
You
store once.
can't be smoking no indica. You got shit to do.
24/7 sativa. And when you run out of wine, drink coffee.
I went to the weed store once and I got a bunch of shit. I didn't even know what I was doing because it's my first time there when I got the card. And I got this oil extract shit where it's like a pen shaped thing and you click it and it puts a dropout on a cigarette or whatever you want to, or a food or whatever you want to put it on.
Yeah.
And I didn't know how to work it, you know, so I
That's
thought
how
it was
you get
jammed. I kept
psychosis.
clicking it. I kept clicking it and putting multiple doses on something, and I was like, I thought this thing was
That's how you
broken.
get
Then I realized,
psychosis.
no, I didn't get psychosis, but then that's how I realized,
you
holy shit, I
can.
just clicked it a bunch of times, and I put like 5-10 doses of weed on this cookie. I was like, oh, fuck it. I'm not going to waste all this shit. I just clicked out. So I ate the whole thing. It was like I was tripping. And I've done like hallucinogens before. It was like,
See what I
was
mean?
tripping. Yeah. Yeah, man. I
You
was
got
seeing like
psychosis.
freaking landscapes and beautiful neon castles and shit with my eyes closed.
Yeah.
Let me ask a couple comments and then we're gonna watch this video right here. You guys probably are familiar with J6. You can self-certify. The DC, what do they call it? The dispensary, man, it's like 30% tax. Shit is high, man. So I think only tourists buy from the dispensaries, if you ask me. It's illegal to smoke in an apartment complex, and indeed, I guess maybe it is. I don't live in an apartment complex. When I did live in one, it wasn't illegal, but maybe so. Let's take a look at this. January 6th, the Democrats are still going to use this to the best of their ability.
Oh my God, man.
Yep, because if they lose, they're gonna hold with this and say that he's not eligible to hold
Oh,
office.
the insurrection with picket signs. Oh, they're
Does
gonna
anyone-
kill us with picket signs.
Does anyone remember when they had the it was one of those protests and they said we're coming for your kids, we're coming for your kids, or something. It was like one of those transgender
That shit's wild.
Yeah,
you
I
remember
remember that.
anyone remember that?
I
That's
remember.
wild.
Yeah, that's fucking weirdness, man. I don't know what.
I remember that.
Right. Well, take a look at this right here. They've got these kids already.
To work again, turn in your father.
Well, the tip actually came in from before January 6th. My dad was getting way more radicalized as time went on following Trump and isolating himself more and more, and it was terrifying.
What were some of the signs you saw?
He was watching all sorts of media that was terrifying. He isolated himself to online groups that were far right, radical. And he was growing more and more violent, not to just the family, but to the people around him. And it scared me.
And then when you saw it January 6th, how soon after did you realize your father was involved that you had to act further?
It was while they were pointing guns at the doors of the house.
You saw him there?
He was texting my mom and FaceTiming her. And
dude, I would kick this kid out of my house so quick.
Delusion.
And did you have any hesitation about going further? I mean, he is your father, but as you say, you saw him there with guns, and prosecutors said he lit the match of January 6th.
Of course. It was the hardest decision I've ever made, and it continues to haunt me to this day.
I bet that's the
But, I don't regret it. And I still feel for him and my family.
So, Stephen, let's turn.
Him up the river to the government.
That's
I think that's a bullshit
You don't
story.
deserve life.
It's true though. I do remember some of those kids testify. Hold on, Melanie.
I heard about it.
You're not a porn bomber, are you?
No, I've been here before.
Yeah, I mean,
we know that a girl or is that a man?
Oh, that's the one with 4 titties, John.
Well, John,
Technically.
John, hold on, right? Let me. Here's the thing, right?
That's a man.
These guys say things like far right radical, right? You know what's far right radical? If I say I love my daughter, I'm considered a far right radical.
Not really.
And let me finish. And here's why.
Yeah,
because
man.
I didn't say I love my daughter who doesn't know what she. I love my child who doesn't know what she is. The fact that I said daughter, I am now considered a far right radical.
I don't think there's anyone, especially on the left, who actually thinks that way.
Like that's how these people operate. I mean,
Hey, man,
you
why don't
can
call yourself
says
Michael.
that shit.
Why you come in here acting like a girl, nigga?
Hey, be respectful, okay? Go ahead.
Yo, be respectful, man.
right? Like you can see how these people act. Far right radical doesn't mean anything anymore. They consider anything they don't like far right radical.
Right.
That's not true. The left cares very greatly about making that distinction. We have discussions about that all the time. We debate each other about should we consider these people radicals or not?
Who is this? Is this Imperious?
No, it's not Imperious. Go ahead.
It's not.
My name is Melanie Cosmic Fox. I've been debating for 6 years.
Yeah, Melanie's been up here before. Go ahead, Melanie.
Thank you. And so, yeah, I just haven't seen a single leftist, despite knowing plenty of them, because I am one, that says this. Where are you hearing this?
I'm not going down this road. Like we're not going to pretend that people that say this are just making it up, because that's essentially where this is going.
And since
Well,
since,
I didn't. I asked where you're hearing this
Melanie,
from.
since I'm a sane person, I'm not.
Melanie, Melanie, how many nipples do you have again? Tell me how many nipples.
Both men, please, man. Nobody cares. Like,
It's okay. I've taken jabs at 12 men in chat. He at least gets a few. He gets a few.
John, did you see when this woman of color was sitting down with the two ex spook ball players, and she gonna say to them, and she says to them, my best friend and I, her father used to carry us to the club in a Cadillac. And all I said was, when do you spooks get offended? Like, at what point do you say, will you stop trying to insult me? Just never ends with these spooks and these people that they vote for. Never ends.
You know, what I would say is this.
What is spy? Are you calling them spies?
Here's a video. We're coming for your children. Here it is.
This is fake, John. This is fake.
It's not real. Okay, well, look,
this came from the right-wing extremists.
So it's not real.
There's even a montage during COVID of them singing the song saying, "We're coming for your children." I don't know if you remember that.
So is that like fake news, or is it real?
I don't know.
No. It's real, but real, but they have to say it's fake and call you a right-wing extremist if you point it out.
You know, I think this is where the people who think that, you know, like who come away with the conspiracies about the children and shit like that. I mean, yeah, you know, I don't know. Like, I just can't fathom myself chanting this. Maybe they have a good reason, but we can't do it.
You know what's sad, John?
Hold on, let the video play. Well, John, let me ask you a question. The fact that you're worried about them chanting that, you might be queer yourself.
No, I'm not worried about it. I just understand it.
For one thing, if I'm being honest, and I'm not trying to be pedantic or anything, this is just genuinely what I heard. It sounded like maybe one person was chanting the thing about the children, but other people were chanting like, we're not going shopping. So maybe the person by the camera was the loudest.
Hold on. No. Hold on. What would be the reason they're chanting we're not going shopping?
Well, because I think that there's like a stereotype associated with like being cosmopolitan and gay.
So they're gonna so they're gonna go out into the street and chant we're not going
What's that
shopping.
have to do with people's children?
No. Hold on.
Like, just play it again. You can hear someone say we're not going shopping.
Okay, but what would be the reason for them chanting we're not going shopping?
I don't know. You'd have to ask them. Like that's not something I would personally chant because I don't know what it means. But my best guess is because they're standing up, right? Like I'm standing up versus going
standing
shopping.
Up against going shopping.
Because
Melanie, maybe because they're ripping the stores off anyway.
Hold on. What do you mean by because of cosmopolitan?
Well, you know how like being gay or queer is kind of like associated with like urban cosmopolitanism, especially in the media, Will and Grace and stuff like that. Like they kind of have to have this sort of almost camp but upper class lifestyle to even be valid.
So is shopping exclusive to gay and queer people, or do all people shop?
It's a trope, so it's just over associated with gayness and queerness. And again, like, this is just me kind of spitballing because I don't know, like, I haven't gone to a protest where they said that before, so I don't understand the logic. But that, like, if you're in New York, maybe that has more significance or something. Or I don't know if this was Chicago or whatever, but.
Do you know New York is the most tolerant place ever?
Ever?
Do you know?
How would
right?
we know?
Because I'm from New York, right?
Okay.
I've grown
I thought
up
that was
in
California.
I've grown up in
Portland.
Now it's time for you to educate yourself.
What about Portland, though? Is that
Here
not?
it is for you to be educated. Here it is for you to be educated, right? I've grown up in New York.
I wouldn't mind living it.
Excuse me, John.
I wouldn't mind visiting Portland, but I wouldn't want to live there.
I found that
Right?
video.
Here-
I found that
here-
video. It's in the back. I found that video.
Here's the thing about New York, right? I've grown up in New York my entire life. And guess what? I've grown up seeing gay people my entire life. Never once has myself or anyone around me ever just looked at my God, ever looked at a gay person and said, you know what? I'm ready for an attack, right? They have their parades. No one attacks them. We sit next to them on the train. We work next to them in businesses. No one attacks them. This didn't start 1 year ago. This has been going on in New York.
John, I sent you that video. It's in the
So
back.
if you ask me how I know, it's because I grew up seeing it my entire life.
Okay. Yeah, I can't refute that. Aside from you saying it's the most, because Toronto's kind of like that too. Latinos for Trump. I watched it. It seems kind of like a joke video to me. It actually kind of made me chuckle, just because like if you are queer or gay or even like be trans, it's just ridiculous to actually like. It's almost at the point of satire that people believe that we're coming for anyone's children.
Why do they say that, though?
Well, again, in that video, I think it's because from an inside perspective, looking out, it's funny.
It's because of the indoctrination in the schools. That's why.
What indoctrination?
Can we leave it at that?
You don't think
No,
there's...
that doesn't make sense.
John, I sent you the longer video.
All right. But go ahead, Melanie. You were saying you don't think there's indoctrination in the school?
Well, no, I just wanted him to clarify it so we could talk about it.
Fourth man, maybe.
You know what they told my kid one day? Thank God they don't teach any of this stuff in my kid's school. But one time I did get pissed off because they come. My kid came home one day and she's like, "Oh, Dad, did you know that the oceans are rising? Did you know that the weather is whatever and all this?" I'm like, "Where you hearing all this crap from?" She's like, "Oh, we learned this in school today." And I'm like, "Oh God." I had to sit her down. I'm like, "Honey, look at these pictures. Look at the Statue of Liberty in 1950 something, right? And look at it today. Do you see any difference?" She's like, "No, not really. Just some new trees or whatever." I'm like, "Okay, there you go."
Wow, I really wish you would stop shoving climate change down kids' throats.
It's like, what the fuck is this, dude? Like,
Headline here. You know, this is kind of immigration central. The Biden administration is expected to take action next week to make it harder to lift its policy, banning asylum for immigrants who crossed the southern border illegally. 3 people with knowledge of the matter said on Thursday. The action makes it increasingly likely that those restrictions issued by Biden in June will lift in the near future, cementing what had been a short-term fix into a central feature of the asylum system. The restrictions have thus far appeared to propel a major downturn in border crossing. Anyway, anyone want to comment on that? Yeah, moving on.
Anyone who thinks that leftists like Biden don't understand leftists because we're, generally pro-immigration. No, I know. That's That it bothers me when people are like, "Oh, you're a leftist. You must be pro-Biden." Like, nope.
I think everyone knows. I think everyone knows no one likes Biden. This is just anti-Trump. Like this 2020 election, this election.
Wait,
This
but
is not
that's
about
the same as
liking
Trump's
Biden.
policies.
This is not about liking. This is
It's
not
not
about
about liking Trump because
Kamala.
look.
This is just about I'm anti-Trump.
Yep.
And that's it.
Yep.
That's all it is.
Because
Everyone knows that.
Nowadays, the truth will hit you in the face, and people would rather look a blind eye to the truth because the truth is not in their side. So the truth not being on their side, they rather go against it because it's not on their side. And we live in a time of stupidity. I think it's like you be what you want to be, fine, cool. But when the truth comes out, don't deny the truth because it doesn't fit in your narrative or in your life. Like,
Okay, I just want to make sure I understood this. It said that it's making sure that people can't lessen Biden's restrictions, which are stronger than Trump's. So how is that anti-Trump? That's more like helping Trump push forward his anti-immigration agenda, right? If I'm understanding correctly.
No restrictions on anything.
No, there's plenty. There's more than there was during Trump.
I don't know. He was probably told to say certain words. It sounded like that, but
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the article. I mean, the
It said that there's less people than ever.
paragraph that he had there was pretty clear. Like, I'm not,
and wait.
like,
Do you actually believe that?
here's the thing.
I'm just dealing with the information that was presented to me.
Did you read the paragraph, sir?
I tried my best. I did read it, yeah. It was very difficult. though.
Latino, did you
Paragraph
read
can be
the
a lot for
paragraph?
me.
What happened?
I'm just being
What are
self-deprecating.
we gonna do about it, though? That's the question. What?
If you read the paragraph, you know what it says.
Nothing.
Well, I
Don't
asked
be
for
scared.
anyone to let me to clarify for me. I was just double checking that it said that they're trying to prevent people from being able to lessen the restrictions that Biden have done, and now there's less people coming across the border. And from my best knowledge, that's
Yeah,
less
I don't
during
know.
Trump.
That's
Let me pull up the rest of the article for you.
what the article said.
Here's the rest of the article. This is the source of the article here. The American Civil Liberties Union. You can read it for yourself, right? You need me to read it for you?
Oh, sure.
No, can you go back to the first article, please? And
the first article,
Snippet, yeah.
The
The
first article was a
snippet.
big snippet of this. I'll scroll
Right.
up.
I was just
You know.
trying to double check that
All
I
right, let me
had
scroll
it
up.
right. But it already seems to confirm what I was saying.
it's does not confirm what you were saying.
Okay.
By no means.
Make it harder to lift its policy
No,
banning
no.
asylum for
If we
migrants.
go back and we read the words that you're willingly leaving out.
Hold on. Go ahead and read it. And then we'll see what we come to a conclusion.
The Biden administration is expected to take action next week to make it harder to lift its policies banning asylum for migrants who cross the border illegally. 3 people with knowledge of the matter said on Thursday. The action
Okay,
makes
stop right there. To make it harder to lift its policy banning asylum for migrants. Okay, continue.
Can we scroll down just a bit? Because I think the end of that paragraph also matters a bit too. Great. Okay, perfect. Thanks. The action makes it increasingly unlikely that those restrictions issued by Biden in June will lift in the near future, cementing what had been a short-term fix into a central feature of the asylum system. The restrictions have thus far appeared to propel a major downturn in border crossings. So there seems to be a major downturn. Wouldn't Trump like that?
Oh my God. Okay.
Kind of looks like double speak to me.
No, it's not double speak. It's pretty clear. I'm not sure. Like the problem is you guys are trying to engage in convolution.
Yo, you want to continue reading here? Go ahead.
Yeah. The policy largely solidifies a shift from the long-standing U.S. promise to allow migrants who come into the country to apply for asylum, regardless of how they do it, and fundamentally alters years of past practice at the southern border. So again, I think that reaffirms what I was saying, that this is more harsh than even Trump's border policies.
So we're just going
How-
to ignore.
You want to read the next? You want to read the next couple sentences? There's 2 more sentences here in this paragraph.
Sure. The American Civil Liberties Union and immigrant advocacy groups have filed a legal challenge over the policy, saying it violates immigration laws. Immigration activists have said that the policy has sent people back towards danger, including those with legitimate asylum claims. Keep going?
Sure, go right ahead. Yeah. One more.
This is punishment and deterrence at its worst and will wreak havoc on our global reputation and immigration system, said Robin Bernard, the Senior Director for Refugee Advocacy at Human Rights First. Those who trumpet it as a success are ignoring the substance of what it does to vulnerable human beings.
All right, well, there you go. I think we got a good idea of what Biden.
I just find it funny, John, that they saying all this stuff now after 3 years of
yeah.
You know, and it's like, don't you think it's a little bit too late for that bullshit? But there's a reason why they're doing it, though. There's a reason why they're doing it. They think they can get kudo points.
Let me read the next paragraph. The Biden administration has said that migrants can continue to enter the country and seek asylum if they get appointments at ports of entry beforehand.
They'll never show up for it,
The administration offers over 1,000 appointments a day to migrants seeking to enter the country. 1,000 times 365 days a year is at least 365,000 migrants per year. The order issued in June allowed for the limits on asylum to be lifted if the number of people crossing illegally remain below 1,500 a day for 1 week. The changes that the administration plans to release next week would require the crossings to remain slow for several weeks in order for the restrictions to be lifted.
Deport all the Cubans back.
The number of border crossing has not stayed low enough thus far to lift the restrictions, and an even longer period of low crossing seems unlikely. The new America, people.
Hey, John.
Many more before America.
John, guess what this sound like? Let 10 million in a year, and then, I'm going to put a restriction in for 5 million. And everyone says, thank you, you've done us a great service.
No one is talking about stopping the flow. They're just talking about acceptable flow.
You want to know what's fucked up, man? Like, so over here in Massachusetts, like here in Boston, there's been high schools where they have closed high schools, right? And made these high schools into 3 high schools, right? And renamed it something else. So you got to think to yourself, overcrowding of kids already as it is, right? And then you're going to add these people here. Like, I don't understand why we downsize on schools if this was the plan all along. Like, it's like destruction. This is stupid. I just don't understand why anybody would want to do this.
Nah. I understand where you're coming from. I totally get it. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me, from the outside looking in. But if I were on the inside, I guess I could make heads and tails of it. And I guess you have to think like an insider for it to make sense to you. You know what I mean?
Do you want me to try to make sense of it, like politically, why Democrats want it for you? Because it's pretty straightforward. There's a lot of migrant voters who tend to vote Democrat, and they have family members who they want to bring into the country because they live in instability, right? So if I have a cousin or a sister or a mother in a country that, like Lebanon right now, right? I'd want there to be fewer restrictions on the border so that I could make sure that they actually make it to safety. And so I'm probably going to vote for the people who seem to be loosening restrictions.
Pretty sure we already know that every immigrant wants to bring their whole family over here.
Well, would you not want safety for your family?
Secret.
Yeah, you'd want
Not
safety for your
fucking
family.
Secret.
But you'd want safety
Not
for
a
your family.
goddamn secret.
Okay, we get
That's
it.
all I'm saying. It's
All
not
right,
a goddamn
let me
secret.
play this video, guys. Let me know if you're able to see my screen. Are you able to see my screen? Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
On 2 motels, $4 million, supposed to help homeless people. And 22 families got kicked out. They're living in a tent city.
Did you hear what he said? I'm going to replay that one more time because I've been predicting.
Tent City, yeah.
I've been predicting that we're going to see some Shannons pop up in America. When I showed some Shannons, I think it was yesterday. And listen to what this man just said. He said, Americans were put out to make way for migrants, and the Americans had to go where to live? Tents. We'll hear it again.
And 22 families got kicked out. They're living in a tent city. We're starting to become a big city.
That's gonna be you, Melanie.
12 man. 2-minute video.
We're going to wind up being the next Detroit because we're going to be bankrupt. Where's the extra highway state patrol with all the accidents that happen? I don't see them out on the street. Right down where I work, I've seen 4 accidents in 1 week. And nobody charged with anything.
Why are these people being coddled and pampered and giving us a beautiful life, a life better than I live, off my tax dollars? And then they want to turn around and start hating on us and calling us racist? There's something really wrong with that picture. We took on a problem from a third world country that is not our problem. Why are we taking care of this and supporting this? You know, why don't these people go home and fight for their own countries they seem so proud of? There was a whole bunch of things sent out to the Haitian community to be able to vote, but they caught on to it. You know, there's a bunch of scandalous things going on in our town.
Thank you for your time, Wes Babian. I want to say thank you to Springfield, who's had to endure the bomb threats, the hate, the vitriol. I mean, there's been a lot of very terrible things that have been communicated by email, by voicemails. If you want to sit down with me for an hour, we can listen to these very hateful voicemails that I've received personally, and attacks on, and hate towards family members. It's all very scary. It's very scary.
Put out of their homes. Haitians, third world country, man, saying it ain't my problem. Why do I have to pay for these people? And they come over here and they hating on me.
That hate worked such a crutch.
Calling me a racist while taking my taxpayer dollars and parading that shit in my face. I keep saying more like South Africa and Brazil. That's what it seemed like to me. Hey, you can't.
Scary times, John.
You can't put Humpty Dumpty back together again. These people have broken the trust and the bonds that people have had with churches, government, schools, police, legal.
Well, that's a system. That's not people.
But the people who are beholden to the system, they've seen criminals kill, rob, steal people. Kamala Harris bailed them out. And then people protest the government and they get thrown in the gulag.
John,
just
today the numbers came out. What was it, like 15,000 rapists, 13,000 convicted murderers or something that are immigrants that are here?
600.
They still commit crime less. They still commit crime less than native-born citizens.
They still commit crime.
Bullshit.
That's a stupid.
Put a source in the side chat.
No, that's a stupid statement because how are you going to compare 300? Listen, how are you going to compare 340 compared to, let's say, 20 million?
With math.
It's actually 623,000.
I imagine
you
incarcerated people are expensive. And just let them out to save money and send them up here.
I imagine when LeVar Ball boy went over there and got caught stealing in China, there probably was a liberal organization that could have come up with the statistic that Americans steal less than Chinese people. So why not let this boy steal? They steal less than us. Man, who cares?
That's liberal logic, John. We got our own problem.
You can't go to their country and steal.
We have our own problems. Let's bring more in.
Stealing and committing the crimes in their country would be met with severe consequence. And what these people are being able to do here is come here and escape the consequence that they know that they would face if they did in their own country. This is la la land for them, right? A criminal's paradise.
Man, John,
be fucked.
I've been seeing them around here lately more often than not. I need to start looking for another place.
Just like that antelope or the deer or whatever the fuck it was, like a lot of people ain't gonna be able to run, man. They're not gonna be able to look for another place. And some people just ain't gonna wanna look. They wanna put their roots down right here and cast down their buckets where they are.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's what I did, John.
You gotta cast down your buckets right now.
Can you hear me, John?
I can hear you. Nah, yeah, I can hear you loud and clear, 12 man. Anyway, moving right along, we covered immigration.
I don't know, man. What are we gonna do about it?
What are your thoughts, Melody?
I think in general, this is a systemic thing that we're seeing. First of all, these camps have existed for a long time. I can already point to some video that were made like over a year ago, where somebody's walking down the streets in LA, I think, and they're there. These are a function of poverty. These are a function of the system no longer serving the people. I think it's time that I think it's good actually that when somebody's saying like, oh, my taxpayers' dollars are helping them live better than me. Well, first of all, if they're in a shanty, they're just objectively probably not living better than you. And secondly,
well, I'm saying Americans will be in the shanties.
The people or the American people. That's our people.
Even
These
though,
people are
but here's the
boomers,
problem.
whatever they call.
When immigrants come to this country, they inherently take on lower paying jobs and stuff like that. So they're never going to have enough economic mobility and upward mobility to overtake. Like,
you don't understand economics, my friend. Let me play this. Hold on, let me play this video, another video, and then I'll come to you all seeing guys. We got a minute.
Don't get it, John.
All right, we got a minute 30-second video, guys. Patience is a virtue.
Approached yesterday by a non-speaking or non-English speaking member of the community now, one of our new residents, that apparently purchased my home. I was not aware. No one told me until yesterday morning. And this gentleman came up and put a 3-day notice on my door. I've been a resident there for 6 years. He did not speak English. But he came up and told me I have 3 days. 3 days to move out of my home. I'm getting pushed out of my home by someone that can't speak my language and doesn't know the law and doesn't know the rules of what an eviction is or what communication is, because he can't tell me. It's not his fault. But I want to know where the resources are for us, because I don't get rental assistance. My $15 an hour, I make too much. I took a pay cut because my employer had to outsource the company I work for overseas. I had to take a pay cut of a fourth of what I made. And now on top of that, I'm being asked to leave my home by someone that can't communicate this to me. We're getting pushed out of this community. I was born here.
I want to be compassionate here. Your time
is up.
Retards in charge.
You don't want to hear anything else she got to say. Someone bought her home to put her ass out. Got to go.
Can I say something?
Yeah, correct. Oh, wait a minute.
So
You go to all-seeing guy, man. I've been promised I'll come to him. All-seeing guy.
yeah.
You
Let
Lieutenant
the
Colonel,
all-seeing guy speak.
Go ahead. And just when I come to him, he's mute. All-seeing guy, you there? Once, twice.
Hey, John.
Yeah. You were going to say something, all-seeing?
No. I was thinking about something right now.
All right, go ahead, Latino.
So what I see here is basically how the system is failing the people. You see how she can't make a certain amount of money, or she can't live in a certain means. And that sucks, man, because, I mean, the whole point of being an American, I thought, was, to live the American dream. So how can you live the American dream if you're stopping people from making a little bit of extra cash because they have to meet a Section 8 requirement? To me, it's just stupid, dude. And this is the reason why a lot of this stuff is happening too. Because I'm pretty sure that she was probably a Section 8 voucher.
No, she wasn't Section 8. She made too much for Section 8.
It sounds like she was a homeowner, and somehow that person was able to acquire.
No, she was a renter.
Okay.
Mhm.
See, that's what I'm saying. See, so she was.
She was not Section 8. That's what she said.
She wasn't Section 8, but she was a renter.
Section 8.
But, all right, same similarities, right? She was a renter, which means it wasn't her home, which means this Haitian probably purchased the house, right? And now,
Well, did she say Haitian? We don't know if it's a Haitian.
It was basically a Haitian. This was Charleroi, Pennsylvania, or Springfield, Ohio, one of the two.
Yeah, she said he didn't speak English, or the
There's
language.
plenty of different other people who don't speak English.
They've been but either way it goes.
Either way it goes.
Either way it goes, right?
She gets kicked out, right? The way it works out here, you get 60 days to figure out your situation. You get what I'm saying? And then if you don't figure out your 60 days,
what you're missing is
that she didn't get that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Hold
That's
on. What you're missing is that he bought the house, right?
I understand that.
And so by law, like, he can take possession. There are different rules. He's not evicting
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. I don't know the rules over there, but the rules,
Right,
the
that's what I'm
rules that
saying.
apply here.
In almost every state, if you buy a property, a house, and say, I'm about to move in with my family, and you don't have to abide by the same eviction laws as if you were like you bought an apartment building and you just rent out rooms. You can't rent out apartments. You can't put them out there where they still have their landlord tenant rights. But in this case, the properties change hands, and she may or may not have tenant
I
rights.
understand all that, but there is rules for people that have these type of situations, so they won't be kicked out in the street. You
Okay.
understand?
I think you're both in agreement. It's just John's trying to point out this is a different scenario than the rules you're pointing out.
Right, like she didn't own the house. She didn't go
No,
buy
I understand that. She's
Right.
a renter.
Can I get a quick response?
But I'm pretty sure if the renter had a lease with this person and they sold the house, and let's say that the lease,
They're no longer beholden to that lease. That lease is for a different person now.
Well, it depends. But this was probably me and you renting. It's just a handshake deal, right? Ain't no lease. Right? It's a small town.
Oh, if it's like that, then
Right. You understand? It's a
that's
small
on her,
town,
dude.
right? It's a small town, right? Where the town is changing overnight. Go ahead, Melon.
So I just want to. Someone accused me of not understanding your guys' issues. I have talked to plenty of people who are anti-immigration. I've tried to meet them at their level and try to humanize them. And I'm just going to say, like, if there were the concerns that you're talking about, I would understand the fear of people taking your jobs, pushing people out of opportunities you otherwise had. But I think America is a land of growing opportunities. But I'll leave it at there. The next thing I want to address the video directly now. First of all, she made a contradiction that I just kind of bothered me. She said this person doesn't know the laws. But she's not bringing this to the cops or anything. So it sounds like this person is following the laws and did follow the laws
Well, you
whether
know,
or not this is an
Melanie-
action we agree with. But and
Melanie,
I'm
you
about
know,
to disagree with the action. Let me disagree with the action first, please. And I disagree with this because this is fundamentally harmful no matter who it affects and who's doing it, right? No family should be at risk of being pushed out within 4 days because someone can suddenly buy their house. And she might, I don't know if she has a family or not. I missed that part if she said that. But it's still just the fact that you could do that to anyone, to me, is incredibly, like, it's dystopic. How can we live in a world feeling secure if you're not above that middle, if you're not in that middle class bracket where you can own a house? Your life is always going to be feeling insecure.
You know what, Melanie? And see, this is the thing why I keep coming back to South Africa. Is that
John, could you shut that music off, please, so I can listen to the conversation?
Am I
That
not very
would be
loud? I
nice.
can talk closer into my mic if you like.
Well, just the music gets in the way of it.
Well, here's what I think it is, like the South Africa aspect of it is that one of the reasons why she pointed out these people were foreigners, and again, is that when you can't even speak to people, when you haven't kind of dealings with, you almost feel like you're in a foreign country. You ever been in a foreign country where the people are not as receptive to speaking English? France or probably other parts of the world where they don't speak any English, and you feel like you don't belong.
Yeah, it's called culture shock, right?
Well, but it's not culture shock from the standpoint of, they're not even trying to be open to you, and that's a little different in America. You come here, you can't speak English, people, we'll translate shit for you, right? We'll do all that for you.
I don't know. It depends how much you're on. It's not. I'm thinking reservation, but the resort.
Listen,
if you go off the resort, I've heard it changes.
We've made it very easy for Haitians to come here and get driver's license. It's not that easy to go to Haiti and get.
But they'd have to become a citizen first, right? At least.
I said we've done the translations. We've done everything to make it easy for them to become drivers.
Well, I looked into this, and they do have to become citizens first. So we're just fast tracking citizenship.
I'm just saying, regardless of whatever they become citizens, all this stuff can be manipulated by the government. But we have made it pretty easy for them to assimilate in terms of the things like driving a car, going to the library, schools and things like that. They wouldn't be able to do that for us there. And here, the bigger point though is that as Americans, there's probably some like deep down built in, like subconscious, like I can't do my fellow man like that. I've evicted a lot of people, and I've always given them an opportunity to go somewhere else, and usually they have somewhere else to go.
I'm really glad to hear that. By the way,
but what I'm saying to you though, is that a foreigner coming in from a third world, there is no sympathy from his eyes about you. And if you on the street, he don't care. He got people in his country,
John,
that need housing. Hold on, and that element of sympathy that Americans may extend to each other, we're bringing in hundreds of thousands of people that don't have that same sympathy. And you have to understand that we're all down at the bottom competing, living amongst each other. And there are groups of us amongst us that will put our ass out on the street within 3 days' notice. The average American couldn't do it. Wouldn't do it to another American. But that man that bought that house, he told her, as you get to go. 3 days, I don't care about you and your family.
Yep.
Right?
Rent it to his people now.
That's what I call a brave new world. And most
I
Americans.
thought about getting LifeLock, that way no one could steal my home title.
John.
Well, I don't think it was
John, my mom don't speak English like that, but I showed her the video of the lady becoming a police officer, and I translated to her and I explained it to her. She's like, "What?" She's like, "No way, this is happening." I'm like, "Man, you're seeing it with your own eyes, and this man right here is explaining it to you." And she goes, "But wait a minute, doesn't that mean that There can be people that hate this country.
Yeah.
And become a cop, and you reunite in a town.
Why would they come here if they hate America?
Oh Lord.
They
Jesus
want
Christ.
to
Did you not
take
see
it
the video?
over,
Did you not
Melanie.
see the video of the migrant that said,
The
you'll
fuck?
see, you remember me? And he made a threat and everything. This guy was locked up by the FBI. But
You know, a
this is
lot of
not on the
times,
media. If you don't do your research and you don't find this information, you will never know.
you know, a lot of times
Right,
people,
right.
you know, a lot of times, like, if you come from a third world country, every day you hear is a reminder of how terrible your country is and how, you know, insufficient the people in your country were able to build something. Now, that may make you have an appreciation for this country. Some people do. But a large number of people will say, well, my country should be like this if it wasn't for this country. And they start to compare themselves to the people that are living here, drinking lattes on a Saturday morning, and it breeds more hatred than, you know, appreciation. And
Well,
that's why
maybe they
you,
have a point. Like if the U.S. is doing imperialism abroad and like destroying families, destroying communities as a part of like their proxy warfares, then yes, I can imagine that some people might be resentful. But if they're
well,
also coming here for a better life, doesn't that at least open up the capacity for them to be grateful?
well, they can come for a better
I
life.
don't know
They can
about
come for a
that.
better life and still maintain that hatred.
What if I
Man,
told you? What if I told you? Just please. What if I told you that immigrants have the same capacity to be grateful as we do?
Sure. Okay, I'll give you that. But
Thanks.
let me
Yeah,
let me
but
tell
they're
you
not
something.
as nice as we are,
American,
No,
Melanie.
they are. They actually are. They
But
might even be
12 minutes,
nicer.
12
But
minutes, 12 minutes.
I
immigrants,
don't
Give me a
believe
second.
that.
Give me a
we
second.
have a we have a large group of people here in this country right now. They kind of hate the country.
12 minutes.
Ingrained.
There's a lot more native-born Americans that hate the
John.
country.
Right,
Sorry, I'll let you finish.
that's the people I'm talking about. We already
John.
have a bunch. Hold on, you hear me talking? Hold on. We already have a bunch of people here that hate the country, right? They're kneeling for the flag. They're burning down shit. They're protesting. Now you want to bring in other people that you've acknowledged, admitted, that may are bring some other deep-seated animosity for this country. Yeah, they may enjoy the benefits, but they may still harbor their hatred. Is it worth it bringing in more fuel to the fire? That's the question.
Yeah, because I don't actually think it's that bit much fuel. I think
But you
first
agree-
generation immigrants are actually more motivated, and we tend to see this with them, like opening up their own
Before-
businesses, whether they're just convenience stores or something. They still do this.
Before I go
and
to
stuff like
sleep,
that.
I'm gonna tell you this. My uncle tried to come here, right? And 2 times he was denied. This is before all this nonsense, right? And 2 times he was denied, right? And the reason why he was denied was because there was a situation with a man that looked like him, and they confused him for a murder, but they caught the guy. But since they confused him, that was on record. So when the embassy looked at all this stuff, they was like, "Oh, you've been locked up for murder, so we need to investigate more." It took him another 5 years for him to come here. And that's my problem. My problem is we're allowing a whole bunch of people here that are not being background checked at all. So we don't.
Wait,
even
how do you know
fucking-
that?
Yeah.
Dude, because they process these people so quick.
Oh my God.
Oh Lord. Oh, John, good night.
I'm just okay. I'm just wondering. Like, I'm hearing. I see videos where people say this. Like, they're political pundits a lot of the time, right?
Good night.
I haven't
Good
seen
night,
sources.
Latino for Trump. Melanie just doesn't understand Latino for
Hey,
Trump.
all right, 12 man. Come on, go ahead, Melanie.
So, sorry, let's let me regain my thoughts for half a second. I think first generation immigrants really do show like a desire to, if not assimilate, have some sort of upward mobility, so that way they can provide a better life for their kids. I think that's usually 99% of them. That's their motivation from what I've seen. And I have met a lot of immigrants. I live in Canada. You know, we're apparently chock full of them. And on the second point, I think if there is any fuel, it's in the second generation because they might be more politically independent to not think like, okay, I have to keep my head low so that way I can, just continue living my life here, which does seem to be a mentality of a lot of immigrants. And so they're more likely to speak up, but they're also like, they've been born and raised in America, right? So they're more likely to speak up in political ways, like
Melanie,
activism and stuff like that.
may I
Much
ask you
less
a
trying to
question?
take over stuff.
May I ask you a question, Melanie?
Sure.
Can we send all the immigrants to Canada? Would you be okay with that?
I don't think, well, if we want to talk infrastructure and the failing systems, I think our system is failing just as much as yours, and we need to improve these failing systems to, anticipate these people. Just like we have to anticipate population growth.
How do we do that?
So starting from like a ground up thing, I always thought like universal basic income was a really great start to making sure that anyone who's here can't isn't really forced to live in shanty towns, but also rent control.
So you're a communist.
But also rent control, which would be a democratic institution, by the way. And so, well, yeah, we'd want a government to regulate that, right? Then would it be communist? No, not necessarily. I could do that. I could do this under the current government. I can tell you how. But rent control would make sure that even if rent goes up, it can only go up by a very small amount. So that way the universal basic income almost guarantees that everyone can afford a place. The next part would be to make sure we have enough places for people to live in, right? So we're kind of working our way up a bit. We can also work out. We can talk about making sure there's enough food for people, because I was talking about
rent
basic
control is
needs.
price control, and that's communism.
That's not what communism. Price control is not communist. There's
It's completely communism.
Okay, where
1972. It didn't work in 1972. It didn't work in 1972 when Nixon tried to do it. It's not going to work
Nixon
now.
was a communist.
You're a communist. Is what
Nixon,
you're telling me.
did you
It's
just say Nixon was a
socialism.
communist?
It's socialism, and it's a communist tactic. And you're
So,
trying to paint it under the guise. You're trying
Are
to
you
paint
sure you're
it
not
under the guise of
filibustering right now?
democracy. You're trying to paint it under the guise of democracy, but it is socialism and communism. That's exactly.
Okay, but you think Nixon was a communist?
another
Because I'm
thing,
just following your logic.
I'm not concerned about any illegal alien coming here to America. They don't have a right here. Their mere presence here is illegal. Therefore, it's adverse to our legal system.
That's
They are
right.
not owned. They are not owed anything. Period. They don't
It
deserve
was a
anything.
super great nation.
Deserve
Apparently
anything
not
here.
great enough.
They don't
to-
deserve anything here. They
Reparation.
don't need anything here. Our system was built for us. They're taxing the system ad nauseum, and you want to sit here and act as if they are a net positive to the system. No, they don't. They don't feed into the system. They don't add to anything to the system. You have people. You want us to make a Faustian deal with these people and call it altruism, and it isn't. Period. Are you? Are you?
Did you really say Nixon is a
Are you
communist?
even an American?
Did you really say Nixon is a communist?
Are you even an American?
If I answer your question, will you answer mine?
Is the CEO of
If I answer your question, will you answer mine? Sorry, I'm talking to the person who's talking
Is
to
this
me.
a communist? Are you a communist, Melanie?
If I answer your question, will you answer mine?
Are you a
Canadian
communist? I don't make
communist.
deals with the devil. Are you a communist?
Okay.
Yeah, he's a Canadian communist.
I just kind of want you to answer my question first, then.
I've had conversations with Canadians just like you.
Okay.
And they come in sheep's
No
clothing.
Americans ever have
We
these
know that you're a
positions.
wolf. We know you're a wolf. Nothing you said made any sense whatsoever. You said you can show us how we can have rent control, which is nothing but price control by another name.
But that's still not communism.
We would never. It's definitely communism.
Okay,
That's exactly what
okay,
it is.
where
But
in
that's
Das
okay.
Kapital?
But, you know,
Where is that in Das Kapital?
Where
Where is that? Where is that?
In anything Justin Trudeau has to say to have any sort of logic.
Where is that?
Who cares
in Das
if it's
Kapital?
communism?
I care if it's communism, Dennison, and you know that.
Why?
Why? Communism is terrible. In every place it's ever been.
That's not an
it's
argument.
Always falling apart, and so is socialism. Are
That's
you
not
gonna
an
try and
argument.
Tell me that wasn't real communism or socialism?
I have no idea because you're just throwing labels at things
I'm
without
not throwing
describing
any
what's wrong
labels
with
at
them.
anything.
That's
I'm telling
like
you exactly. I'm
That's
telling you
communism is not an
it's
argument
never
against
worked
something.
in the last 150 years that it's ever been tried anywhere in life ever.
Capitalism is not working right now, so
Capitalism is
you're not
working
you're not
just
really
fine.
making a
Around the
point
world,
and
everybody who's ever used
and
it,
just calling it social.
send themselves out of poverty.
Okay, I guess he just wants to hear himself talk.
Period. You already know this, Dennison. You don't have to like it, but
I
capitalism.
try to tell you what I know, but you don't want to hear it.
Now, I don't care what I want to hear. I'll tell you this: it's working for you because you get to utilize the stock market, the very thing that you might hate, but you use it, don't you?
It works for me at that I exploit other people.
Okay, but is that capitalism?
Yeah, that's exactly
All
what
right,
it
but
is.
so you use it.
I use capitalism to exploit other
It doesn't
people.
matter what you do with it, but you
Oh,
make
okay,
your
it doesn't
rules with
matter.
it, don't you?
Yeah, I use it to exploit
All right,
people.
but you make. Are you surviving? Do you have?
Yes, by exploiting the system.
So,
Yes.
so there you go.
Yes, capitalism is exploitive, and it'll work for people who will use it to exploit.
Works for you. Got it.
Yes, because I exploit people.
Everybody else.
It's not working for everybody else
Just like it can work for everybody else.
if they choose to exploit people.
If they choose to use it, there you go. Everything's a choice. It comes back
Exploit
to choice.
people and their labor.
Just
You don't
like
you don't like the words I'm using.
You're illegally.
You don't like the words I'm using. You want to use your own words. And who cares if it's communism if it works?
Word. You chose to.
Right now, rent is too high.
Did you choose to use communism?
Rent is too high.
Well, go build your own house in the woods, motherfucker.
Yeah, no,
problem, not
like all the
mine.
woods around here are actually owned already, and most of the land in the United States is
Dude,
owned by
get
some
the
corporation
fuck
or
out of
another.
my woods. Get the fuck out of my woods then.
Nothing is voluntary in capitalism. Anybody who thinks so is not a thinker.
Sure. Says the guy utilizing it.
Don't be
Is owning the means of production communism? Is
Are
owning
all your arguments about rent control going to be about denizen? Are all your arguments about rent control? Here, I'm just going to have to do this, I guess. And this is the kind of podcast we're going to have here. We're not going to do one at a time. We're going to do whoever can talk louder gets to talk longer. That's what we're going to do.
You want to be a third positionist. You want to seem as if you're smarter than
As is all your arguments about rent control going to be about Denison's business. Literal ad hominem is going to be your argument for rent control.
anything.
I don't think can you hear what I'm saying? Because I can't hear myself. All I can hear is you screaming over me.
You want to set up rent control?
I concede. I concede. This is not a conversation for adults anymore. Peace out.
Rent control.
God damn, man.
I'll rent control your ass.
Hey. 12 minutes. All these just random spouting out. Come on, guys. We'll have a conversation. Right? Go ahead. God damn. Go ahead, Blacks.
The point here is everybody stands on platitudes and tell me how everything here in America is so terrible, yet they want to come here. They want to utilize the system. They want to take advantage of what other people paid into and then tell me that I shouldn't be indignant about them coming over here, taking it from me. You're out of your mind. If you think that people aren't going to voice their opinion per the First Amendment, to protect what they have per the Second Amendment, and not have a general issue with their politicians allowing this to happen ad nauseum. It's wrong, period. They don't have any claim to this, period. They don't, regardless of how they feel,
So I
regardless of
missed Denison's argument. What was Denison saying? I missed his argument. What was Denison saying?
Denison generally, he came up here generally saying what he always says: capitalism is wrong. Why do you think it isn't? There are other alternatives. He was championing what this person said about rent control. It's all garbage. Because he utilizes the very system.
I think you're straw manning my point.
He utilizes the very system that he tells you that is wrong, like everybody up here does.
All right, let me hear. All right, Melody, go ahead. What were you saying? You think he's straw manning here?
So the reason, I would hope that blacks would agree, just because this is pretty canon, that communism is people owning the means of production. And the problem is that if people are owning the means of production, that means that we've dissolved the state, which can do government regulation, which is communism, and that we couldn't have price or rent control at that point. So I'm actually making an argument that's more democratic socialist, if anything.
You literally couldn't repeat a single fucking thing I said. Not a single word that came out of your mouth was anything I
Oh
said.
my God! It's still communism. It's still socialism. You're still third position.
That's not an argument.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It doesn't matter what you believe it is. It is an argument, and you're telling me that
it doesn't matter what you believe.
I mean, I'd love to make my argument and not just the one you keep screaming over the top of
you
me.
can make your argument as soon as I'm done.
All right, yeah. So but I would like to talk though. I'd like to participate in the panel if that's okay with
when
you.
you hear me stop flapping my lips is when you can.
I said to every time I start, that's when I open my mouth. But the sound of my voice just means you got something else to say, Black. See, literally.
Go ahead.
I like. Dennis, I like.
Get your point out. Go ahead. Instead of going back and forth, just get your point out. Go ahead.
All right, go ahead, Dennis.
All right. I'm gonna try this one more time. Let's see.
All right. I'm gonna sip on you guys, babe.
I'm going to try to take notes too, okay, in case I get interrupted. So just calling things a particular ism is not an argument. You're not making any arguments for one policy or another just by assigning a label to it. It's utterly meaningless. Calling things capitalism or communism is not, it's a lazy, unintellectual way of discussing these things. And it means nothing at the end of the day. What we're talking about is whether or not prices are too high, whether or not rent is affordable. And you also brought up immigrants. Is Congress made up of communists? Because these corporations that currently run your government, they want them here. You don't want them here. But the people who own this country want them here. And it works very, very, very well for this system. You think it doesn't work well. The people who make the decisions in the system and who benefit from it at the top of it don't agree with you. They want cheap labor, they want more voters, and they want more children. And the fact that you're in the way is not their concern. Pause.
Blacks, were you going to respond or? Okay, so
your turn, Black. Well, your turn, Melanie.
So I'm just going to post something in chat from the Cato Institute's immigrants recognize American greatness. Immigrants and their descendants are patriotic and trust America's governing institutions.
Yeah, language is important here. Okay, we're not talking about immigrants. I'm talking about illegal aliens, which are not, by definition, immigrants. They are illegal. They don't belong here. Secondly, Denizen, I never said that the people at the top were in agreement with me. That wasn't my argument at all. Calling something the thing that it is isn't a problem either. It just bolstered the argument. I was addressing several different points when I came up here. And when we talk about people, and because, for instance, Melanie said earlier in the conversation that immigrants generally loved this country and were not a detriment to this country. But my argument is illegal aliens are a detriment to this country. They come over here unimpeded, okay, and it might be by design, but it still is wrong, and it's displacing sovereign citizens. Whether or not I agree, I don't agree that capitalism is the end all and be all of everything, but it is the system that works better around the world. Communism has failed. The only thing that you can point to that people say worked that was communist or communist adjacent, socialist, whatever have you, was Mondragoon, Spain, and Richard Wolff.
May I ask you a question? Are what communists want today the same as what communists wanted in, like, say, the 1930s?
I think the communists in the 1930s were a lot tougher.
Sure, but are they making the same demands? Are they trying to achieve the same goals? I can answer for you if you like.
In a different way, but They more like to work under George Soros and Antifa.
Hey, that has nothing to do with this. So
Yeah,
current day
it does.
communists, by the way, are more like Marxist, and a lot of us have really, like, when I say us, I'm a post-communist, but a lot of us on the left have rejected what we call tankies, who are like the Stalinists and the Maoists from the old era, because those people really, we see them as being like outdated communists who are just trying to get like their own army. Pardon me?
Let me guess, you suck Trudeau's blackface.
Oh, I sucked his black dick. Sorry.
Again,
Sorry.
my point is made. You said you weren't, but you are.
You just didn't listen to what he just said.
I heard everything he said.
It's she, her, by the way, but
I don't know what you
no big
are.
deal.
I heard everything.
No big deal. I just told you it's she, her, but
I don't care.
No big deal.
I heard everything.
She sucks Trudeau's dick.
I'm not even. I don't deal with that.
What do you think the likelihood of that being true is? 12th. Yeah, 0%.
I don't even know why. I'm not even going to say it because it'll just make it worse. So, Congress is allowing illegal immigrants to pour in. You know, that's what I meant by immigrants. You can tack on illegal too. We don't need any immigrants, period. So the illegal ones and the other ones are a problem. And so is your argument that they're
America's economy relies on immigration, though, so we do need immigration.
I mean, okay, that'd be your argument, right?
How many contractors in America use immigrant labor?
Melanie,
yeah, but whether or not they need them is a separate question. Whether or not they use them, I'm sure that they use them. That would be my point.
Well, how else are they
corporatism? Yeah. Corporatism makes sense for them to use illegal immigrants, but whether or not they need them is an entirely different question. So my argument would be to anyone who says, man, that shouldn't have taken that breath right there.
Well,
my argument is, fuck me, Jesus. I shut the fuck up while you all talked and took notes, and you guys, it's something about the sound of my fucking voice. Because I watch you people listen to each other talk. So it's something about the sound of my fucking voice makes everybody want to talk over me.
I just thought you were going to make one point like we all did.
No, you didn't, because I took notes responding to all your points you were making.
Read my mind.
Yeah. I took notes in response to all the points that you were making. Okay. So it's literally a point-by-point response to the discussion that happened while I was quiet.
Blacks, Canadians are natural-born communists. They can't help it.
It doesn't even make sense.
It doesn't even make sense. It's retarded.
Hey, Dennis, it doesn't give you any
calling a single economic position completely one ism or the other is playing into the political games designed to disenfranchise us. It's not intellectual. It's not smart. You're not proving you know anything about history. You're just being brainwashed and lied to. And I use capitalism because I have no other choice but to use capitalism. It's the only system available to me. So I have to use whatever system is in place. And for those who say communism failed, I would like a somewhat detailed description of how it failed and why it failed. Actually, rather than just saying communism never works.
You want the communists to answer how communism
Who doesn't know history?
I'd love answers from everybody who wants to have a conversation.
So there was this belief.
You're cozying up to a
false belief, and it was called Lamarckian evolution. So what both Stalin and Mao believed is that if you could grow crops one year and say you got a lot of rain that year, and they grew really big, then kind of like in like a reverse genetics kind of way, you could get big crops next year even if you didn't have rain. Because the belief was it was kind of the same as a giraffe. If it stretched out its neck reaching for a higher branch, its offspring would also have a stretched out neck. This has been completely debunked science, and it's why they had massive crop failure.
Okay, so the crop failure is why communism failed?
It's one thing.
Or how?
I just know the science.
I'm just wondering, what is that particular thing that is exclusive to whatever we call capitalism and whatever we call communism that caused an entire economic system to fail? Is there like a top 3 maybe?
I can tell you what will cause capitalism to fail. Climate change.
Híjole bien. Well, when someone can answer that question for me to where it makes sense, then I'll take them seriously. Otherwise, I'm just going to accuse you of yelling out words that you don't even know what they mean because you were told to think that way by somebody on Fox News, and I'm not really going to take
I don't
anything
believe
you have to say
anybody even
seriously.
watches Fox. But I can tell you one thing, Dennis, and it didn't.
That's how my girlfriend argues with me, Blacks.
I
That's
can
not
tell you-
Fox. I actually watch News
I can
Now,
tell you
Max,
one
or whatever
thing,
the fuck.
Dennis, I can tell you one thing, Dennis. It didn't get you any brownie points cozying up to Melanie, did it?
Who wanted brownie points? I wasn't cozying up to
You
anyone.
obviously did. You
No, I didn't cozy up to
You didn't
anyone. I came up here and gave my opinion.
You didn't
Look,
recognize
if he did, it's only because I look cuddly. It's not his fault. It's mine.
I didn't cozy up to anyone. I came up here giving my opinion. No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Yes, you did, Dennis.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't, and that's not an argument. Why don't you describe how communism failed?
You're the arbiter of what an argument is or isn't. Absolutely.
Why don't you describe how communism failed?
You're racist, man.
That's what I thought.
Why don't you read a book? My God, Dennison, I don't have to describe it. You've seen it. You've seen it played out. Within the last 150 years, you've seen every place that it's claimed to be communist, every place that's claimed to be socialist, fall and crash and burn.
I love that you call it claimed.
You're telling me that I have to succinctly go through every point of when in history they fell apart and why to prove to you that it sucks.
Why can't we
No,
just start?
nobody said that. It was just a simple question. How did communism fail? Yeah, maybe if you talked over me less, you'd hear what I'm saying.
How did it not spelled over and over and over again a million times?
A million times, ladies and gentlemen.
Whoa, that's a lot.
Yeah, I haven't seen communism fail a single time, by the way. I'm in my early 40s, so I wasn't here for any of that shit. And I doubt that anybody on this panel has seen communism fail, actually.
Great argument.
You're a retard.
I would love, just explain how communism failed then, 12th man, if it's so simple.
Just
and I'm so retarded because I don't get it.
I can't double
Starvation, people killing each other, all kind of shit.
And the Zapanistas.
So by starvation, I'm sure you mean widespread in the millions, right?
Yeah, what's that? Where people eat each other, yeah. It's real nice.
And that's the main reason why communism failed?
What do they call that again, Blacks?
Because it seems like you're in agreement with the Cosmic Fox.
Eat each other, and
that was the example they brought up.
There's no food.
And by the way, it has nothing to do with communism. It's because a scientist by the name of Lysenko was able to convince first Stalin, then Mao to do it.
Is that like a Rob Zombie
So literal
movie?
technocracy, which is what we're heading to in here, but we'll never try to convince the anti-commie people of that. 12th man, since we have some agreement here on to what the failure of communism is, why did it fail? Why did so many people starve?
Because they were not allowed to produce.
And so what does that have to do with rent control?
Oh no, you tell me, commie.
If we put a rent cap on rent prices right now, and we limited the number of immigrants that were allowed into the country, how would that cause widespread starvation?
The fact that this is even in conversation should
Right,
be an alert.
right. Clear sign of cultism and brainwashing. QED, I think I've made my point.
I
You
agree.
can't even talk about economic policies because there are anything like this, that, or the other that the government does that I don't like is communism and socialism, and all communism and all socialism leads to mass millions of people dead. It's fucking retardation. I think I've demonstrated that. I leave it to the panel.
You hear that, Melanie?
I'm just not going to answer.
I'm actually getting super tired. It's like I've been up since. Well, I've been up. I don't remember.
I thought you just started.
I drank some of this like go to
coming
sleep
in from speed
berry
debating.
stuff, and I'm like wired as fuck.
We did a speed debating show over with Wicked Jake from What You Can Do, and that went okay. So I'm actually, this is like, I think I spent about 45 minutes here, and that's almost 3 hours for me. And this is late night at this point. So I hope you have a good night.
Yeah.
Denizen, I have a feeling we'll disagree on some things, especially immigration, but
Oh, a lot of things.
I like your debate style a lot, by the way.
And immigration wouldn't matter. Immigration
That's
wouldn't be a
fine.
problem if we weren't under capitalism anyway.
Den-
So that'd be an
Denizen-
entirely different conversation to have.
Denizen, can I take a shot?
Have a good night, all.
Oh, good night, Melanie.
Peace.
Take care.
Denizen.
Good evening, Bob.
Hey, what's up?
I was
I think
hoping I could get Melanie to admit he only has 2 nipples.
I think if communism were pure communism, I think as we all understand it, you wouldn't need a state to begin with. Would you agree with that?
This is what they tell me, right? Like it's socialism is the nasty state enforced shit to get people in line, and then they can bring in their communist utopia, something along those lines.
Well, yeah, that's an imperfect kind of way of looking at it. But in a pure,
Maybe what we agree on is this, right? Because these isms are a problem for me, Bob. And sorry to interrupt you, but I think we might be on the same page. What I used to say a lot is, once humans are at a point where they can have effective government because they're in a point intellectually, spiritually, community-wise, that is the point they would no longer need a government because we would just already be taking care of ourselves in abundance and sharing with each other. Is that along with what you're saying?
yeah, there's a famous saying: "If men were angels, we wouldn't need government."
Right.
The color blue comes in many different shades, but we all know what blue looks like. Same thing with red, same thing with purple. So whatever variations that there are, we still generally understand that what blue is. We generally understand what communism is versus capitalism. But I would surmise that the reason why communism fails because communism assumes that human beings want to be equal rather than to be free. And communism, if it's not pure, is going to need a state to enforce people being equal. You can do that, but the only way to do that is to restrict freedom. The most communist experiment that we have in America are jails, in which you get free health care, you get a place to live, you're told what to do, there is no real hierarchy.
Free job.
Yet people are still trying to be free. One of the things that makes capitalism so attractive is that in your pursuit of self, you help out others, even though it's not your intent.
I don't know if. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I don't know that people actually do generally understand what communism is. That's my first and foremost point. I think there's a lot of brainwashing there. There's a lot of education there, which I don't put much faith in either, and not a lot about thinking about what these categories mean and how we actually live in a mixed economy now that's more socialist than not. If like we kind of already live in democratic socialism. Democratic socialism might as well be called Americanism, especially if you include the rest of the Americas. And I don't know if people really want to be free. Some of them, and then because we're on John Galt's panel here, right? We're all kind of a particular mindset. It might be everybody on this panel has a respect for freedom, but I don't know if that makes up a majority of voters or your neighbors. And so then I would ask you, what do you mean when people? You said your assertion was that people are always trying to be free. Maybe just elaborate on that a little.
People in general do not like to be told no when they want to pursue something. In simplest terms.
Right. When they want to do something, they don't want to be stopped from doing it.
Correct. Now, rather than trying to placate that too much.
Oh, that reminds me, I have to pay my property taxes.
You communist.
What capitalism kind of does is it says, okay, you can be free, but in order to do that, you're going to have to help out other people. May I give you an example?
Yeah.
A person opens up a small business. That small business is not going to make money for that person, but that person has to pay employees, insurance, the government, lawyers. He may even have to cut his prices. He may even have to cut his prices.
There's Twitch.
He may
Money
even have,
all up in the Twitch.
he may even have to cut his prices to attract customers. And he's helping out everybody except for himself. Now, later on, he starts to make money. And it wasn't his intent to help out other people, but he needed to get other people to help him. Whereas in socialism, the government, not communism, the socialism, the government kind of directs what business is, what they will serve, what the prices are, and things of that nature. And that leads to a very inefficient system of utilization of people's freedom. When people are told what job they have to have, how much they make, so forth and so on, the system becomes inefficient. Communism, with the pretty much the negation of private property, makes things even worse. You will take better care of your own home. You'll take better care of your own car than you would a rental car. You'll take care of your own bathroom better than a public bathroom. And even though it's not your intent, you are making things better for the next person that has to use your home or your bathroom. Versus say,
Welcome to the desert. Costco, I love you. Of the real.
Melanie Cosmic Fox subscribed to the channel.
So the idea that communism fails, I think it's simply because it restricts people's freedom. And in doing so on a mass scale, what you get finally is corruption. People will still try to be free. And the system begins to kill itself, if you will. There were rich people in the Soviet Union.
Yeah, I mean, what I would say that is America's communist by all measures.
We have private property, and we don't have a centralized means of production. So I would argue that we're capitalists.
So I would agree with that. That is what actually makes it communist, is public or worker ownership over the means of production and the lack of private property. So
that's capitalist or communist?
That's communist. That's right. What actually makes a distinction. This is but when I go around using that definition, I'm mocked and made fun of and told how stupid I am and how I don't know history. Especially because there's good luck drawing the actual economic correlation between immigration policy, rent control, and just the abolishment of private property altogether, as well as public ownership over the means of production. You know, there's there's a slippery slope argument to be made there, because then we're already on the slope.
Well, we've been there. How is rent control not a communist construct?
I was just simply trying to address how did communism fail. That's where I came in.
Okay, yeah. So and my response to that is, America's already doing that. So are we failing?
No.
So are we doing communism right?
We're not communist.
Okay, but you don't really have many freedoms in America. You have the illusion of freedom. Is it the narrative only? Is that good enough just to convince people that they're free?
How are you not free?
Everything in nature is under coercion, and the government determines what I can and can't do. I mean, I've opened many businesses. Every time I've endeavored to do anything, I find Uncle Sam reaching in one pocket and then a policeman reaching in the other. Anytime I want to go fishing, I want to start a company, I want to get married and have children. No matter what I'm doing, the government takes his cut. Usually it's repetitive. He keeps taking his cut. And he sends men with guns to take his cut, to come collect it. And I can't think of a single fucking thing in my life I've ever done that didn't involve that. I became aware of it at a very young age. When I started my first company at 16, the government he sat me down and had a long talk with me about how my labor didn't even belong to me, and that I needed to set aside a majority of my earnings for him, otherwise there was going to be trouble.
I would make a distinction between corruption, gross mismanagement, and just flat out communism.
I mean, I'm just saying the end result is the same.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that America's communist. So I don't think that the corruption we have in America is communist in nature. It's corruption. It's
so these high taxes and high regulations are just a matter of corruption. It's not the natural evolution of a centralized state.
No.
Well, it's that's corruption and mismanagement, and a centralized state does have the potential to do that. But to say that we're a communist country because of that is, I'm not.
I wouldn't. Like I said, I use the other argument that people laugh at me for. My point is that if we're not communist now, capping rent is not going to make us communist.
Capping, well, okay, capping rent is it's an inefficient way to handle a problem.
I agree. That would be my last resort. I would start with subsidizing it, especially in a fiat currency system where the prices don't even mean anything. We're supposed to believe that it's all about productivity. Well, Americans have never been so productive, and now we're importing the third world, so it seems like the perfect opportunity to subsidize people's food and rent.
Well, like in communism, there is no rent.
Right. Right.
So, again, rent control still implies that someone still has to pay. So I would apply that to gross mismanagement. That still falls within the capitalist umbrella, but not a communist one.
I wouldn't try to argue against it because it would be moot to my agenda, which is simply to get Americans to exit the scarcity mindset and enter the abundance mindset.
Like I said originally, and that's fine. Originally, I was just trying to address how does communism fail. It seemed to bother you. No one could tell you that. It sounds like the conversation is shifting just a little bit, or I came in too late.
No, that is what it got to. It started with rent control and immigration. So, but I would like to shift it there if you could. Please enlighten me. How did just the lack of private property and what was the other definition you gave? Oh, public ownership over the means of production. How did those things end communism? Like, how has communism failed as a result of those things? Tie it together if you could.
Well, I'm thinking of the Soviet Union here and how they ran things. But essentially, you had an economy that worked off of backroom deals, that worked off of bartering, that worked off a system that kind of was a black market capitalism, if you will. Because people still wanted to have their own things. They didn't want to wait in line for food. They didn't want to wait in line for ovens. They didn't want to wait in line for cars. They wanted what they wanted. And what they did is they simply used their own power, if you will, their own position to get things. And that made a few very, very well off and the rest decrepit. That kind of rot eventually makes the whole system collapse.
Isn't that what we're doing?
We're nowhere near that. But if that happens, it's not because we became a communist state.
Right, that would be my point, is that capitalism seems to be subject to the same exact failures that you're describing.
Okay. Corruption, mismanagement is endemic in a communist system. It can happen to a capitalist system. If you're arguing the endpoint that people will suffer, I'll give you that.
No. I'm interested in what you just said. Keep going.
Well, in order for communism to, all right, trying to think of a model. If you think about jail, You get health care, place to stay, so forth and so on. Very, 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 very little freedom. Very, very, very high amounts of equality. Very high amounts. But even in jail, there's still an economy in jail that has a capitalist bent to it. We'll trade cigarettes. We'll trade
all the banned stuff.
Exactly. All right. People are still trying to gather resources for their own benefit. People will even set up businesses in jail, if you will. There's an import market, albeit illegal, where goods are imported in jail.
So if we're going to allow more things and have less regulations and less banning, is that inherently anti-communist, non-communist? Just allowance itself is anti-communist?
I wouldn't say I wouldn't say the goal of capitalism is to be anti-communist. I would think the goal of capitalism is for itself.
Well, does that make it capitalist then if it's automatically like more choice, more allowance, less regulation? Is that?
I would say that those types of things are like the ground that allows for capitalism to grow like a tree.
See, I don't see why we can't have those things and pay poor people's rent.
Okay, so in terms of paying poor people's rent, okay, a couple assumptions here. First is that the poor people, it's not their fault for being poor.
Nah, I don't care about fault. I just want the people who are dragging down the rest of us to have an education and a place to live and be off the streets.
Okay, and again, this is where now this is a problem again with a kind of a centralized state. Is the state doesn't know. Put it to you this way, Denzian. You have one pill that could cure AIDS. Okay.
Yes, sir.
One person got HIV because they got a blood transfusion. The other person got HIV because they were getting butt fucked. Which person would you give the pill to?
How did the first person get it again?
Just a blood transfusion.
I mean, that wouldn't be the only arithmetic for me. You know, I'd have a lot more questions to ask, and it wouldn't be based solely on what vices or sins, so-called sins, someone has committed. But you got to figure too. We'd have to have a separate conversation, which you convinced me there's only one pill available. I'm well down a road of thinking where I took a turn. I actually had to back up because I was scarcity mindset and capitalist most of my life until I started making shit tons of money. Actually, that's what changed my mind, and I realized the whole thing was a scam. But anyways, I'd have to turn around and go back and undo a lot of journey down a road where I realize the fact that only one pill is available is a scam. It's a lie. Like the people who are in charge, who exploit the most from this system, are telling you that there's not enough pills to go around.
Okay, all right. We'll make it more simple. You have a car, and you have two people that want to borrow your car. One guy has a clean record, and the other guy doesn't. You can go.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so you're.
I got you.
Okay, so in a government though that looks at those two people, they don't make any distinction between how is it one person.
They could, and let me go back to your first point again, because now I'm interested in how you think about this. See, that's such an easy decision for me, and I think if we had a responsible government made up of responsible people instead of crooks, idiots, murderers, and liars, we could do these things, right? Especially if government were smaller and it were decentralized. We could make decisions based upon a case-by-case basis. We wouldn't have to throw one law at every single situation. But is some of your thinking then that the person who had the butt sex could later on be detrimental to society because of their irresponsibility and choice making? Because this is we're talking about a car, and one person shows that they're not responsible with vehicles repeatedly. That seems applicable to me, right?
Well, you said a lot there. Well, yes. Well, a person who is homeless could be homeless because they're an absolute screw up, versus a person who's homeless because they lost their job. But the
Right,
government
and
doesn't
if
make any distinction.
right, but if we have so much resources that we could just build a house for both of them and get them off the street and figure it out later, is
Well,
there an inherent problem with that?
this is where capitalism. Well, this is where freedom really helps, because uh, individual relationships with people is a more efficient way to determine who should get a home and who should not. But the government can't do it. The government simply can't account for 330 million people's individual decisions and how they got to that point. It can't do that. But I can, and you can, on individual basis.
Well,
Now,
what if John? We could put John in charge of it. He's the one renting the places out.
Right, and John is offering a service for people in ways that he couldn't if it was communist or socialist. I'm with you. I'm not trying to be so academic here that there are some people that just need help. And I think there are resources to give people who just need help. But that needs to be a very, very, very high bar. Okay. And the social sector, the religious sector, those are the ones that really need to help people, that can look at the person, the bum on the street, and say, you know what, we've tried to help you, we're not going to help you anymore. Versus, you know, you're just going through a rough one, like, we'll help you. But government makes no distinction. The government makes no distinction between the rich person who's rich because they inherited it, or a rich person who works hard.
And or churches could pay taxes. But I mean, I think that's because the government we have is so obese and corrupt. Like, it almost makes the argument that it can't do anything for us, right?
Well, government. I see what government is a broad sword. Government throws a big punch. Government is good for regulating commerce. It's good for doing stuff that none of us can do for ourselves. The government's very good at saying, okay, like we have a pandemic, a real pandemic. Everyone go over here. Everyone stay in their homes. Government is good for big, huge, massive projects that need to be done quickly.
So if we had, sorry, go ahead.
But it can't account for the daily nuances in people's lives, and that's where the private sector is so much more efficient.
And this sounds like a great opportunity to me, because I could see in a government that was actually meant to help us in ways that would increase the quality of our everyday lives, FEMA coming in to shelter the homeless, and the Red Cross coming in to help the drug addict problem, and then it being left to private hospitals, private landowners, people like John, to determine how those resources are allocated in their community once the government picks up and leaves. And we're meant to try to create a better system moving forward.
So how does he not become the next government?
He could. That'd be okay.
That assumes government.
Because it'd be us. We'd be the government.
But then we become.
I mean, if you're saying it's going to start a cycle where we become corrupt and it gets obese and it starts all over again, that you're not going to get any argument out of me. I agree.
I think, Denzi, and I would just posit, and I got to go to bed here, but I would just posit that government is good for regulating, is good for a few things. It's not good to try to bring out outcomes in people's lives. It's just not. It makes other people's lives worse, so they try to help. And it helps people who don't need help. And
I would just say we could do it, like we. I don't, the word government, I don't know, like, I don't think we even need legislation.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. So when you said we, I thought you meant we as in government.
Well, that's how we do things now. Like, everything has to be forced. Like I said, my agenda, if anything, and really it's less of an agenda and more of impatient waiting that I think will happen probably 50 years after I die. It's just for the common way of thinking to be like, holy shit, look at all the stuff we have, instead of oh my God, that alligator's going to kill me any second now. I got to find some food, bury it, find some other food, hide it, find some other food, bring it back to my wife and kids, and then get some more food and so that I can eat. You know, like this, you know what I mean? Where society is evolving and we have a choice to make, it seems to me.
Denzian, if you want to help out other people, first help yourself. By
Well, of
helping
course, you have
yourself,
to.
you will help out so many other people who won't even be
And
funny.
you know who's been helping himself like a motherfucker for the past 180, 200 years? It's Uncle Sam. My God. That bastard's got fat fucking wallets like you wouldn't believe. He just prints money whenever he wants it. And you know what? It only causes inflation when we give it to the poor. When they print it for the rich motherfuckers or they bail out banks around the world, it causes just a tiny little fraction of inflation. But whenever they give us checks, man, prices go up like crazy.
Blacks, I appreciate you letting me talk, man. You're more knowledgeable about this than me. John, 12 man, Denzian, it's a pleasure.
Always a pleasure.
Peace, bro.
Keep thinking, Denzian. Keep thinking. That's good. That's good.
It's a beautiful dog.
Oh, thank you. I got him 5 years ago today. It's our anniversary. I appreciate it.
Nice.
We'll see y'all.
All right, Bob. It's always a pleasure having Bob up here. Of Denison, Blacks.
You see, I agree with the freak. In a fiat current system, money does not cause inflation. It's lack of supply. And in this case, he's technically correct. It's controlled by oil supply because we're tied to it in the dollar. And the dollar's up right now, by the way. While all our prices are up, the dollar is kicking every other country's ass in value. And yet our prices just keep getting higher and higher. I wonder how that is. Inflation's lowering and prices keep getting higher.
Why do you think that is?
I think it's because there's an artificial squeeze on supply. Like whoever the producers or suppliers are being squeezed, or they're choosing to hoard. And then the trickle down effect is like, then, you know, what are property owners supposed to do? Just take it on the head? You know, they have to raise their prices.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of policy stuff, man.
Yeah.
You know, all the regulations and shit, man. That shit is a lot of cost to everything, you know. Just to, you know, make a car. Shit, they probably added $5,000 to a car with all the backup cameras and all that kind of shit. Like everything gets a lot more expensive.
There's like there's good regulation, and then there's red tape. And red tape is designed to raise the barrier of entry. It's deliberate, right? They don't want competition. And I just reject the notion that we can't tell the difference between the two. That we can't have one without the other. Now, the argument is that ultimately we're always going to have both because we're corrupt as men, and this is an endless cycle that will never end, will be perpetuated into, you know, all perpetuity. I wouldn't argue against that either. I agree.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, I seem to be able to make some decisions, and I'm not that smart. So I would expect people that are supposedly my betters, they're smarter than me, they're richer than me, they have more education than I do, and they've been chosen to run world governments. I would think that they could do better in some areas. I don't know. It's
doing well.
Huh?
Maybe they are doing well for themselves.
Right. I just
the
I consider myself. Go ahead.
Them doing it. The argument isn't whether or not they want to do it for you. The argument is whether or not they want to do it for themselves. They don't want to make it a better place for you. They want to bring about their utopia or their Eden, and that's their goal.
Right. So if I consider myself a rather selfish, greedy person, which I do, and I still don't, like, at a certain point, I have enough, and my cup runneth over, and I want to give back. Am I weird? Am I rare? Is there something about me that makes me inept at governance? No. If I ran for
because you want to give back. I think, well, you know what? It does make you inept because it makes me inept. I've often posited that if I were to, I couldn't ever be in office because I'd be too truth telling. I'm just going to tell you we don't have the money and I'm not going to play ball. That's why they would never, ever allow me to get into office, whoever they is. Same with you. You said your cup runneth over. You want to give back to people, etc. You can do that at any point, by the way. However, if you wanted to do it from your abundance, that's fine. But that then disqualifies you from being a adept politician, in my opinion.
This seems to be at the heart of our problem, more so than even capitalism versus communism.
Well, I won't argue. I won't begrudge the argument that politicians are corrupt. Absolutely, in more ways than one, on both sides. None are better than the other.
Bob says Dennis. Damn, you got me there, Bob.
Do that for Bob. He needs it.
Well, here's the problem. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna need a second girlfriend. If I'm gonna make more white women, and the first one, you know, she's you know, she's not completely, totally opposed to it, but she's not really thrilled about the idea, you know.
That's hilarious.
I do not have any kittens.
Bob says, I don't give an
I don't give a fuck what you have to do. I didn't ask for a lesson. I asked for white women. I don't believe in cohabitation. That includes females and kittens. Well, it'd be nice if I could just rent kittens.
I've had my share of kittens. And my
They need a place where you could go where there's just kittens and you can like lay in a pile of kittens.
They do have those places in Japan.
Oh yeah, they
and
do.
in Korea, where you can go to a cafe, drink tea or coffee, eat cakes, and then be amongst cats and kittens all day. Yes. They
What's
do
the
have those. Sounds unsanitary to me. But yeah.
What's the allure of that, though?
The allure is people are cat people, and they like to be around cats.
Kittens are really cuddly, and then when they purr, it's healing.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it is a real thing, John. Perhaps you can see your way into turning one of your properties, a floor of one of your properties, into one of these things, and watch the money pour in. Call it John Galt's Kitten and Coffery. I'm just making that.
Don't they like all that hair? Don't they shed hair?
They sure do. That's why I said I'd argue it's unsanitary. There's no way you wouldn't be drinking a cup full of hairball. But people who are cat people, and I'm telling you, they're zealots.
Drinking.
They're gonna do it.
Oh, because it's a coffee shop too?
Yes. It's not only a coffee shop, but they are also eating cakes and other pastries and sweets.
That's a little weird.
Yeah, it's baked in. Look it up. I'm telling you, it's disgusting. But yeah, people do it. And you can make money off of that disgusting nonsense. And I'm not saying that your local health inspector won't shut you down eventually. But for a while, they'll come in and enjoy the cuddly kittens too.
Short-haired, non-shedding cats?
You got to deal with their nasty dandruff.
They gotta keep them in a separate room. No, do they let them into the coffee area?
They are everywhere, and I mean they let them roam. They are all over the place, all over the coffee / pastry shop.
Oof! Oh, that's no stop.
I'm telling you, bro.
No, I can't with the pastry. That's too much.
Pastries, coffee, yeah.
Hair would be everywhere. I couldn't eat there.
Yeah, I wouldn't eat there either. That's why I've never been to one.
No, well, the pissy paws though. That's what does it for me.
Yeah, pissy paws, boo boo paws. Remember,
Yeah.
They're going shit everywhere. They're pissing on and marking their territory all through that place. There's no way that they're not, especially if they're males. The women, not the women, the female cats who are not spay will be spraying their disgusting what's that little musk sack that they have under there to let all the male cats know that they're in heat. Yes, yeah.
I paid my property taxes. I feel like a much better slave now.
Yeah, but yeah, that's what they do, man. It's disgusting. Yes, Mavid G. Yes.
You know what's funny is it was too weird, so I didn't say it out loud. But because I'm kind of a clean freak, germaphobe, I was thinking the example that I was thinking of wasn't the example I gave. What I was really thinking of was like having like a transporter type device or a holodeck or something where you could generate like photonic kittens.
Felines.
Yeah, and then you just after you're done cuddling in the pile of photonic kittens, you just boop 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 and they disappear and there's no litter or pee or nothing. You know what I'm saying? Not even any fur.
Man, you'd have to deal with how to make photonic images.
Yeah, trust me.
For a moment, right? How we're gonna make them solid? I don't disagree with you. I think cats are disgusting. Yes. As a child, it was cool to have a lot of cats. We even watched some of our cats give birth, but the smell never came out of the basement floor. Still there to this day. I can walk downstairs and still smell the afterbirth from the cat that gave birth in my basement.
See, I couldn't take cat litter or smell, so I trained my cat to pee outside.
I mean, that would be cool. Or pee and poop in the toilet or something. I see some people.
That'd be next level, yeah.
Some people say they do that. I don't know. But I'm just saying, yeah, it's disgusting. There's no way you can keep a place like that clean or sanitary in any shape, form, or fashion. Anywhere you have animals that just freely roam in your household or business, like when you go into a shop, and I'll give you an example. I had a endodontist who I was going to go see, and she had a poodle. I didn't know she had a poodle in her office, and all I hear is the jingling, ding, 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 ding. I said, "Is that a dog?" And she said, "Oh yeah, that's my dog, so and so." I can't even remember the dog's name. I was so incensed. And I said, "You have a dog in the place where you do oral surgery?"
Oh my god!
You think about that. Think about that. I said, "Oh no, it's good. You know, she's only here when I'm here. This, that." I'm like, "That's no. You have an open wound. I don't care how many dental dams you put up, whatever. There's an open wound.
Damn, that's
your jaw. Go ahead."
I said, "Damn, that's disgusting, man."
That's disgusting, dude. I walked out.
Yeah.
It's disgusting. That's disgusting. You can't have that. You can't do that.
Mavid, that's exactly where the idea came from, okay? So
Yeah, dude, but absolutely, they do exist, and they are disgusting to think about. Yes, absolutely, man.
What's
Yeah, but
that? Transvestite?
When they're able to, like, I don't know about holodeck or like transporter technology, but maybe just like an advanced silicone manufacturing process. But when when you're able to like ready order a woman, yeah, we're gonna be in trouble.
Like a blow up doll?
Yeah, but you know, a blow up doll that like has a 98-degree body temperature and actually is filled with water, 80% water, and
I was hoping for a silicone robot.
Can she reciprocate?
Did she get wet?
I would think the advanced ones would. No, wouldn't you think that'd be kind of a?
You have to fill her up. You have to check her radiator.
Is this a flesh bag or does it reciprocate? That's the question.
12 man said she attacked the radiator. She get warm.
Luke 16, verse 21, and desiring fed with the crumbs which fell from the man's
Well, I mean, you've seen that military dog that can do backflips, right?
You have to check for leakage.
Yeah, you probably do. Actually, I would imagine if you bought one of those things, that would be on the little card that says "stop" and it has a list of things to do. I imagine checking it for leaks would be one of the things you have to do.
Like, what was the leak right there?
All right, this conversation is taking a weird turn.
Have you heard about this trend with younger men and older women that's developing?
Older women are beautiful lovers. Older women.
Been a thing since forever.
Just had a tree.
What'd you say, Blacks?
I said that's been a thing since forever.
Really?
Yeah, it's growing though.
Younger men and older women.
Yeah.
Older women love young bucks. You into this game doesn't fuck around with you, bro.
My first girlfriend was a 32-year-old divorcee, bro. You don't need to tell
I'm
me.
trying to score me a rich 70-year-old.
A 12 man that science says that an older woman's libido only increases. So
well,
many.
You know what Benjamin Franklin said that. Benjamin Franklin said they only get old from the top down.
That is what he said.
That is what he said. He said it.
They still got that dump truck at the end of the day.
I never heard that before.
Yeah, Ben was a pimp.
Really?
He said that as women age, it starts from the top down. So first their face, gets older, and then the neck, then the arms and the breasts.
Boobies.
But down below stays pretty fresh for quite some time.
Yeah. Hey, John, Ben was a freak, bro. You didn't know
Yeah,
that?
he was. He advocated for sex with older women too, because you can't get them pregnant. They are less likely to run their mouths if you're having an affair. Like, they know how to share a man and be discreet about it.
Yeah.
And
John knows. John knows. Because he's over here. I catch some of the things John says, so I'm going to leave it at that. John knows.
Yeah, I can see that.
No, you can't. I always catch it too. I hear him. He's hilarious. John, I listen, man. I listen to you. You're hilarious, dude. But yes. Hey, you're the hey, who was the black man who fired the first shot during the Revolutionary War? Was that Crispus Attucks?
Oh, Crispus.
Yeah.
John, you're this age's Crispus Attucks. He used to cozy up with Ben according to lore, and so I'm sure he's had his share of getting freak offs himself.
So
I'm gonna start calling you Sir Addict. Christmas Addict.
Sir
That's fine. I need to buy some cowboy boots, man. In Texas, I still don't have a pair.
Cowboy. What all I know is like Red Wing boots. What type of cowboy boots would you buy?
Oh, Lucchese, that's the gold standard.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
Oh, yeah. Dude, those boots are like $800, man. I'd love a pair. They're nice. They're beautiful. Went into one of their stores one day. Beautiful. But I'm not about to spend $800 on some boots. So I'll go down. I'll spend maybe $100. And,
it's way down.
Huh?
Yeah, my price range now.
Yeah, dude, I'm not spending no 800. Lucchese, you'll find a pair of Lucchese boots for $7,000. That's how expensive those things can get. Because they make them out of real, actual leather, not faux leather. They'll do ostrich, gator, bison, whatever.
Yeah, my dad once had a pair of ostrich, the one like little bumpy head things on there, right?
Yeah, that's ostrich. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can get an ostrich pair for about. Right now I'm on a website, Alpha Western Wear, and they got some ostrich from 120 all the way up to 700. But Lucchese, they start at 800. It's insane. Yeah, right. I never.
Lucchese's.
Yeah, I think it's spelled LUC.
I mean, if you gotta wear cowboy boots, I like hiking boots, work boots, Red Wings, and shit like that. It's just what my feet feel most comfortable in.
Yeah, hiking boots are comfortable, absolutely. Especially what's that brand? I can't remember.
I wear Baffin in the winter, Baffin boots.
Yeah. I have Red Wing boots, John, and they're really good about replacing them when your work boots. Absolutely.
Yeah, I hear they're really good boots. Yeah.
That they are, man. Especially when they start to rip apart, you can take them back, and they'll either, if they can't fix them, they'll give you another pair. I've done that a couple of times.
Wow.
It's usually within a year. Sometimes they will honor it longer. Yeah.
Back in the day, Black, when I lived in Memphis, they used to be able to restore your boot.
Oh yeah,
and
dude. I still have a good cobbler to go to.
Yeah. And there's an old black man in there that could restore your boots for you.
Yeah, that's funny you said
together.
that. There was an old black man. Before I joined the United States Army, I had an opportunity to study under this guy. He was on the south side of Chicago on the low end. And he said he was a cobbler, and he said his son did not want. Yeah, I already know about this story. We can go into this.
I want to ask you about that when you get a chance. Go ahead.
Yeah. He said that he was looking for somebody to teach the craft to, and his son didn't want to learn. And he was resoling Timberland boots, because that's why I went to him. I needed somebody to resole the Timbs that I had, because I was cheap and I wasn't about to buy another pair. Plus, I didn't have any money. And he was willing to resole them at the time for like $20 or something like that. And he said, you can make a lot of money doing this, making custom shoes, etc. At the time I was like 19, 20. I was like, man, it sounds good, but I'm going to join the Army. Hey, look, I don't regret the decision I make, but I always think back. I'm like, man, that would have been a really good trade to learning how to be a cobbler.
He probably made the right decision, Black.
Oh, absolutely. I just, it's fun to think back, But anyway, this situation, John, this developed because that other Patel they were able to go through his phone and find that he was talking to this guy who had also created a fake account and was sending racial slurs to himself in effort to win the judge's seat in that county here in Texas. Remember the other dude, because I'm saying what started this shit fire was the guy named Patel. I can't even remember his first name. He used to work for the Obama administration as an aide, etc. And then he ended up coming back to Texas and then running for county commissioner board. And then he created a false account, and he was of course using racial slurs against himself, etc. He had stolen another man's identity, utilizing his image on Facebook and all types of other things. And then they found him out. They of course are now prosecuting him. But while they were looking through all his contacts, they found out that he was corresponding with this sitting judge who ousted another judge by, a small margin, but they attributed it to him having utilized false social media accounts, committing racial slurs against himself.
It's like a Russian propaganda that tilted that election, huh?
And by the way, they're all Democrats. It's funny.
They keep going to the same bag of tricks.
They do, man. Same stuff, same old shit, different toilet, man. It's the way it is.
Amazing.
So he's, of course, not going to rightly relinquish his judgeship, and he's gonna, fight this. That was his statement. But yeah, they did arrest him, and they are going to prosecute him.
He looks like a crook.
What is the charge that they would arrest him for?
Wire fraud, mail fraud, identity theft, because they were utilizing other people's images.
Oh, shit. But you can't prove that caused him to win the election, though, right?
No, I'm not saying that it did. I'm just saying that it played a part. Because he was saying MAGA, this kind of like this MAGA country nonsense.
Yeah, that's a more complicated race hoax there.
He gets the Jussie Smollett Award. That should be a real thing.
It really should be. Hey, you should make it, Dennison. Let's do it. The Jussie Smollett Award.
How do you create awards? You gotta
create a 501c3, give out a prize. Say, hey, and it doesn't have to be really anything. We just create some sort of plastic trophy, and we send it to whoever's PO box. These social media. You get what I'm saying? These social media people like to put out their PO box and say, hey, send me whatever. And we can send them the Jussie Smollett Award, man. I'm down to do it all day. Let's do it.
We can create certification.
Yeah, I'm serious.
You have to create a good racial hoax.
It would be. Just your certificate. We can
create the proper hoax.
It is so easy, man. So easy and cheap.
Send them the Denizen reward.
So we'll call it the Jussie Smollett Award, and for race hustlers, we'll explain on the certificate for actions above the call of duty and race hustling, recognizing your excellence as a race hustler.
I like that.
Obama went to the border, huh?
For excellence in race hustling.
Yeah, for excellence in race hustling, and we'll give them the it'll be their version of the Darwin Award.
No more in my cages.
Oh, and we can call it the Juicies.
Yes, we can call it the Juicies. Look,
the Juicies.
You know what? We can invite them. We can invite them by putting their in the description when we hold the award show, and if they decide to show up, that's fine. But we have John or whoever open up an envelope and read off the name, and then we'll say and have the drum roll.
Unfortunately, the judge couldn't be with us, but here to accept his award on his behalf
And he'll be
is Angel.
Yes, accepting it on his behalf is Angel, and we'll be mailing him him or her his juicy within the week. I'm doing it. Let's do it. I'm down for this. Let's do it.
Yo, how many people died?
I'm a box of Fruity Loops.
How many people died during Katrina? I don't remember. Does anyone know?
A whole lot, man. I don't remember the death count.
5,000.
George Bush does not care about black people.
Was it
I don't remember that.
There was 13 federal executions under Donald Trump. There have been 0 under Biden, 0 under Obama. They haven't executed anybody federally. The last time was like 60-some years. So, to answer that question.
Need to be a lot more.
Dude, I'm talking about during Katrina. How many people died?
Sorry, my bad.
How many people? What's up, Neo?
Not too much, man. How you doing?
Oh, one day at a time.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
How many people died under Katrina? You said it's 5,000? Okay, I didn't know it was that many.
I think that sounds about right. Let's see.
I'd say a lot. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. Yeah, because remember, you had the freaking that fucking
13
bird that broke open and flooded them backwards and forwards, man. I know my buddies that lived in the 9th Ward, they lost their home. Matter of fact, I saw a picture of their home. It's still in a pile of rubble down there. And it really, yeah, and it really.
Some news coming out of Buncombe County, Asheville, North Carolina.
Today, we can confirm.
Yeah, I was just looking at the videos from Asheville.
Losses of life in Buncombe County.
It's devastating.
Devastation does not even begin to describe how we feel. But my teams will be continuing to help in recovery. We are also supporting wellness checks on individuals.
We know you want to help, but please do not come here. We do not have water and we do not have power across the county, most of the county.
Hey.
The roads are still incredibly dangerous, and we simply cannot accommodate people.
With cell phone reception being spotty at best, most people just can't get in touch with their family. And so that's why we were trying to create a list of people who need to have a wellness check. We've narrowed down that list to 150 priority households, people who need medical help, people who are elderly or insulin or medically dependent.
Shelters are at capacity, and we are working to stand up an additional location. We want to clarify that those shelters only provide overnight lodging, food, and water. FEMA is not at these locations. This is basic necessities only. The city of Asheville has partnered with Verizon to establish a temporary satellite cell tower in the parking lot of 35 Woodfin Street. This tower will offer the opportunity for limited cellular reception within several blocks of the city where it is parked.
Please do not provide misinformation to our staff, as this is delaying our response. So again, I just ask that you continue to help us as we move forward in this tragedy.
And did you know that they said FEMA is not there? I don't know if you guys know that FEMA's not there. Like, whoa. Like, damn. I don't know what the typical response is, but shit, FEMA be there?
Joe Biden does not care about black people.
Dude, I just looked at the freaking the devastation in Asheville. I watched the whole drone footages over about a half an hour in segments. Fucking devastated, man. They're wiped out down there.
Yeah, that's amazing, bro. Truly amazing.
I live in the West where we get a lot of that kind of shit, but to see it in North Carolina like that.
What I don't understand is why this stuff keeps happening and nobody does anything about it.
Well, I think if you look at
What are you
Yeah.
gonna do about Mother Nature?
Create
What are you gonna-
seawalls, start
What are you
coming
gonna-
up with different ways to maybe attack it from above with airplanes
Block a
while it's out on the
tornado?
ocean. Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah,
about it?
engineering, or just
Okay.
moving was my first example. Is just leaving and not having these cities that are right in the path
gonna
of
block
tornadoes
Mother Nature. Okay.
and
Go
hurricanes.
for it,
Like we
big
have
guy.
these places where the tornadoes and the hurricanes almost follow the same exact paths every single season, and people insist on
dig your
building
bunker,
really expensive
buddy.
shit right in the path of hurricanes and tornadoes.
Well, to reinforce what you said, Dennis,
Have fun.
most of the primary insurance companies, State Farm, Allstate, all those guys, they won't reinsure people in Florida and hurricane zones, because they're like what you just said. And if I was like a builder, I certainly wouldn't build condominiums right on the fucking beach, dog. You know what I mean?
Well, if I was a builder, I would, because then I'd always have repeat business.
Well, you'd have to repeat business of reconstructing that shit every time a hurricane comes.
Yeah.
Good business.
Yeah. If you're the renter, then you don't really, probably want to deal with that. But the builders are making out.
Yeah. It used to be the freaking insurance companies did, but then they just started losing so much. Remember all the construction scams after Katrina, John?
They get some kind of federal.
Yeah.
They probably get some kind of federal homeowners insurance, some kind of shit. There's no way they're paying for insurance. Only rich people would be able to live in Florida after all those tornadoes.
And I agree with Dennis, and man, I wouldn't live in an area where my house gets wiped out 2 or 3 times, and I wouldn't do it. I'd move,
Yeah.
somewhere else.
Once I get wiped out once, I'm like, okay, lesson learned. Thanks for not killing me, God. And then I'm like, deuces.
It's like living.
Won't be playing with tornadoes anymore.
Yeah.
I love where I live, man. I love when the first snow comes down. It's like Santa Claus and reindeer every year. Really beautiful.
How do you get out of the house when it's a lot of snow on the ground?
Well, I hire a plow guy for one, and I have a snow shovel for 2.
Okay, you do it yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just put on my knobby wheels, John, and as long as it's not like super deep.
And I have a sled.
You have a sled?
A woodshed. It's very simple. Very easy.
I get stuck in my chair if it's about 6 inches or more, then I have a problem.
How the hell you get out if you get stuck?
Dig, push, grind, muscle it.
Yeah. So you've been stuck in the snow before?
Yes, sir.
Damn. Where do you live?
Just up by Seattle.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. You're in the Northwest here. Damn. Never thought about it.
Well, I'm in a wheelchair. Like anything more than, like I said, a few inches, my chair is kind of like doesn't move too well.
Yeah.
But I got knobby snow tires for winter, they're really dope.
And they have winter tires for a wheelchair.
John, that's about the way we played in the football game today, John. Knobby football tires.
Did the Seahawks win?
So
I don't know. The game, I don't know.
Nah, they lost today. Who they lose to?
Yeah,
Detroit.
Detroit, yeah.
Detroit busted them. What was the score?
Is that still the Lions?
42 to 29.
So the Lions ate the Seahawks, huh?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Nom nom nom.
So much for that undefeated.
The Seahawks were undefeated?
Yeah, they were.
Damn.
Yeah, I was surprised at that.
Dude, I used to follow them regularly until they threw the Super Bowl. When they threw the Super Bowl, that's fuck that, I'm done.
They went undefeated almost the whole season. Isn't it the end of the season now?
No, they're only a few games in. They're like, it was,
I
4-0.
got it backwards. Oh yeah, it starts in September, right?
Yeah, but they had, I don't know if you remember this, anybody, but the Seahawks had won the Super Bowl the year before, and they would have won it again. They had it first and inches, brother. They had the best running back in the NFL in the back right there. All they needed to do was hand him the ball and let him carry it over. Super Bowl number 2. Instead, they come out first and goal, throw an interception to a fucking defender that never played in like a Super Bowl before. Rookie defender, interception. There it went, right there. Who the fuck does that? I wouldn't.
Almost looked like what happened today with that fumble downfield. DK Metcalf fumble right down there in the Lions. Yeah, it was sad. They always fuck up, I guess.
Yeah, nobody
But anyway.
got either. Nobody got fired over it. It was, I just saw the score pop up 42-20. Yeah, I was blown away, John. I mean, I was a dedicated Seahawks fan, but that was just something. I'm not a coach, but I certainly would have come out and tried to push the ball in a couple of times before I might have reverted to trying to throw it. But first and goal like that was definitely a throwing game. Definitely a throwing game.
Yeah, a lot of people feel that way now. Like the NFL.
Still early in the season. Long way to go.
Yeah, and the Seattle Seahawks were the last of the expansion teams to win a Super Bowl. It took them forever to fucking win one, and they would have won back to back, but they fucking blew it. God damn. That's what Seattle teams do. Seattle Sonics did it. So did fucking Mariners did the same shit.
Yeah.
So no, I don't watch sports anymore because it's just depressing, man. It's just like fuck. Like paying all that money to watch a Tyson fight and it lasts 18 seconds. You're going.
Yeah, that's why I don't even want to watch it. I hope he don't fight because I hate to see Tyson get hurt, by a Disney boy. You know what I mean?
Tyson already broke that boy's face.
We don't want to see the champ get beat up by a Disney boy.
You honestly think that boy's going to beat Tyson after what Tyson just did to him in public? I don't think so. I think that fear is going to be burnt into that guy's head. I don't know if you guys saw the conference, the news conference they were having, but I forget the dude's name, the white dude's name. But Tyson, he was saying, I'm going to put you down where your daughter is, and was ranking on his dead. And Tyson just flew into a fucking rage and just went, whoa, and lost his cool, man. Took this dude down and just was blasting him in the face. Oh, dude.
When was that?
Well, I don't know. You can look it up on YouTube. It's all over it.
I didn't see that one.
Yeah. I used to be an old Tyson fan, but man, I got so bummed out of spending all that money to only a few seconds worth of a fight. It just wasn't worth it. Good seeing you, Dennis, and cheers, man.
Peace.
How you doing today, big guy?
Pretty good.
How's the build coming? You still working on it?
Yeah, I'm gotta order a mouse and a keyboard. I'm getting tired of switching them back and forth. I'm gonna break something.
I just ordered a new mouse and keyboard because mine doing the same thing, driving me crazy. I couldn't hardly see the keys, I needed something that was lit. So that's cool, man. So you got it up and running. You just need a keyboard and mouse then?
Yeah, I got Windows on it. It's connected to the internet.
Cool.
You built it yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah, I never built a computer before. What's the benefit of it? You just building, getting everything you want with no extra frills?
Pretty much, I would say.
Say again, John?
I've never built a computer before. I was just asking, what's the benefit of doing it that way?
Oh, I can get exactly what I want. I get way better bang for my buck.
How long did it take you to build
it? I mean, are you asking how the fastest I can build one?
Yeah, you can build one.
30 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I did it professionally for decades, though.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, so I could turn out a computer even with Windows on it, updated and security patched, an hour and 15 minutes.
Mm.
Yeah, probably, yeah. About an hour and a half.
And I would do them like 4 or 6 at a time. I got, probably at the height of it. So like you build one, you get it going on the internet, get it downloading, and then you build another one and another one and another one until you have a bunch of them going in a series.
I see. I never did. I've saw people do it at work, but I've never built one myself.
I'm building 2 right now. The second one is going to be a more long-term project. Not sure what I want to do with it yet. I'm thinking like a next generation Star Trek Warp Core theme.
Yeah, John, and like back in the old days, computers were kind of a bitch to build, but nowadays they're more or less plug and play. So, if you go out and you can go out and get your motherboard already done, you can put your own shit in it, just plug it all in and boot it, and there you go. Doesn't take very long. Pretty simple.
Yeah.
In the enthusiast PC market, there's a lot less options, and the compatibility is pretty straightforward. Back in the day, it was still kind of plug and play, but you had, processors and motherboards that in no way would ever work with each other, won't even fit. And you had 5, 10, 15 different kinds of bus cards that may or may not go with your motherboard. So you had to know what you were doing before you ordered the parts. Now, if you stay in your lane, like Newegg or something like that, right? Or Fry's Electronics, and you just get like everything that says the same generation on it, you're probably going to be pretty safe.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sort of like when you do driver updates, you just say, oh, okay, this is the system I got, and it's just pick, and then driver updates, sort of like that. I built my first computer probably back in I don't know, mid-'80s, late 80s. Shit. Wrote my first screensaver program, and it was all basically numbers.
I got so much memory and shit on my phone, I don't even need a PC, man. Like, I can hook it right up to my big screen, no problem. Like the Samsung deck, boom. Right there, I can hook it up. Bluetooth keyboard and mouse, Bluetooth headphones, have it all going on the big screen, just from the phone. Okay, I mean, I think all this PC shit is going out of style myself. That's just my 2 cents.
I can see that. Things are getting smaller.
Yeah, more expensive.
Yeah.
Like, what I have is similar to what he built on his own I paid $5,000 for my stuff, and it was already pre-done. You know, he probably could have did what I have for, you know, maybe $1,000 cheaper to build your own. It's kind of the way it goes.
Good evening, good afternoon, good night, T-Spills. Good night, good evening. We do it so late, T-Spills. It's 3:46 in the morning.
So what processor are you running?
Get
you
up
running
here,
the 3080
T.
or the 3090s, or what do you got?
Get up here, T. She going to bed already?
I got a i9. What is it? 4700K.
Yeah.
14700, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Anyways, whatever the fastest one is, and
Yeah,
I
I
got the
had
4090.
Oh, that's good. That's good. The 4090 is the one you want. Your video card or whatever the fuck.
Yeah. Now on this other one, on the one I'm working on right now, I got a 13th gen i7 and a 4060 Ti. 4060 Ti. Yeah.
Horizon or whatever. Yeah.
No, it's got 13th gen Intel on it. i7.
And I think my Alienware has the i9 13th gen, whatever the 10th gen or whatever the fuck it is. You know, I'd have to look, but it's something like that. And I have the 3080 in mine. That Hippie's got the desktop version of my laptop.
Desktops are so yesterday. That's what I think.
I don't know. I like the new Alienware desktops, man. You can do VR with them. They're probably the last computer most people would need in their lifetime if you play it right. You know, unless you upgrade to something more super high tech. But yeah, because you can. They're so computers nowadays. I don't even know if you've seen the Dell laptops.
Bulky and fat, and they take up all kinds of room.
Well, I meant the Dell desktops. They open up like a fucking refrigerator door, you know, and then inside of them is a multi-drive
Sounds like
base.
a lot of room to me compared to my phone.
Well, you can add like 4 hard drives in it. They just snap right in, dude. You know, that's a lot of power.
I can snap memory in my phone too, up to 3 terabytes, I think. I have to look to make sure.
I don't know if phones they even make SIM cards that big, do they? Cheap. That's an expensive SIM card, 3 terabyte.
That's just in a phone, dude.
So what was the outlay on all those?
Way beyond.
What did it cost you to do that build on?
Still trying to revive these old Alienwares and all that shit. That's funny, motherfucker.
Say, Neil. Neil, what did you say?
Oh, I was just asking Desmond what the cost of his build was, just out of curiosity.
I think it was around 4K.
Damn.
Maybe close to 5. I got 4 terabytes of PCIe 5 solid state storage, so that's why.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Because it's a project computer for Star. I want to make a movie using the Star Citizen engine.
Oh, cool. That sounds cool. I know what that is.
This
what's up, Gemini?
This one I'm working on though. What's up, Gemini? This one I'm working on though is only like I think maybe $800, maybe $1,200.
Nice, man.
What's that, bad Gemini?
And it's pretty powerful too. You know, I just didn't spend all the premiums that I did on the other one in order to have 4K everything and latest everything. That premium on getting 0 gen fucking Intel shit and Nvidia shit, And this was during the shortage too. Like I paid $2K just for my video card.
Yeah, I think my 3080 was like 3,500 during the shortage. You know, it was like fucking crazy.
Yeah.
You know, I'd like to do another build though. I've been looking at parts, even online, overseas. Even I can get it cheap. You know, build a really nice quad computer or something. That'd be dope.
Trying to rebuild the new Samsung. Looking at parts. What's up, Gemini? Turn your mic up, motherfucker.
Can't hear you, Gemini. What's up?
Look, I'm minding my own business. I could have came on here and been reckless. You know, that's my nature, but really it's not. I'm here listening to you guys. We talking about building these computers, having the latest motherboard, best. I don't care nothing about that. If you can apply that to a relationship, that is great. Some of y'all need to rebuild your relationships, right? You get out here, add a new motherboard to your game, your vocabulary, and maybe these women will pay you some piece of damn mind. You talking about some stinking computers. How about use this for a damn woman that want to pay you half of mine? Like, I'm gonna rebuild this and boot it up. I'm gonna have this turbo processor, the best of the latest with an exclusive fan to keep it cool and it won't overheat on me. Well, damn, can you overheat a woman? How about that? What the hell are we talking about around here? I'm pissed off.
What you want is a water cooler. That's much more efficient than a fan. And much less expensive than a woman.
Just off the freaking disrespect. I can't even say it's off the chain. I'm perplexed. I'm bumfuzzled. I'm confused, and I need to just go ahead and take a timeout. My mom doesn't need to put me in timeout. I'm gonna put my own self in timeout because this is atrocious. I'm gonna see grown men having about their stress. There's like, I was looking for this part. How 3,800. Mine was 2,500. Ooh, battle of the parts. Battle of the effing parts. Ooh, does your card, my sound card sounds better than your sound card. Don't push me because I'm damn sure close to the edge listening to this damn music.
Me. I definitely want a sound card.
Goodness.
So I'm thinking about maybe plugging the guitar into it. So I was looking at these external USB sound cards. They're pretty cost effective.
Yeah, I was looking at a couple too. I got like electric guitars out the yin yang few, you know.
So, bad Gemini, you got any fancy liquor tonight?
I have nothing for you. I just have my usual booze. Matter of fact, I'm so drunk that I have to drink liquor. It went from shots to half shots to quarter shots. Now I'm drinking drops. Literally, I'm pouring 3 drops of liquor in the cup at a time, and I've had to slow it down just to have the right frame of mind to deal with you all.
You got to go where you're loved, Gemini. Go where you're loved.
First off, all I love is having a good time and drinking a lot of booze. I've passed my limit, but I'm going to pretend to be cool just for y'all. I may crash out, but I'm used to crashing out. And I'm sponsored by the Crash Test
behind you, bad Gemini.
This mannequin used to be a crash test dummy right here, so I love crashing out. But you've asked me what I'm drinking. I'm drinking booze. There it is. It doesn't matter what category.
Which
booze
one?
Is what I'm drinking.
One you drinking?
Whatever I can reach right now. I start off with a bunch of tequila, and right now I'm on some bourbon. Tell me which one. The ones I can reach. Don't ask me damn trick questions. Which ones? The ones I can damn reach. What is this man talking about? I'm minding my business. I shouldn't even came up here.
Wisdom.
No, bad Gemini. I'm just fucking with you, homie.
Well, if you spend that time dealing with a woman, you'll be more successful. Let's start there. And when I look at a guy like Neo the Legend,
that's terrible advice.
It's the best advice for a man that's going to lose anyway. But let me say this real quickly.
Anytime you spend with a woman, he's wasted.
Well, let me tell you this here. He has to confirm that's a woman first. Everybody has a different audience. So when it comes to 12th man, we need how people need signs of life, confirmation of life. We need confirmation of woman when it comes to his selection. So 12th man, it's not a shot at you, but yes, it is a shot at you. So you need to do better. And Denizen, you stop being a disruptor out here. You're disrespectful. You're not helping out your guy. He's supposed to be a buddy, and you're setting up for vitriol and disrespect.
Who did I set up?
I'm gonna prove it.
Listen to this guy. He can't prove anything. I'm gonna prove. I love me a woman. I'm gonna prove it. Just because you can buy 3 mannequins doesn't mean you love women. I love women. I'm gonna prove it. I got my.
I take no responsibility for the drunks.
Amazon delivery.
Hey, motherfucker, I'll buy a blow-up doll, and that'll be more than you got, motherfucker.
I'm going to send you my mannequin. What's your address? I can have this thing delivered to you. It's going to be...
Hey, you want my address? Fuck is
send
wrong
this
with
mannequin
you?
to you.
I'm sending you my address.
What's
motherfucker.
interesting is he
embrace a
could
life
please
of
you.
solitude.
And he doesn't even have a face, and I'm gonna send this mannequin to you to fulfill your needs.
Happiness,
You
fulfillment,
seen my
it all
face
comes from within.
before. You seen my
Big up,
face
too, man.
before.
Neo the legend, man, you doing your
Every
bomb
once in a
thing
while,
right
you
now.
know, if you want to pick up a stray here and there, get you some strange, you know, get it wet, soak it.
Bad Gemini.
By all means. By all means. But don't ever take her home. Don't let her follow you home. Don't be domesticated. Definitely don't get fucking married.
He just came on here to get drunk. That's all bad Gemini came on here.
First off, 12th man, I was drunk before we even knew that was going to be part of the discussion. But we do know that even though I'm drunk, your voice still sounds drunker than mine. So that's something. You go talk to a doctor about why
Dude,
you're
don't
drunk.
put addresses
Your voice
in the
sounds
chat.
drunker than everybody else's.
And you was drunk before you even met my ass, right? You was drunk even before that. Am I lying?
And women have to get drunk just to meet you. So what's your point? What are we talking about here, 12th man? Huh? And women have to get drunk just to meet you. So we don't want to hear nothing. I want to talk to the man of the hour, Neo the legend, any guy that can be this swagged out. He's a video gamer. He has on a retired Speedo outfit. He has on a headset that comes with Galactica. It comes with Galactica, the old school model. This one here.
This is a love-hate relationship. I'm sorry, guys.
Jesus Christ.
You're right, because I love that I can't hate you enough. I need to hate you even more so you know how to stay in place. Like, what is this guy talking about? Get out of my way.
Well, this ain't a Speedo shirt. This is a staff shirt from when I worked at Seattle Hemp Fest. I was the head of security for Seattle Hemp Fest for like almost 20 years.
Oh, you out there when they're doing whatever they want to do. See, my girl stayed out there for 5 years and then came back to Florida, but she told me about the Hemp Fest, and it's like people are sharing, but it's like, be careful. Somebody give you something you don't know, you be like, woo, I thought this was something regular and knock you off your feet. So, you know, it's wide open, but you got to be, you know, if you rocking with your friends, you do what they doing, but if a stranger gives you something, you risking it because what might be regular for them is a whole nother level for you.
Yep.
Okay. I respect that. So shout out to Neo the legend. This guy's out here. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, you know, he plays video games. Obviously, he plays instruments. But the one thing he can't do is play women. So shout out to Neo the legend.
Yeah, I can still play women.
Well, shout out to you anyway,
Play 'em pretty hard.
motherfucker.
You forgot I jump out of airplanes, play rugby, race cars. You know, I do like.
We jump
That was
out
an
of
illustrious past, but these women are
Right
not
on
hearing that.
your
Right?
That's a now present. I jumped out of planes.
Yeah,
12th man is trying to have your back, Neo. He's trying to defend you.
I have. Honestly, I have jumped like 5 times.
Yeah, right on your face, bad Gemini. I'll jump on it.
All right.
Right on your face.
Somebody help this guy out. He sound like he drinks
there's my
natural
girl
lights.
right there in chat.
This
Right
man
there.
drinks
RB,
natural
that's
lights.
my
Who,
girl.
Lindsey Smith? Lindsay?
No, it's RB, man. RB, that's my girl right there, man.
Oh, that's your people. Hey, shout out to all the ladies. We got these guys on here jaw jacking. Ain't no ladies on the panel, which means we're disrupting stuff. Shout out to Lindsey Smith. Shout out to Zara B. All the ladies doing what y'all do. These guys are talking reckless and disrupting. Denizen, he's quiet now, but he knows what it is.
Yeah, love you, Zara. No,
You ain't brought no women up here, motherfucker.
I can't bring women up here unless I'm going to bring up my wife. What the hell are you talking about? Look, me, I can pretend to be one of these guys who has game. I have no game. I would fail at dating in the modern age of dating. I'm going to say the wrong things 10 out of 9 times. That's how bad it is. So, no, you're right. I will not be out here trying to pretend I'm a Mac OG. One thing I do know is...
no women up in here?
No, but I will keep the woman I bring
with
up here. How about that? I will keep the woman I bring up here.
You
That's
ain't
how I
bring
roll.
no women up in here?
I can't because I'm not going to help you out. If you can't get a woman on your own, then that's your problem, 12th man. You find your own women.
Dennison wants to let Zara up, bring her up, man. That's my girl right there, man. She'll tell you that's my woman, man. I love Zara. She's good people, man. I'm
just fucking with you, bad Gemini.
Yeah, Zara B's gorgeous.
This is ear cancer. I'm pretty much tuned out. I don't know how the chat feels about it, but I don't really like restreaming this kind of stuff to my chat. I feel like I'm being cruel to them if I do.
Poor baby.
No, honest God, Dennison.
Yeah.
I've known RP for a long time. Yeah.
I'm racist against drunks, though, so there's that.
Well, fuck off, then.
Dang, Dennison, that's how we rolling. I have my sippy cup, and you gonna talk crazy to me like this here? Here I am, I'm trying to be very respectful, and you coming with dismissive.
You're not that
language?
bad, Gemini. I'm talking about 12th man. He just he doesn't know how to read the room. He just screams over the top of people.
Zara, I'll message you later on. I'll send you.
And Zara, Jesus Christ, man. I mean, she's something else. I can't. That's what really set me off, Bad Gemini. If you think about it, it's like I'm already kind of like using my emotional resources to tone this guy out right here. And then he mentioned Zara, and I was like, oh no, my nervous system had an anxiety attack. I can't deal with this plus Zara. Are you kidding me?
Bad Gemini is my Zara. What are you talking about?
First off, you talking
That's
reckless
my
12
Zara
man,
right
and I don't know who Zara is, but she sound like she's okay with me.
Yeah, love you, Zara. She's a good lady. She's a good lady. I vouch for her. She's a good lady.
Look, Zara B and Lindsay, I was trying to be respectful. These guys here, they're okay, but I'd rather talk to y'all because when you talk to insightful and wonderful and pleasant women, they help guys out a lot. See, let me tell you, 12th man doesn't mind losing. So that's why I can't be on here with him. We need a pleasant woman's voice to break this up. And then when I listen to Neo the Legend, he already lets you know that he gave up on life 10 years ago, but then the drugs have brought him 10 years to now. So he keeps finding a way to live. So shout out to this guy. John Galt, he was in the background. I showed him. He showed his brown face, and then he disappeared. And so now I'm the token black guy by default. When it comes to Denizen, he's very respectful. His approach is that of a librarian. The food that you eat at his house is terrible. Nothing tastes good about his food. He doesn't season it. Matter of fact, the books that he reads don't have seasoning. But yeah, he keeps inviting people over. So that's how I feel about it.
No, I don't have to invite people. They ask to come over for my cooking. You don't. You're way off base.
You hear that?
So your recipes. And so are your recipes. He said I'm way off base.
My recipes are based.
You're my librarian, bitch. You hear that?
Shut up, drunkie.
Oh man, I hate this shit.
Shout out to JG. What it do?
Shout out all y'all.
That's the problem we have with you. You keep shouting out, and people want to smother you with a pillow. This man talking about.
Try it.
I'm not even white.
You're white enough.
I'm more Lebanese than I am white.
Okay.
And I'll spice up some biryani with some chili de arbol, and you won't even know it hits you, black man. You that buffalo chicken you be eating over there is nothing.
You black man, hear that?
Look at that.
That hot sauce ain't got nothing on my Indian food.
What you be eating? What is this man talking about? He's talking crazy.
Yeah, you don't know nothing about that. That's right.
Denizen, now I don't know who the real you are. I tried to be nice. You disrespect. Look, let me tell you, I'm listening to your bland commentary right now, assuming and coming with these assumptions. I don't want to hear none of his non-seasoned excerpt that he tried to come and drop.
If you knew,
his
dissertation
you would know. Was terrible. Well, I know one thing. I knew that I should have never known that you act this way. That's one thing I do know. So you need to shut your trap up, because I know that when it comes, you talk about culturally, yeah, I'm black, but guess what? My mom was Haitian, and all my siblings, I'm Haitian background. So what are you talking about? This man's talking crazy.
No, I hear that. What I hear is that your mom likes spicy food, and that you like milk and toast. That's what I hear. I don't hear nothing about you being Haitian.
All the women you want. This is first off. Let me tell you
it's not you that likes spicy. It's your ancestors that like spicy. See, I make spicy food. And I eat spicy food. Your voodoo shit doesn't work on me, okay? I'm a Jedi.
I don't need voodoo stuff when it comes to me.
That only works on the weak-minded, all right, Jedi?
Here, man. I was clowning my family. I say I'm the American one because I'm born in America, but everybody else is born in Haiti. But guess what? I grew up Haitian.
I'm too fat. Your Jedi mind tricks will not work on me.
First off, Jedi mind tricks. If you had them, you would be able to get a woman. You're the one that needs Jedi mind tricks, so you can go ahead and
the Jedi mind trick is that the solution is to get a woman. This guy's domesticated.
I am a Jedi.
You're cucked. You've been castrated. You argue like a woman. This is what happens when you let them domesticate you. Men
You're part of the
run
ball
away.
sack brigade. You're part of the ball sack brigade.
That's right. I have
your
balls.
nut sack.
And
you
a
come
sack.
with gorilla glue. That's what it comes with, because
Yes, I got some gorilla glue as well.
Humpty Dumpty. That's what you need. Like he's talking about, like he's out here hard, and I'm coming out here. A guy like you. A guy like you tells me one thing.
Who's he
You've been
talking to
clipped.
right now?
I'm talking to you, sir. You've been.
You don't know who you're talking to.
I'm talking to every guy. That wants
my
to be
culinary
disrespectful.
skills are outmatched only by my cunnilingus skills. You, sir.
Oh my gosh! Just because you like the face rodeo,
you, sir, are not
glad
good
you like the
at
face
cold
rodeo.
reading. You're not
I'm
good
glad
at
that you like the face rodeo and you think that's good and it's endearing to all women. Congratulations to you. But one thing I know is when it comes to your game,
Here we
it's
go.
weak at best. Ain't no here we go. It's there it went. When it
even
comes
make
to
it
your
over to the
game,
bed in your
there
condition, you
it
drunk
went.
fuck?
When it came to your game, there it
Can
went.
you
That's
even
what it
get
was.
to the bed in your current condition, you drunk ass?
First off,
I want to see you stand up and walk over to the bed right now without falling over.
That is why would that matter if I'm in my own house? Let me tell you, that's like me telling you finding the hole for your woman and hopefully you can stick it in. We know you're gonna fail when it comes to that. So what's worse?
I'm sorry, sir. I don't have any more tolerance for your vulgarity.
Nah.
You can engage yourself, sir.
First off, you had a date scheduled with your hand and it's still canceled on you. That's how bad it is for your life. This man had a whole date with his hand and it
I'm
canceled
sorry
on
I
him.
hurt your
I don't wanna
feelings
hear
on the
you.
internet. Have another drink and you'll like me again. It'll be okay.
First off, I'm entertaining myself at this point because it's not about me liking you. It's about you finding a woman that's coherent enough to like you. Like, that's the unfortunate thing about you.
I leave all the women to you, Gemini. Clearly, you're swimming in
shouldn't
pussy.
leave them to me. You shouldn't leave them to me because, first off, they don't like me. So the fact that they don't like me, you can't get them, that's more of a problem on your end.
This guy, Bad Gemini, looks like he just committed a home invasion and then jumped on the victim's live stream.
You sound like you officer on First 48, so I don't even trust anything
Holy
you're saying
shit,
going
that
forward.
was good.
I'm gonna be careful right now. Every statement I say going forward, I need a lawyer. I don't even trust you anymore. Goodness.
Should we call the police?
This man operates in coercion tactics, right? You out
Listen,
here,
if the
you
victim
come
is in the
coercious
room,
behavior.
just wave your hands in the air and we'll be able to see him in the reflection of his sunglasses. Wave your hands 2 times if you need
Man, you got a
police
volleyball
assistance.
court in your backyard. I don't want to listen to you anymore. You got a volleyball. You
I'm
wear
not
thong
sure what the fuck
sandals.
that means,
you wear
though, but that's funny.
You wear thong sandals. You got a volleyball court in your backyard. I've never met anybody like you, so I can't even vouch for you right now.
Wait, is it caliche or is it sand?
I can't vouch for you. It doesn't matter. It's the
See,
fact
that's
that you
what-
have one.
Oh no,
It's the
that's what
fact that you
matters,
have
right?
one.
Because
It's
if
the
it's
fact that you
caliche,
have
then
one.
that's kind of bougie, everyday, basic. But if it's real sand, then you're doing it right. And is it or is it not filled with Swedish volleyball players?
Look,
That's
I
the
don't
real
want to
question.
listen to you. I know you have a Steinmart, store card. I don't listen
What
to
is
people like
Steinmart?
you. Like this man got a Steinmart store card and want me to pay him attention.
Is that some
I don't listen to you
anti-Semitism?
like
Is that what just happened?
Like this man here. Hey, you can look it up. Yeah, if you don't know what Steinmart is, that's on you. But anyhow, hey, all I know is I can't trust a guy that has a Steinmart store card. Like, you on some next stuff. Denizen, I tried to rock with you. You were cool at first, but you having a hidden agenda. You know what I'm saying? You like to hide all the men that you deal with. So when it comes to you and your hidden agenda,
Well, yeah,
I
I'm
don't want to
controlling all the
associate
banks.
with it.
How else am I supposed to control the banks and economies of the world, black man?
Dang, this man came with this black man. I mean, you disrespectful because anybody that can't see I'm brown shouldn't even talk to me. Right now, I'm the smoothest brown
My
man
bad,
you know,
Brownie.
black
My
dad.
bad, Brownie. Listen,
Now
Brownie.
you want to call me
how do you
Brownie
think-
James?
Yeah,
So
what do
you want to
think
be
I'm supposed to do?
disrespectful?
How do you
and
think
call
I'm
me
supposed to run
Brownie
all the
James?
banks of the world?
This guy wants to call me Brownie James now.
How am I
with
supposed to
Ron's son
subjugate all the
and all that.
governments on the West? I ain't got time to be dealing with your brown ass.
First off, see, now you want to be disrespectful. You
I got
saying it
banks
another
to
way.
run.
Bar mitzvah king. I don't want to listen to you right now because right now I understand one thing here. You are a disrespectful guy. Try to rock with you. You came with the low blows the same way you do when you're trying to close your government dealings with these 45-year-old guys. I don't want to hear about you and your low blows. You're very disrespectful. You need to stay in your place. Denizen, you were cool the last 3 times I
Hey,
met
I'm
you.
doing it
but
for
the
all of
final
us.
3. First off, the next 3 times I met you after that, I understood
It's
one
for the
thing.
it's for the
You don't
betterment
have a
betterment of
woman.
all mankind.
First off, it's only better for it's the betterment of
Come
you when you're
on,
dealing with
Bad
mankind.
Gemini.
And
That's
you know,
what it is.
homie,
It's
I
the
look
betterment
good
of you
for
when you're
being
dealing with
45.
The
mankind.
rising tide raises all boats.
Can't, come on, Bad Gemini. You can't give up that easy, dude.
First
Thank
off,
you,
we
man.
talking
I
about
look
get up
good,
that
man.
easy. You gave up that easy when you went to the top bunk. This man told you to get on the top bunk. You went to the top bunk. He took the lower bunk. So I don't want to hear anything about giving up that easy, 12 man. I don't hear nothing about that. When it comes to Denizen, he's just bantering. If I took anything that he said serious, that would lead me to believe that he can get a woman. That's why I don't take anything he says serious. He's just another guy that's jaw jacking
And that's
capping
exactly
and can't
why
get
I'd
a
be
woman.
fucking your wife behind your back and you'd have no idea about it.
Oh,
that's
the-
that's exactly how that works.
Let me tell you, that's the
Well,
worst.
Denizen,
best
he's a
joke
great
that never
computer
made sense
guy.
to
You
me.
know, I could really trust him. Ricket.
I can't do nothing with that, Denizen.
Denizen,
That caters
Don't
to
have to
your
worry
your
about
white
that,
audience.
Denizen. He's the quiet type. He'll
that
never get
caters
a
to your
woman.
white audience. I can't even do anything with that. I can't even cross over that hard to appeal to them.
Have you even
She
got
likes it
an
because it curves to the
internet
left a
wife?
little.
Did
It
you
hits
even
spots you
get
never
a
hit
date
before. She
on
told me.
Oh,
YouTube?
damn, Dennison.
You didn't even get a date on YouTube, Big Gemini? Come on, man.
I think a lot of people are under some serious misconceptions on the internet.
Dude.
I appreciate it. You said I'm
Come
45, man. I appreciate that. I look good for 45. You know? I really do.
I had to give you a
Where's all
compliment.
your
That's the best way to
women
keep you
at,
engaged in the
Gemini?
conversation. When you tell lies, people are very invested. People are overly invested when you give them lies.
You
So
sound like you're talking
30
from
45.
experience there, Gemini.
Yeah, I
You
give myself
ain't got
lies
a
every day.
YouTube day?
I say I'm a failure.
Come on.
I can't make it, even though we know that's the opposite. And I also say, you know what? There's this guy named Denizen. He's
Yeah,
a
you
great
definitely
guy.
made it,
So I tell
Gemini.
myself
You're on top
lies
of the
every
world
time.
and in front
I
of a
say,
lot of
Denizen,
empty whiskey
he's a
bottles.
great guy. He's wonderful, and everybody loves him. Sometimes you have to tell yourselves lies just to give yourself amped up. And when I
Hey,
say that about Denizen, I know it's
just have another
you know,
shot.
it's
You'll love
making
me
me
again.
better. It's making me better. Look,
Bum,
when it
bum,
comes
bum,
to
bum, bum. Is that why you're wearing the hoodie? This is a workout for you?
Let me tell you, this is light work.
Because I'm telling you, I'm not even wearing pants right now, Gemini.
Man, you need to save that for your next consultation.
Like I put more effort into scratching my ass than I do in
Watson must be
rebutting
outside
your
your house
attacks.
right now. That's his type of thing.
That's even with you screaming over the top of me. You know, for someone who can't get a woman and can't accomplish anything in life, you sure are threatened by the sound of my voice.
No, women are threatened by the sound of your voice because it's like he's
I don't think so.
undateable. He's
I don't think
undateable
so.
when I listen to him.
I don't think that's how my voice works.
Mm.
That hasn't been my personal experience, but go on, please.
First off, there's no way you
Make
could
yourself
go on.
feel better.
Because any woman that would hear that would be like, "There's no way I can continue or go on." Is make yourself feel better. If you could make a woman feel better, you have more success. You got 12 man as your damn co-signer. This man is your right hand man. There's no way y'all can go out into the club and you and 12 men are actively engaged.
I don't understand. Is this because you're really, really drunk, or you deliberately try to be as inaccurate as possible when you attack someone?
First off, let me tell you, if you talking about being accurate, this is damn YouTube. We don't know anything accurate. You can claim to be 5'7" and we know you're 5'4". I don't care about all this. This is stinking YouTube.
You don't care about accuracy. I got you.
A lie don't care who tell it. This is YouTube. The only accurate thing
you
we
lie
can
a lot.
say is we're all on here. That's
Yeah, we heard you. You're into lies. We got you. You lie a lot.
One moment. That's accurate.
Yeah, you lie a lot. We got it.
I do lie because
I
what
got
I
you.
like to
I heard
lie
you.
about
I heard
is
you
I
just
like
admit
to
to
lie
it.
and tell myself
Because
that I
on
believe you're
YouTube
a
it's
good
different,
guy.
right?
Every
So
day I
on
say
YouTube,
Denizen is a
it's
good
okay
guy.
to
That's
lie.
a lie I'm telling me. Yeah. Every day I come and I say,
See,
you know what?
see, some of
Denizen
us
is
don't come on
wonderful.
YouTube and lie.
I lie to
And
myself.
I don't listen, buddy. Listen, I'm sorry. I don't know
lie
what
to
it
myself
is.
before I come on YouTube.
Listen, I know that I'm talking, so you got to talk now because you have to measure dicks with Denizen, the biggest dick on all of YouTube. Everybody's got to scream over him all the time. I love it. Listen, I'm sorry for whatever I said. Hey, I'm still talking. Still talking. That's what I just said. See the thing I just said? You're doing it now. You're copying it. I'm going to have to turn you down now because you don't know how to do one at a time. I'm sorry for whatever I said or did that hurt your fucking feelings so bad that you feel like you got to run around the internet and talk about what my sex life. You fucking creep.
First off,
now I'm
not
done with
running
you,
around the internet.
so move on, or I'm just going to move on from this panel. Because it's creepy, it's weird, and it's boring. You got me?
First off, I'm not running around the internet. I'm addressing it face to face, man to man. Let's establish that. Like when people
We're not
talk,
face to
I like
face.
when people. He was like, "I knew that." You're right, because I'm the only person cammed up. He's like, "You really
Cammed
run
up don't
the
mean
internet,
shit. I don't even know where you are. You could be in fucking
around the
Amsterdam
internet
for all I
spewing
care.
all
The
this
fact that your
stuff
camera
about
on don't mean shit.
I'm
You're
on
still a
here
no sack
proving I'm
having
a
fucking
man.
woman
I'm
coming up
proving I'm
here
a man.
arguing with men like a little teenage bitch. It's
First off, how you
boring.
gonna talk
Grow
about-
up.
look what
Get a
you're
better
doing.
shtick.
Look what you're doing. Look what
Your
you're doing.
shtick
You
sucks.
need to get a better
It's lame.
shtick. And then when I'm
It's
talking
low,
about shtick,
it's
there's
base,
no extra.
it's lowest
We're talking
common
about
denominator.
STICK. Get a
You're
better
taking
stick
up
to
all
deal
the
with
air
a
and
woman.
oxygen
Pull
in the
out
room.
stick
You're
and
almost
deal
as
with a
bad as
woman.
the fucking
Pull out
drunk
the
to the
stick
side
and
of me.
deal with a woman. That's what you need to do. You around here rambling and babbling like a bum fuzzling.
You're talking that
idiot. You
whole
pull out a
time
stick
talking
and
about
find
me
a
rambling.
woman.
Look at you. You can't control yourself.
You can't control
You're out of
yourself
control.
when it comes to a
You're
woman.
still going.
If you could find a woman you would love her.
I can't hear you.
Because I should be out
Do you
of
know I
control
can't
as a
hear you?
man. You know what you can't hear? You can't hear a woman telling you that she likes you and she's interested in you.
This is what we got, man. It's just
you
these
need to figure
like
that out.
overgrown
You are
children
out here
on the
failing
internet everywhere,
out here.
and then they
No
get
one
intoxicated
likes
too,
you.
so they have
You
even
can't
less
date
self-control.
women. Your last
Fuck
relationship
me.
was you in a room with your hand and you were in the back of a U-Haul. So I don't want to hear nothing you have to say. You're talking reckless, and you find
Black
your
Imperious,
woman to
ladies
talk
and
to
gentlemen.
Denizen.
Black Imperious. I have no idea what you're saying. The volume's
White
turned down.
and unintegral. That's what you're talking about. You're an idiot. Idiot. I can't even say idiot. I'm gonna make it elegant, but you're an idiot for talking.
Let's see how
reckless
long
like
he
that,
can go like this.
Denizen. I can go on forever. Let me tell you, that's one thing your woman can't tell you. She can't go on forever because you can't go on forever. So when you talking about what we're gonna do, I'm gonna drop bars all day, non-stop, Denizen. This is what I do. Come on, I live for this. This is easy work for me. You like work, man. You like a cupcake
Man,
on a
who are you
Sunday.
to fucking say what I can and can't do with that? Who the
No,
fuck are
don't
you?
interrupt him. What are you doing?
All right, sorry.
God damn it. That was 2 minutes in a row and he didn't stop. Who knows how long he would have went?
Sorry.
You broke it. God damn it, Neil. Can't take you nowhere.
First off,
everywhere I
if
go
wanted
on,
to
you're turned
banter,
down. I don't care what you have to say.
I'm
Everywhere I
look,
go on the
Denizen does
internet,
this
some
every
grown man has my fucking name.
So
in his
you're
mouth.
not grown. You're not
You
grown.
can't imagine what it's like
You're
to be
not
me.
grown. I
I
like
have
when
an
they
ego
say
the
some
size of
grown
fucking
man.
North Dakota. Because
This
everywhere
man
I
said
go,
some grown man.
it doesn't matter what color you are, how tall you are,
this
how
little
rich you are.
childish young
Wherever
bump,
I
this kid
go,
of a man,
some grown ass
this
man
kid of a
is
man
acting like a
is
little
weak
bitch
and
with
bum
my
puzzled
name in his
and-
mouth.
and he has
I
a hoo-ha.
never mentioned you to
hoo-ha.
anyone.
Hoo-ha.
Anyone. You don't even occur to me. I forget who you are as soon as you leave the panel. But
Hoo-ha.
everybody
Get
has
your
got
hoo-ha
Denizen
together.
right on the tip of their motherfucking tongue.
Hoo-ha.
And I can't help but to think the whole problem with women that you're experiencing
Hoo-ha.
is just a
You
total
from
projection.
Chattahoochee. You from Chattahoochee, hoo-ha, buddy. Let me tell you something, little
I hope
suspect,
everybody
buddy.
could hear me because I could see that he was talking that whole
Suspect,
time.
buddy. Suspect,
And
buddy.
12th man's going the whole time.
Suspect,
Calm
buddy.
down, little dicks.
God damn.
And the little dicks are still running their little dicks. Why y'all little dicks still talking? Thank you.
Look, I'm letting him
Isn't
have
that
it, man.
better?
Denizen talks like this to feel good, 12th man. One thing I understand when it comes to jaw jacking and bantering, I was born in this thing here.
As soon as
I'm
I turn my
unbothered by
volume
him.
up, the first one fucking thing out of his mouth is Denizen. It's the first thing
off,
I hear.
You know why? Because you had
I'm
I
gonna,
didn't get my
I'm
get
getting
back.
upset
This
again
man
now. I'm gonna have to
interrupted me.
turn you down again.
How am I gonna get upset? Like, this is funny, man. Let me tell you something about you. Let's recalibrate. I need to recalibrate because
shit.
we have to address a couple of things here. When I listen to your mononucleus type voice, I
He
understand
seems really
that
serious
there's
about
no
whatever he's
woman
saying
that's
right
like, now I'm finna come with nut stuff. Like, I'm going out of the freaking box. This man, monopeptide voice having, wants to come and try to check me. I don't want to listen to Denizen. His Tesla comes with it comes with a sock puppet and a bottle of Gorilla Glue.
Marsha.
Yes, and Martian, because you act like you don't understand what's going on in the United States. Let's start there. And this other guy who's in his all-black outfit looking like O.J. Pimpson, I don't know what he's doing. He's not an Oakland Raider. He's Darth Vader in the Oakland Raiders. He's an Oakland Vader. I don't know what kind of outfit he has on. He needs to ban it right now. And
What's
I won't say touchdown.
monopeptide?
And so, look. I don't give a damn. And what's the 12th man? Every time you talk, it makes another child want to go on GoFundMe just to raise enough money to mute you permanently. Can please somebody contribute to the GoFundMe so we don't have to hear 12th man ever speak again for the rest of his existence?
Whatever
Let's
it is,
start
it's
there.
entertaining the people.
Man, I'm done. I'm gone. I'm done. I did all I can do. I need more drink because
Nope.
I'm supposed to crash out.
He
I
got
need
a
to
second
crash out
wind.
appropriately. I
thought he was about to fall off his chair, but he kept going.
No, I need to crash out appropriately. If anybody gonna crash out, we're gonna do it appropriately. Salute.
Oh, that was only 60 seconds.
My wind capacity is done because when I'm getting my face rolled, I'm out of breath.
Did you just admit to eating my ass?
I love when my woman rides my face, and you ain't my woman. Pause. Continue.
Did you get it out of your system?
I have nothing to say. I've said all I came to say, and if I wanted to say
Okay,
more,
good.
I would talk about you and your legacy. But at this point, it's all a moot.
I bet you I have a bigger one than you do.
That's great. You need to use it. I'm off the market. If you got a big one and you can't get any woman, that's a detriment to your legacy.
Oh, I thought you were done. You're still not done?
At least now I know.
You still
how
feeling
you
a little
look.
spicy?
At least I know.
At least I know about me. Fuck off, Denizen.
You know what, motherfucker?
You know what, motherfucker? That's what you sound like, bro.
After all those,
It's not an exaggeration.
after all those years of sticking up for your
After all those years of sticking up for your ass, now we go back years.
You can
Chat,
go fuck
we go back
yourself.
years. You can go fuck yourself, man.
Bug out, Gemini, and go fuck yourself too, Denizen.
Yeah, everybody can go fuck themselves,
First, I'm not even here
man.
to beef. I'm retired.
Especially-
Like, look,
especially-
y'all out here. Y'all
Oh,
out
it didn't sound like that.
Especially you, Denizen.
What was that? You called it rambling for 3 or 4 minutes with my name in your mouth over and over again? It seemed a little
go
beefy.
fuck with my dick
It
in your
smelled
mouth over
and tasted
and
a little
over
bit
and
like
over
tallow
again.
to me.
With my dick in your mouth over and over and
There comes
over
the gay
again.
stuff.
My dick in your mouth over and over and over again.
Yeah, this is quality YouTube, by the way, people. You know, I saw we got the chat is loving it up. We got people saying this is the only reason they. Oh man, I gotta turn him down. Holy shit, he's losing his fucking shit. God damn, son. Wow, he is fucking losing it. I can't hear you, 12th man. I can't hear you. Oh my god, we got people saying they only even like this channel when it's like this. If you're one of the people I can't scroll up and remember who said that, you need help. You need help.
That's how
You need a woman. You need somebody to
go
love you.
fuck yourself,
Because
Denizen.
you got some serious
You
issues if
fucking
this is what you come to
retard.
YouTube for.
Go fuck yourself. Go find Jesus, you little bitch.
I'm torn between shutting the stream down and starting another one, or just letting this serve as an example. I mean,
How you doing?
here, let's see what he's saying right now.
Hang up. I ain't tell you.
Y'all can shut it down because I have nothing else to contribute. This is my cameo.
You ain't shutting shit down either.
Yeah, I mean, like, neither one of you could even get an erection right now with the amount of alcohol you consume. So you talk about getting women and pleasing women. I think it's cap. I think it's bullshit.
Look, I'm thinking about my next.
I don't think, like, I think 12 man is borderline a virgin, and Gemini is in a sexless marriage. And that's why everything's about someone else's inability to get a woman every single time they come up on the panel.
I don't give a fuck.
Try Listerine in your mouth instead of the word denizen. It's better for your teeth.
Your relationships come with NDAs. All these
It's
women
big.
have you
It
sign
helps
all
fight
of these
gingivitis
NDAs
and-
just so you
and
don't about the
hate-itis.
debaucherous things they're doing to you. You sign your NDA
Instead of
proudly,
drinking so much
okay?
haterade,
sign your
try some
NDA
mouthwash
and
instead.
be proud that this woman has you booting over.
You got
Sign
big
your
black
NDA,
lips,
sir.
don't you?
They
Shut 'em.
won't tell.
Shut your big lips right now.
They won't tell. Sign
Right
your
now.
NDAs.
Shut your big lips.
I guess Gemini still had more to say. I have no idea what it is because I have the panel turned down right now because
Yeah, good.
drunks don't know how to have conversations in public. But apparently he still had a little bit something left to say, ladies and gentlemen. I can see his Jimmy jabbering going, it is his gums and flapping. A rambling bambling, as he calls it. 12th man's ring is like, look at it.
Yeah, you want to mock me?
He is losing his shit.
You want to mock
Just
me?
make sure
I'll
you
mock
sign your
you.
stinking NDA, Denizen. This woman that you thought you was dealing with and you thought you were cool, no regular woman would deal with you without signing one of those here. You out here thinking
Here, let's
doing
tune in.
your
Let's
darn
turn the
thing.
volume up. This is going to be good.
I'm done. Look, do you think I'm out here bantering? I'm not right here. I'm not giving what you want. You don't understand. You can't gaslight. That's all you've been trying to do.
Yeah.
Playing.
Listen,
My
buddy.
energy is not there. I'm on borrowed time.
when
right now.
I first came on the internet
borrowed
at
time.
like around 8 or 9 years old, I would have been able to troll you then, just as maybe even better than I'm trolling you now. But you know, you tried. You
I'm
gave
on
it your
borrowed
best
time.
effort.
I'm on borrowed time. Look, let me tell you this here. This is friendly banter. I don't have the bandwidth or the mindset to be doing what y'all doing. If I wanted to be out here roasting,
Remember what he said about gaslighting?
I would initiate that button.
See, first he
I
tells
can't
you what he's
do it.
going to do by projecting it onto you, and then he does it.
And so, with all that said, Denizen, let me tell you something. You want to see? That's what you. I don't have that energy, Denizen. I'm like, ain't no gaslighting going on. It's, you know what's going on? It's cutting off the lights. Talking about damn gaslight. How about let me cut off the lights and take my bed and throw it on top of me at this point? I can't even jump on bed. I'm just throw it on top of me. Y'all be easy and have a great night. I'm out.
Good night.
Out. Bye. Bye, motherfucker. What now? Got something else you want to say, Denizen? Bitch?
Yeah, go to bed.
Yeah, you go to bed, cunt.
Sleep it off.
Guarantee it's later there than it is here, bitch.
Yeah, but I've already been to sleep, and I'm not a drunk idiot.
Except you are.
Well, you know, I mean, minus the alcohol, sure.
God damn. Want to throw blows?
What are you drinking?
Just orange.
No, I'd rather you just act normal, like a normal person, you know, but you can't.
Well, you're not normal. Why should I act normal, motherfucker?
Let me rephrase. What you could like not scream over people, talk in a way that is easily to be understand without the slurring, and
scream over people all
talking
the
about
time.
Yeah, well, here's how it works, 12th man. I try to talk. Here, I'm going to turn you down. I try to talk. You scream over me because you're triggered, and then I just keep talking over you. And then I get accused of being the one talking over someone. That's fine. Retards are going to believe what retards are going to believe. People who can remember 5 minutes ago and have an IQ above room temperature are going to remember how it actually went down. You are incapable of having a polite conversation. You constantly bring up other people's, strangers on the internet, sex lives. Whether or not they're able to get women, that they engage in gay sex, how you're going to put your dick in this and that and the other. This is not normal public conversation. It's debased drunkenness. It's the kind of stuff that if you weren't on YouTube and you were out on the sidewalk doing, a police officer would arrest you and put you in a drunk tank because we have laws against it. But yet for some reason you're allowed to be here. I guess it's because people feel bad for you because you're lonely, but I think you're lonely because you're a bully and a drunk. And so, like, it's not my responsibility to take your fucking abuse. It's negative, it's toxic, it brings down the overall conversation, the mood, and it gets to a certain point where it's not even practical to have a conversation with you on the panel because you become so disruptive. People can't even do things like read an article or watch a video because, like, for example, right now, just giving my opinion, for the last 46 seconds, you've been screaming over me the entire time. I have no idea what you're saying.
You haven't provided any article. What the fuck are you talking about? You haven't provided anything except your dick sucker. Blah, 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 blah. That's all you got, Denison. Blah, 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 blah. That's all you do, man. You never provide any content or anything. You're the dick sucker here.
I rest my case.
Yeah, I rest mine, motherfucker.
Please do.
Yeah, I will. Because you never bring anything. Just bring your dick sucker. You never bring no content at all. Nothing. No outside, no articles, no videos, no nothing. You don't bring anything here, bitch. Nothing. Zero. Zero, zero, zero.
Yeah.
You're a big fat zero, dude. I bring shit here. I bring
You definitely bring shit here.
Yeah, I bring articles, I bring videos, I bring content, I bring daily Alaska news. And
Certainly a kind of
shit.
content.
Yeah, you don't what do you bring? Nothing but your mouth. Your little dick sucker. That's all you bring. Your little quacking dick sucker. That's all you bring, motherfucker.
This is a man who is secure in his manliness, his manhood. He's conquered all kinds of women. He's been successful in business and in his community. This is what it sounds like. This is what accomplishment sounds like. This is the real man versus the angry incel with no accomplishments.
Oh, okay. What have you accomplished, motherfucker? Show us your face, you little internet coward.
I did turn you down again.
that?
Just, forewarned. I can't hear anything you're saying.
Yeah, good.
I need a
You're
little break
little
from
bitch.
your screaming.
Because you're a little bitch. That's why. You're a little cunt. I knew you was a cunt all along.
Why are you so angry, man? What's up with that?
I'm not. I'm not angry, homie.
Well, you kind of sound like it.
I'm Rick James,
Well,
bitch. I take it to the abyss.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
I
man.
took it
Being
to
a
the
little
abyss.
disrespectful, I think.
On your little computer video.
Yo, Joey Villages, come on up here.
Sorry, Dennis.
Can you play a video if I come up? No, I cannot. This is not my panel.
Now you want to play more video games. That's what
I can start a stream, though. There'll be no drunks allowed.
Yeah. Okay, good. Bye. Bye. What you waiting on? Go start a stream. Go
Put a
start
1 in
your
the chat if
video
you want me to start a new stream,
Go-
or if you just
go-
want to deal
go-
with this.
Go start a video stream. Your little video.
Well, I only
game.
even went live because, no one else was, and
Yeah, no big deal, man. I just came by to see you, man, and chill with you for a minute, you know.
Well, at least you're from the Northwest. No, this guy won't even tell anyone where he's from.
I'm from New England. I've said it many times on the internet.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
years of
yeah.
streams of me
New
telling where I'm
England
from.
faggot, That figures.
Yeah, it does figure.
And even the Seahawks beat the New England faggots.
I don't care about football.
Yeah, that figures. You're
It
probably
does.
one of those video game sissies.
I mean,
Are you
I play
gonna
video games, but I can kick the shit out of you.
Oh, you think so, eh?
Oh, I know so. One hit and
Well,
I'll
we
break
got-
your fucking
well,
jaw.
We have a tough man contest in our local town here. for
Bro, you can't even fucking
$2,500
stand up.
Oh, you want to bet?
I'm gonna turn you down
wanna
again
bet?
because whatever you're saying is
Okay.
irrelevant and
Yeah,
it makes it
'cause
hard to
you're a
think and talk.
coward little
And this
bitch.
point needs to be made.
You're just a little
Anyone
coward
could kick your
cunt.
ass. All they'd have to do is stand
Yeah,
up and
okay.
keep walking backwards
Yeah,
until
you're
you
just
fell
a
over.
little cunt.
You're so fucking drunk you
Everyone
can't
knows
even
you're
talk.
a bitch.
On top of that, you have
You're
no
a
idea
bitch.
who you're talking to over
You're
the
just
internet.
a little bitch.
I would smash you. You're an
Everyone
old
knows
man,
you're a little
okay?
bitch. Everyone knows you're a little lizard.
I would pile drive you by fucking
In
an
your
overhand
in
hammer
your
fist to the
mama's
top of your drunk fucking
chair.
head
You
and pile
probably
drive you into the
don't even.
ground like
You probably
like
never
I'm
moved out of your mama's
digging a
house.
fence
You've
post
never
hole
moved
or
out of your
setting up a
mama's
tent.
house. Living in New England with your parents like a little cunt. You're just a little bitch.
Alright, there's some ones in the
Everyone
chat.
knows it.
Yeah, it's up to you, man.
Let's see if John's here. John, are you here?
Ain't
Yeah.
paying attention to you, bitch.
Yeah, he bailed out because of people like you. That's why he bailed out.
John
All right, so I'm gonna start a new stream then, and
Okay,
I'll see y'all over there.
Bye.
Yeah, I
Maybe we can have
don't think I want to put a link or nothing.
intelligent conversation after
Just if
you're
you
gone.
you wanna
'Cause you're just
have the same panel but without the drunk
little
asshole,
white
you know where to
cracker.
find me. Peace.
Little white cracker bag with a little white cracker. I bet you John come back now. What's up, John? You out there? Damn right I got it. We got this. That's right, maybe G. No one asked you, bitch. Go play video games with your tiddlywink boys. Fucking around with you. Maybe Stanley will get up here and add some context. That's right, motherfuckers. Straight out of the uptown, nigga. You know what I'm talking about. Straight out of the OT. You know what I'm talking about. That's what we doing. What's up? Are y'all still up here? Got any questions? You gotta come up. All the Game Boys went to the game room. I'm still here, but if HB wants to end it, he can end it. I mean, all them other boys, they went to play video games and shit. So I don't know what they doing. I'm sitting here drinking a beer, smoking a bowl, waiting on the next live to come up. We got 8 more hours on this one though. So now HB might want to bring up HB trucking, where we might be talking about lot lizards or something, and maybe Ava the G will come up. Maybe we'll talk about some football or just about how HB's day, HB2N's day has been today, which I'm kind of interested in. How my homie day has been today. Like it's got to be getting light there on the East Coast now, right about now. Hopefully, some of the ladies are waking up this morning back on the East Coast, and we welcome all of them, and we definitely love all the ladies on the East Coast. And it's just, sometimes we get some jackasses on here. I don't know. But hopefully HB's gonna start another one. I'm gonna jump off and take a nap myself, and I'll catch y'all after a bit, okay? You're in charge, HB. God bless you. Take care, homie. Bye.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but haters is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, bread like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. Ayy, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but haters is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, bread like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. I never let the comparison get to me. I just remember the promises meant for me. I know the enemy and that he's sent for me. I keep the blood of the lamb as my centerpiece. I cannot trust in no crystals or energy. Look at the chemistry, it do not even mix chemically. Most of the tricks they be gimmicks, they mimic the truth. It's poison and we got the remedy. There is a bomb, apply it, the fire can stand to the tallest of giants, the tyrant and all the suppliers are scheming and lying. They selling this dreams and we buying it. Show me the chicken, I'm frying it. Show me the dough and I'm prying it. Ain't never lacking it, so what I'm packing, he taking it, he magnifying it.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers. I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. Get it. I just know that I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it.
Ayy, I got the drive, the bus, the truck, the gas is stuck. I ain't the one to rely on the luck. I put in work and then he show up. I know it's fake, this in the reps, ain't no regrets, I do too much. It ain't me if you saying I stunt. He calling the plays and I do what he want. This ain't a front, glory to G-O-D. It's what you could do with a mustard seed. It's what you could do when you start to believe. Take fear and you cast it inside of the sea. 100% out of me, cause he gave it all on the T when he let it bleed. So what is you saying to me? You just insecure about the love that turned me to a beast. I take a step and I ain't turning back. He made me first cause I know that I'm last. I ain't got time for no thing in the past. Learn from it first and then I react. Hands off me, don't hold me. Get it jumping like a trampoline. All truth ain't no trolling. We in good hands, no folding.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers. I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it.
Ayy, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but haters is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, bread like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. Ayy, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but haters is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, bread like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. I never let the comparison get to me. I just remember the promises meant for me. I know the enemy and that he's sent for me. I keep the blood of the lamb as my centerpiece. I cannot trust in no crystals or energy. Look at the chemistry, it do not even mix chemically. Most of the tricks they be gimmicks, they mimic the truth. It's poison and we got the remedy. There is a bomb, apply it, the fire can stand to the tallest of giants, the tyrant and all the suppliers are scheming and lying. They selling this dreams and we buying it. Show me the chicken, I'm frying it. Show me the dough and I'm prying it. Ain't never lacking it, so what I'm packing, he taking it, he magnifying it.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers. I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I
I just know that I'ma get it. 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 Ayy. I got the drive, the bus, the truck, the gas is stuck. I ain't the one to rely on the luck. I put in work and then he show up. I know it's fake, this shit in the reps, ain't no regrets, I do too much. It ain't me if you saying I stunt. He calling the plays and I do what he want. This ain't a front, glory to G-O-D. It's what you could do with a mustard seed. It's what you could do when you start to believe. Take fear and you cast it inside of the sea. 100% out of me, cause he gave it all on the tee when he let it bleed. So what is you saying to me? You just insecure about the love that turned me to a beast. I take a step and I ain't turning back. He made me first cause I know that I'm last. I ain't got time for no thing in the past. Learn from it first and then I react. Hands off me, don't hold me. Get it jumping like a trampoline. All truth ain't no trolling. We in good hands, no folding.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But God did it. But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. Ayy, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but haters is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, red like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. Ayy, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but haters is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, red like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. I never let the comparison get to me. I just remember the promises meant for me. I know the enemy and that he's sent for me. I keep the blood of the lamb as my centerpiece. I cannot trust in no crystals or energy. Look at the chemistry, it do not even mix chemically. Most of the tricks they be gimmicks, they mimic the truth. It's poison and we got the remedy. There is a bomb, apply it, the fire can stand to the tallest of giants, the tyrant and all the suppliers are scheming and lying. They selling this dreams and we buying it. Show me the chicken, I'm frying it. Show me the dough and I'm prying it. Ain't never lacking it, so what I'm packing, he taking it, he magnifying it.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But God did it. But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. Get it. I just know that I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. Ayy. I got the drive, the bus, the truck, the gas is stuck. I ain't the one to rely on the luck. I put in work and then he show up. I know it's fake, this shit in the reps, ain't no regrets, I do too much. It ain't me if you saying I stunt. He calling the plays and I do what he want. This ain't a front, glory to G-O-D. It's what you could do with a mustard seed. It's what you could do when you start to believe. Take fear and you cast it inside of the sea. 100% out of me, cause he gave it all on the tee when he let it bleed. So what is you saying to me? You just insecure about the love that turned me to a beast. I take a step and I ain't turning back. He made me first cause I know that I'm last. I ain't got time for no thing in the past. Learn from it first and then I react. Hands off me, don't hold me. Get it jumping like a trampoline. All truth ain't no trolling. We in good hands, no folding.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But God did it. But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. Ayy, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but haters is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, red like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. Ayy, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but haters is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, red like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. I never let the comparison get to me. I just remember the promises meant for me. I know the enemy and that he's sent for me. I keep the blood of the lamb as my centerpiece. I cannot trust in no crystals or energy. Look at the chemistry, it do not even mix chemically. Most of the tricks they be gimmicks, they mimic the truth. It's poison and we got the remedy. There is a bomb, apply it, the fire fire can stand to the tallest of giants. The tyrant and all the suppliers are scheming and lying. They selling his dreams and we buying it. Show me the chicken, I'm frying it. Show me the dough and I'm prying it. Ain't never lacking it, so what I'm packing, he taking it, he magnifying it.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. 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 Ayy. I got the drive, the bus, the truck, the gas is stuck. I ain't the one to rely on the luck. I put in work and then he show up. I know it's fake, this in the reps, ain't no regrets, I do too much. It ain't me if you saying I stunt. He calling the plays and I do what he want. This ain't a front, glory to G-O-D. It's what you could do with a mustard seed. It's what you could do when you start to believe. Take fear and you cast it inside of the sea. 100% out of me, cause he gave it all on the tee when he let it bleed. So what is you saying to me? You just insecure about the love that turned me to a beast. I take a step and I ain't turning back. He made me first cause I know that I'm last. I ain't got time for no thing in the past. Learn from it first and then I react. Hands off me, don't hold me. Get it jumping like a trampoline. All truth ain't no trolling. We in good hands, no folding.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it.
This toilet. It's made out of beer bottles.
What?
Yeah, I'm not kidding. It's called the American Man toilet. And it's this whole, like, sustainable, high-tech thing. We're talking biodegradable, built-in JBL sound system.
Okay, hold on.
Wait, there's more.
There's a sound system in the toilet.
Yeah, a 12-inch JBL sound system.
Wow.
And get this, it even has a bidet.
Okay, I mean, that's getting fancy. But a sound system? That's wild.
I know, right? But listen to this. The bidet. It uses malt liquor.
Hold on. Malt liquor, like the drink.
Yes.
Yeah.
Malt liquor. The inventor is this plumber, calls himself American Man.
Of course he does.
And he's trying to make a statement about, like, sustainability and
Well, it's definitely a statement. But honestly, this kind of thing, it's not just a gimmick. We're seeing a real push for sustainable sanitation solutions these days.
Yeah, that's true.
People are worried about water, waste, the whole 9 yards.
So you think this is the future of bathroom design? A beer bottle toilet with a soundtrack.
I don't know about the soundtrack part. But the biodegradable aspect, that's huge. Think about it. Toilets that just break down naturally, no more landfill waste.
Okay, so how does that even work? How does a beer bottle toilet just decompose?
Well, we don't know the exact specifics for this American Man toilet, but generally these kinds of toilets use plant fibers, starches. Some even use mushroom mycelia.
Mushroom?
Mycelia. It's the root-like structure of mushrooms. They're surprisingly strong and they decompose really well.
Huh. Okay, that's actually pretty cool. But I got to ask you about this malt liquor bidet again. Is that really necessary?
Probably not. But it gets people talking, right? I think it shows that line between being innovative and just plain out there.
Totally. It's like, imagine telling someone 100 years ago that they'd be driving around in metal boxes powered by explosions.
They'd think you were crazy.
Exactly. But now, look at us. Cars are everywhere.
Sometimes the weirdest ideas end up changing everything.
And this toilet isn't just some concept. You can buy it on Amazon right now.
Direct to consumer.
Yeah. It's amazing and kind of scary how easy it is to bypass traditional markets these days.
Right. It's a double-edged sword. More niche products can find a market, but it's harder to regulate quality and safety.
So what's the takeaway here? Is this wacky beer bottle toilet the future of sustainability? I don't know, but it definitely makes you think, doesn't it?
It definitely does.
Maybe the future of sustainability is a little bit weird, a little bit funny. And if it comes with a good sound system, hey, I'm all for it.
Me too.
Well, on that note, thanks for joining us for another deep dive. Catch you next time. Okay, so get this. Have you guys heard about this? This toilet. It's made out of beer bottles.
What? The feeling that you're like one username away from a completely different reality. Like a whole different you exists out there in the digital world.
Yeah.
Well, today we're diving headfirst into that very rabbit hole of online personas with a story that will make you question everything you thought you knew about digital identity.
Okay.
Buckle up.
Right.
Because this is the curious case of Imperius.
I've heard of this, yeah.
Now, full disclosure, we're not talking like peer-reviewed journals
Right.
or groundbreaking research studies for this deep dive.
Okay.
We're dealing with something a little more, shall we say, grassroots.
Okay.
A juicy piece of internet lore.
Yeah.
Less about hard data, more like, eavesdropping on a conversation that'll probably leave us with more questions than answers.
Okay.
But hey, that's half the fun, right?
Yeah.
So without further ado,
Let's hear it.
let me set the stage for you.
Right.
This is how the story goes. Ready?
Yeah.
This guy named Imperius gets banned from every YouTube channel and Discord he's on. He's super Catholic and doesn't believe in science or evolution. He constantly talks about himself and seems a bit narcissistic.
Okay.
He claims he's a lawyer, but only sends $2 super chats to Chaotic Truth, a YouTuber.
Wow.
Joshua Jones banned him from This Might Be Risky's channel. Then John Galt banned him from his channel. He may need professional help or medication.
Wow. That's quite a story.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but my curiosity is officially piqued.
Yeah, no, mine too.
Who is this Imperius character? Is he some kind of internet troll extraordinaire, digitally bouncing from one band to the next?
Yeah.
And what is the deal with those $2 super chats?
It's a very specific detail.
It's very specific, right?
Yeah, it's not like he's dropping hundreds.
Exactly.
It's $2. Very interesting.
So, I don't know. What are your initial thoughts?
Well, I think it's fascinating how this short anecdote, right? It's just a paragraph.
Right.
But it reveals so much about the online world and, the people in it.
Absolutely.
With like a digital footprint.
Yeah.
But instead of like tracking where someone's been.
Right.
It hints at, who they are.
Right.
Or at least who they, present themselves to be online.
It's true. And you get such a clear sense of the author's perspective in this too.
Totally.
But how much of that is, colored by their own biases? Oh, absolutely. And their own experience. 100%. Like, take, for example, the phrase super Catholic.
Yeah.
I mean, that can mean very different things to different people, right?
Right.
But the author clearly wants us to see Imperius's beliefs as extreme or outside the mainstream.
Oh, absolutely.
By using that term super.
Right. And it makes you wonder, is Imperius genuinely struggling to fit in? Or is he intentionally pushing buttons to provoke a reaction?
Right.
I mean, getting yourself banned from not one, but multiple online communities, that's quite the accomplishment.
It's commitment.
Yeah, for sure.
That's for sure.
So I don't know. What do you make of that?
Well, I think this is where the idea of online disinhibition comes into play.
It's this fascinating psychological phenomenon where like the anonymity and the perceived distance of the internet,
right.
It can embolden people to say and do things that they would never dream of in, face-to-face interactions.
Right.
It's like this virtual mask that allows individuals to, shed their inhibitions.
Wow.
And kind of embrace this different persona.
That's so true.
Yeah.
It's like that feeling when you're, about to hit send on a really strongly worded email.
Oh, tell me about it.
And there's this little voice that whispers in the back of your mind, are you sure you want to do this?
Oh, yeah.
But online, that voice is like often drowned out by the allure of anonymity.
Yeah, exactly. And it can manifest in different ways.
Right. Right.
From like expressing these really extreme views to like engaging in cyberbullying.
Right.
All fueled by this illusion of consequence-free action.
It's true. It's true. So to bring it back to Imperius.
Yeah.
We've got this, possibly unfiltered, maybe even attention-craving, self-proclaimed lawyer lobbing $2 truth bombs via super chat.
Right.
It really begs the question, can we ever truly know someone based solely on their online persona?
That's the $1 million question of the digital age, isn't it?
It really is.
We've all encountered those, meticulously crafted Instagram profiles, the witty Twitter personalities.
Yeah.
But how much of that reflects their true selves?
Right.
And how much is a carefully curated facade?
That's a really good point. It's like everyone's starring in their own reality show.
Totally.
Right.
Yeah.
They're editing out all the boring bits. They're amping up the drama. But, are we losing sight of genuine human connection in the process?
Exactly. And this disconnect between online and offline identities,
Yeah.
it has real world consequences.
Oh, absolutely.
Think about the spread of misinformation,
Right.
the erosion of trust,
Right.
the difficulty in discerning authenticity in online spaces.
It's true.
It's a complex issue
Yeah.
with no easy solutions.
It's very complex. And it gets even more complicated, I think, when you factor in those online echo chambers that we talked about.
Oh, absolutely.
Right. Speaking of which, those YouTube channels mentioned in the story, Chaotic Truth, John Galt,
Yeah.
do those names ring any bells for you?
Chaotic truth certainly implies a certain, distrust of mainstream narratives.
Okay.
Possibly veering into, conspiracy theory territory.
Okay.
And John Galt, well, that's a direct reference to Ayn Rand's novel, Atlas Shrugged.
Right.
Which, really champions objectivism,
Okay.
a philosophy that really emphasizes, individual achievement
Right.
and laissez-faire capitalism.
Right.
So you can kind of start to, glean a little bit about maybe where this person's coming from, what their worldview might be.
Right, right. So hypothetically, if Imperius is drawn to these communities online, could it suggest that he's finding validation for his worldview in these spaces?
It's certainly possible. Online communities, particularly those centered around very specific ideologies or beliefs,
right,
they can easily become echo chambers,
right,
reinforcing, existing views and limiting exposure to alternative perspectives.
Right.
It's like the digital equivalent of, surrounding yourself only with people who already agree with you.
Right. And then the algorithm swoops in and says, oh, you like that? Here's some more.
You want more? Here's more.
Yeah, yeah.
And it creates this sort of feedback loop that can be really difficult to break free from.
Very much so.
So it's fascinating, right?
Yeah.
We started with this strange little tale about a guy named Imperius.
Right.
And somehow we've landed at this much broader conversation about the nature of online identity, the psychology of online disinhibition, and the challenges of fostering genuine connection.
Real connect.
In a world that's increasingly mediated by screens.
In a digital world, yeah.
It's really something.
It really is.
What are your final thoughts on all of this? I think it all circles back to this really fundamental question, which is, in an age where we are just constantly bombarded with these curated online personas,
right,
how can we cultivate more empathy?
That's a good question.
And understanding toward those that we encounter in digital spaces.
It's a question we all need to grapple with.
We do.
As we navigate this ever-evolving landscape of the internet.
It changes every day.
It really does.
Yeah.
But I think at the heart of it, it's important to remember that behind every username, every avatar, every meticulously crafted online persona, there's a complex human being.
Absolutely.
With their own unique story, just like you.
Just like you and me.
And me.
That's right.
So, something to think about.
Absolutely.
Ever get the feeling that you're one username away from a completely different reality? Like a whole different you exists out there in the digital world.
Yeah.
Well, today we're diving headfirst into that very rabbit hole of online personas with a story that will make you question everything you thought you knew about digital identity.
Okay.
Buckle up.
Right.
Because this is the curious case of Imperius.
I've heard of this, yeah.
Now, full disclosure, we're not talking peer-reviewed journals.
Right.
Or groundbreaking research studies for this deep dive.
Okay.
We're dealing with something a little more, shall we say, grassroots.
Okay.
A juicy piece of internet lore. Yeah. Less about hard data, more eavesdropping on a conversation that'll probably leave us with more questions than answers. Okay. But hey, that's half the fun, right?
Yeah.
So without further ado,
let's hear it.
Let me set the stage for you.
Right.
This is how the story goes. Ready?
Yeah.
This guy named Imperius gets banned from every YouTube channel and Discord he's on. He's super Catholic and doesn't believe in science or evolution. He constantly talks about himself and seems a bit narcissistic.
Okay.
He claims he's a lawyer, but only sends $2 super chats to Chaotic Truth, a YouTuber.
Wow.
Joshua Jones banned him from This Might Be Risky's channel. Then John Galt banned him from his channel. He may need professional help or medication.
Wow. That's quite a story.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but my curiosity is officially piqued.
Yeah, no, mine too.
Who is this Imperius character? Right. Is he some kind of internet troll extraordinaire, digitally bouncing from one band to the next?
Yeah.
And what is the deal with those $2 super chats?
It's a very specific detail.
It's very specific, right?
Yeah, it's not like he's dropping hundreds.
Exactly.
It's $2. Very interesting.
So, I don't know. What are your initial thoughts?
Well, I think it's fascinating how this short anecdote, right? It's just a paragraph.
Right.
But it reveals so much about the online world and, the people in it.
Absolutely.
With like a digital footprint.
Yeah.
But instead of like tracking where someone's been.
Right.
It hints at, who they are.
Right.
Or at least who they, present themselves to be online.
It's true. And you get such a clear sense of the author's perspective in this too.
Totally.
But how much of that is, colored by their own biases? Oh, absolutely. And their own experience. 100%. Like take, for example, the phrase super Catholic.
Yeah.
I mean, that can mean very different things to different people, right?
Right.
But the author clearly wants us to see Imperius's beliefs as extreme or outside the mainstream.
Oh, absolutely.
By using that term super.
Right. And it makes you wonder, is Imperius genuinely struggling to fit in? Or is he intentionally pushing buttons to provoke a reaction?
Right.
I mean, getting yourself banned from not one, but multiple online communities, that's quite the accomplishment.
It's commitment.
Yeah, for sure.
That's for sure.
So I don't know. What do you make of that?
Well, I think this is where the idea of online disinhibition comes into play.
It's this fascinating psychological phenomenon where like the anonymity and the perceived distance of the internet,
right.
It can embolden people to say and do things that they would never dream of in, face-to-face interactions.
Right.
It's like this virtual mask that allows individuals to, shed their inhibitions.
Wow.
And kind of embrace this different persona.
That's so true.
Yeah.
It's like that feeling when you're, about to hit send on a really strongly worded email.
Oh, tell me about it.
And there's this little voice that whispers in the back of your mind, are you sure you want to do this?
Oh, yeah.
But online, that voice is like often drowned out by the allure of anonymity.
Yeah, exactly. And it can manifest in different ways.
Right.
From like expressing these really extreme views to like engaging in cyberbullying.
Right.
All fueled by this illusion of consequence-free action.
It's true. So, to bring it back to Imperius.
Yeah.
We've got this, possibly unfiltered, maybe even attention-craving, self-proclaimed lawyer lobbing $2 truth bombs via super chat.
Right.
It really begs the question, can we ever truly know someone based solely on their online persona?
That's the $1 million question of the digital age, isn't it?
It really is.
We've all encountered those, meticulously crafted Instagram profiles, the witty Twitter personalities.
Yeah.
But how much of that reflects their true selves?
Right.
And how much is a carefully curated facade?
That's a really good point. It's like everyone's starring in their own reality show.
Totally.
Right.
Yeah.
They're editing out all the boring bits. They're amping up the drama. But, are we losing sight of genuine human connection in the process?
Exactly. And this disconnect between online and offline identities,
Yeah.
It has real world consequences.
Oh, absolutely.
Think about the spread of misinformation.
Right.
The erosion of trust.
Right.
The difficulty in discerning authenticity in online spaces.
It's true.
It's a complex issue.
Yeah.
With no easy solutions.
It's very complex. And it gets even more complicated, I think, when you factor in those online echo chambers that we talked about.
Oh, absolutely.
Right. Speaking of which, those YouTube channels mentioned in the story, Chaotic Truth, John Galt.
Yeah.
Do those names ring any bells for you?
Chaotic Truth certainly implies a certain, distrust of mainstream narratives.
Okay.
Possibly veering into, conspiracy theory territory.
Okay.
And John Galt. Well, that's a direct reference to Ayn Rand's novel, Atlas Shrugged.
Right.
Which, really champions objectivism.
Okay.
A philosophy that really emphasizes, individual achievement.
Right.
And laissez-faire capitalism.
Right.
So you can kind of start to, glean a little bit about maybe where this person's coming from, what their worldview might be.
Right. So hypothetically, if Imperius is drawn to these communities online, could it suggest that he's finding validation for his worldview in these spaces?
It's certainly possible. Online communities, particularly those centered around very specific ideologies or beliefs,
right,
they can easily become echo chambers,
right,
reinforcing, existing views and limiting exposure to alternative perspectives.
Right.
It's like the digital equivalent of, surrounding yourself only with people who already agree with you.
Right. And then the algorithm swoops in and says, oh, you like that? Here's some more.
You want more? Here's more.
Yeah.
And it creates this sort of feedback loop that can be really difficult to break free from.
Very much so.
So it's fascinating, right? We started with this strange little tale about a guy named Imperius.
Right.
And somehow we've landed at this much broader conversation about the nature of online identity, the psychology of online disinhibition, and the challenges of fostering like genuine connection.
Real connect.
In a world that's increasingly mediated by screens.
In a digital world, yeah.
It's really something.
It really is.
What are your final thoughts on all of this? I think, it all circles back to this really fundamental question, which is, in an age where we are just constantly bombarded with these curated online personas,
right?
How can we cultivate more empathy?
That's a good question.
And understanding toward those that we encounter in digital spaces.
It's a question we all need to grapple with.
We do.
As we navigate this ever-evolving landscape of the internet.
It changes every day.
It really does.
Yeah.
But I think at the heart of it, it's important to remember that behind every username, every avatar, every meticulously crafted online persona, there's a complex human being.
Absolutely.
With their own unique story, just like you.
Just like you and me.
And me.
That's right.
So, something to think about.
Absolutely.
Ever get the feeling that you're like one username away from a completely different reality? Like a whole different you exists out there in the digital world.
Yeah.
Well, today we're diving headfirst into that very rabbit hole of online personas with a story that will make you question everything you thought you knew about digital identity.
Okay.
Buckle up.
Right.
Because this is the curious case of Imperius.
I've heard of this, yeah.
Now, full disclosure, we're not talking like peer-reviewed journals.
Right.
Or groundbreaking research studies for this deep dive.
Okay.
We're dealing with something a little more, shall we say, grassroots.
Okay.
A juicy piece of internet lore. Less about hard data, more like, eavesdropping on a conversation that'll probably leave us with more questions than answers. Okay. But hey, that's half the fun, right?
Yeah.
So without further ado,
let's hear it.
Let me set the stage for you.
Right.
This is how the story goes. Ready?
Yeah.
This guy named Imperius gets banned from every YouTube channel and Discord he's on. He's super Catholic and doesn't believe in science or evolution. He constantly talks about himself and seems a bit narcissistic.
Okay.
He claims he's a lawyer, but only sends $2 super chats to Chaotic Truth, a YouTuber.
Wow.
Joshua Jones banned him from This Might Be Risky's channel. Then John Galt banned him from his channel. He may need professional help or medication.
Wow. That's quite a story.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but my curiosity is officially piqued.
Yeah, no, mine too.
Who is this Imperius character? Right. Is he some kind of internet troll extraordinaire, digitally bouncing from one band to the next?
Yeah.
And what is the deal with those $2 super chats?
It's a very specific detail.
It's very specific, right?
Yeah, it's not like he's dropping hundreds.
Exactly.
It's $2. Very interesting.
So, I don't know. What are your initial thoughts?
Well, I think it's fascinating how this short anecdote, right? It's just a paragraph.
Right.
But it reveals so much about the online world and, the people in it.
Absolutely.
But like a digital footprint.
Yeah.
But instead of like tracking where someone's been.
Right.
It hints at, who they are.
Right.
Or at least who they, present themselves to be online.
It's true. And you get such a clear sense of the author's perspective in this too.
Totally.
But how much of that is, colored by their own biases? Oh, absolutely. And their own experience. 100%. Like, take, for example, the phrase super Catholic.
Yeah.
I mean, that can mean very different things to different people, right?
Right.
But the author clearly wants us to see Imperius's beliefs as extreme or outside the mainstream.
Oh, absolutely.
By using that term super.
Right. And it makes you wonder, is Imperius genuinely struggling to fit in? Or is he intentionally pushing buttons to provoke a reaction?
Right.
I mean, getting yourself banned from not one, but multiple online communities, that's quite the accomplishment.
It's commitment.
Yeah, for sure.
That's for sure.
So I don't know. What do you make of that?
Well, I think this is where the idea of online disinhibition comes into play.
It's this fascinating psychological phenomenon where, like, the anonymity and the perceived distance of the internet,
right.
It can embolden people to say and do things that they would never dream of in, face-to-face interactions.
Right.
It's like this virtual mask that allows individuals to, shed their inhibitions.
Wow.
And kind of embrace this different persona.
That's so true.
Yeah.
It's like that feeling when you're, about to hit send on a really strongly worded email.
Oh, tell me about it.
And there's this little voice that whispers in the back of your mind, are you sure you want to do this?
Oh, yeah.
But online, that voice is like often drowned out by the allure of anonymity.
Yeah, exactly. And it can manifest in different ways. You know,
Right.
from
Right.
like expressing these really extreme views to like engaging in cyberbullying,
Right.
all fueled by this illusion of consequence-free action.
It's true. It's true. So to bring it back to Imperius.
Yeah.
We've got this, possibly unfiltered, maybe even attention-craving, self-proclaimed lawyer lobbing $2 truth bombs via super chat.
Right.
It really begs the question, can we ever truly know someone based solely on their online persona?
That's the million-dollar question of the digital age, isn't it?
It really is.
We've all encountered those, meticulously crafted Instagram profiles, the witty Twitter personalities.
Yeah.
But how much of that reflects their true selves?
Right.
And how much is a carefully curated facade?
That's a really good point. It's like everyone's starring in their own reality show.
Totally.
Right.
Yeah.
They're editing out all the boring bits. They're amping up the drama. But, are we losing sight of genuine human connection in the process?
Exactly. And this disconnect between online and offline identities,
Yeah.
it has real world consequences.
Oh, absolutely.
Think about the spread of misinformation.
Right.
The erosion of trust.
Right.
The difficulty in discerning authenticity in online spaces.
It's true.
It's a complex issue
Yeah.
with no easy solutions.
It's very complex. And it gets even more complicated, I think, when you factor in those online echo chambers that we talked about.
Oh, absolutely.
Right. Speaking of which, those YouTube channels mentioned in the story, Chaotic Truth, John Galt,
Can't argue with the numbers. The numbers are the numbers.